Well. How are we doing this evening, all you beautiful people out there in TV land? Let's make sure that you are getting, yes, you are getting every beautiful, soft summer sound that is my voice. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. It is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the lord of the Scottish Highlands himself, folks. You know, it's been a little while since I've been able to chat with all of you beautiful people, and now we are finally here together again. Last time I was on, actually, the internet just kind of crapped out everywhere, and I was unable to continue the broadcast with you beautiful people. But your need for K.O.E. content remains constant, and I am here to provide for all of you beautiful people out there. But yes, if you are here within the sound of my voice, be sure to like, share, subscribe to K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, and also head on over to Big Buckin' Empire if you get the chance. Great place over on Facebook for all of your K.O.E. content needs. So, yes, come on in, folks. Don't worry. The water's fine. The water is just fine. So, all you beautiful people out there, this is a continuation of a very contentious panel that I was on. This is the last leg of an incredibly contentious time on the Somebody Online panel. Great guy, really nice guy. It was, boy howdy. At one point, it broke down into a Christianity versus Islam argument, which is not what I was intending by any means or measure, but it's what it descended into. So we're going to get into that, folks, because I figured why not? So pour yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack if you'd like one, and we're going to get right into this right from the get-go because there's going to be some questions along the way. But, such is life, all you beautiful people. So let's get started with this, and let's see if you are getting the audio. God is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. He's all-knowing, all-seeing, and all-powerful. He's 100% God, 100% man.
You can say he's omnipresent. That doesn't mean that he has to create himself into manliness. Plus, we also believe that
in mysterious ways. We do not know his will.
I don't know where you're saying have to. He doesn't have to.
Okay,
now
Jesus, we recognize
just some quick background, folks. I'm the guy in the middle, that beautiful face there in the middle, obviously. Somebody Online is in the bottom left-hand corner, the host. Above him is Sprouticus. In the top right corner is Franklin. He's Canadian. And then we've got, the extraordinary consistency. Actually, this is a different t-shirt. This one's gray. That is one of my favorite work shirts. It's a tan shirt. But, and then in the top left corner is Almanara. And we got Aiko, the one, the only, the extraordinary consistency. Yeah, I know. Story. It is what it is. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, but yes, I'm always nothing if not consistent. Now the audio is a little choppy for just about a minute here on my end, and then it gets mucho bettero, which I'm pretty sure that is just perfect A+ Spanish.
Historically speaking, he was alive.
Yeah, that's Almanara. He
actually
in the top right.
We know
top
he
left.
Slept. We know he ate. We know he went to the bathroom. You really believe God would reduce himself to that?
We don't know that he went to the bathroom.
What do you mean you don't know he went to the bathroom? He ate the fish.
The suffering of his children, obviously. Yes. Sprout.
No text.
Hang on. The entire point.
Does he not go to the bathroom?
Understand the suffering of his children.
No shit theory. It's coming. No shit theory.
Yeah, Sprout, you dropped that.
He never shit. Clip this. This is the greatest moment on somebody ever.
To me, I believe you were talking about omnipresence and omnipresence. I don't believe he could lower himself.
I'm wondering if this son of a bitch is gonna pass. That he truly knew the suffering and the struggle of humanity. Yes.
Nation, get me. To me, a God. We're talking about a God. You can't even look at him. You see the sun? When you look at the sun, your eyes go blind. Imagine a God. You melt in front of his light. We're talking about a God. He's going to reduce himself to a human being. No, let's say he's the most.
Well, what I'm getting at here, if you couldn't hear it through any of that, was that the reason God did this so that he could most in the most perfect way to even demonstrate to us that he understands our suffering. And so it's not that we are suffering in vain to some high above us God that doesn't understand us, because his only begotten son and he himself understood the pains of man. But yeah, 20 cardinals being created. Ico, interesting. Good to know. Good to know. College of Cardinals. I see you are in the Alice position in the panel, by the way. The Brady Bunch. Well, I mean, basically, I am the center of whatever universe I happen to be in. So, you know, and we actually get to that a little later when we talk about how the Quran actually mentions how the sun revolves around the earth in a couple of different instances. And so when Almanara started getting very confrontational with Christianity, because I could just tell by the first few sentences he was going to be confrontational, but once he started getting very confrontational with Christianity and its revelations, I was like, well, maybe don't cast stones in glass houses there, sir.
Noble human being, Mother Mary. We have a chapter in the Quran dedicated to Mary. It's called
Do you
Mary.
think you're capable, a mere
It's so
mortal, of
beautiful.
thinking what a god wouldn't do?
But you have to
How dare
understand,
you.
this is a fallacy. It's the fallacy of, can a God create a stone so
This
big
guy's
that he cannot
coming
live?
around
Obviously,
too.
he
That's
won't.
a
Why
false
would he do
dilemma.
that?
Not
He
a
won't
false
do that.
dilemma.
Fallacy.
He won't do that. That's a fallacy
We did it,
way
guys.
of him. وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. There's nothing in the world you can imagine that's like him. You're going to tell me that God is going to come and create himself as a man so we can sit there and talk to him and hang out around him? A God that if we look at him, we will melt.
He didn't just
We
come
will
to hang
melt
out.
with his
Wait,
glory.
wait, 1 second.
He
1
didn't
second.
just-
There's nothing
he
else you can
Wait,
imagine in the
if I
universe.
can interrupt
Being
for a
chilling.
moment.
I need to listen.
I mean,
If
this
I
is the
can
God of
interrupt for a
Abraham.
moment, I do want to point out we are circling back around where we were talking about before about the
Circle
only
back.
blasphemy is the idea to personify the
again.
deity. And I think that the
Circle
idea of you
back,
cannot look
circle
upon this
back,
individual, it's
circle
like
back,
looking on the sun,
circle
you're going to
back.
melt. I think that's a little ridiculous. I think it's more along the lines of it is impossible for any one person to see all of reality simultaneously, so you cannot look upon God. All you can ever do is see a piece or see an
correct me
impression
if
of.
I'm wrong. I believe Moses actually did look upon the back of God's head, and it was so beautiful it caused him to go blind. I believe.
No, it
that's-
caused
Like
it
King
caused him to
Neptune in SpongeBob.
it caused him to be pale.
Moses spoke to God, he never looked at him.
It caused
Oh,
it caused him to be extremely pale. When he
Actually, I'm
Moses didn't go
drinking
blind.
Michigan bourbon tonight.
No, that wasn't
Trevor's
why he
City
got
Whiskey.
paled. He got paled when he got the revelation of his religion. When he saw the spirit that you guys call him, which we call Gabriel, the biggest, strongest archangel in the world.
That troublemaker.
That's what what made him
troublemaker
pale.
of the angel world.
But we do believe the miracle of Moses was that he was the only one to speak to God. Imagine hearing the voice of God. So why didn't God come to him as a man and as an old man eating fishes, walking around healing people? Why didn't he
By
do
the way,
that when
hey,
he talked to
Bandit.
Moses? Why did he have to talk to him from the sky?
he didn't have to. He just wanted to. He's fucking
Man, I
God.
get you,
That's what he
Sam, I
wants
get
to
you.
do.
About
Why
to
did
say,
God
like,
have
we
to do this? I
can't
don't
claim
fucking
to
know.
know his motivations and will. I'm sorry, we can't claim to. I understand what you're trying to get at here, but like, yes, to our Christian theology, this is God made to man so that God can fully understand the suffering of man because he loved his children so
And
much. He gave his only begotten
I get
son
it.
to us
I've heard
to
that.
sacrifice
I've heard
for our
that before.
sins.
I've seen it in a movie before. I've heard that same line. I think it's exactly like the when you get arrested line, but they repeat it exactly the same verbatim.
At that point, it's like,
But the thing
okay,
is,
fuck
how
this
can
guy.
there's a fallacy in thought. How can a God be a God and be a God while he's human?
I
at
mean,
the
if
same
we're going to
time? There's a
compare
fallacy in
miracles,
thought.
you just
That
had a
means
guy
he's
go
not a
into a
God.
cave and
God
say,
will
here's
never
a
be
holy
no
book.
God.
So let's not, I
Not
mean, if
because
we're going to be
omnipotence, like,
doing
doesn't
miracles
exist.
here,
Yeah,
come
you
on
say
now.
omnipotence. We live in a physical world. How can a God look? Think of it logically.
And
God,
so it
How
begins.
can a God
human,
not listen?
that
How
means
can a
he's
God
not God anymore.
How can a God
Not
not?
a plane
If
flew.
he's
How can God not lift the stone?
if
Like,
God
I mean,
is-
are you
if-
sure you want
wait,
to go
1
down this
second,
path,
One
man?
second, 1 second. If God is omnipotent, how could he not put himself into a situation to where he could be with humans? Like, if God is omnipotent, then how could he not do that?
It's removing his
course.
godliness. It's making him ungodly to
No, it's
become
not.
part of us.
Hey there, Blizza.
It's making him ungodly, and he's so holy he would never do that to himself. Why would he ever become ungodly? It's you
So-
to be
Oh.
made
Oh.
you have to not be a god.
Serious.
We talked about
Made
this.
in
Jesus
his
went to the
image.
bathroom to be. Look, we love him. We all love him. I respect him so much. I said peace be upon him. I'm the only one that said peace be upon him. Not one of you guys said that.
That's fair.
I respect him so much. But you cannot sit there and tell me a human being is God and God is a human being at the same time. That means there's a fallacy.
Sure, we
Well,
can.
he's in human form. He's not
It's
a
the
human
Trinity.
being. It's not the same thing.
So
Got him.
to go down the path that we
watch
were
it.
talking about with denominations.
But he went to the
Matt.
bathroom, so he's not human form. He's actual human. He ate. He went to the bathroom. He slept on the floor. He's human. It's not
Sounds
human
like-
form.
But we
It's
don't
not
want
like
to
he
have a
doesn't
fight
live
about what
with the
humans
human
are, or else that would exclude all of those
He was a
fetuses.
baby. He
that
grew up
live
old.
in heaven's
Whatever.
kingdom.
I've got one.
So
You've asked us a lot of questions. I'm gonna ask
Okay,
you.
go ahead, do it.
All right.
Give it to me. I'm about to
So-
blow your mind. I'm about to answer every question
I'm
you
sure.
ever had in the universe.
Trace has a great one.
Watch this.
So
Please be
okay.
recording this, somebody.
Okay.
We're gonna get the diamond this season.
All right. Somebody online's chat. Go ahead and start clipping. All right.
Yeah.
Clip it.
So
Watch
anyways,
the truth.
anyways, so if a God is omnipotent, how could he not decide to be in the human form, to be amongst humans? If God is omnipotent, how could he not
It's
do
the
this?
fallacy. It's the fallacy of can God create a stone so big?
It's not a fallacy. No,
That's
it's not
not
a
a
fallacy.
logical way of
It's not a
thinking. You
fallacy.
cannot
Wait a
be
second.
God and human.
It's not a fallacy. I'll explain why.
Okay,
It's
that
not.
Let's
means
say,
he doesn't become-
you
he
keep
stopped being
using
a
that
God.
fallacy
Oh,
word. I don't think you know
you're
what it
saying he
means.
stopped being a God.
I'm explaining why it's not a fallacy.
He can
if you
do
would.
both.
If
He's
you-
Okay,
100%
go ahead.
100% man.
So the
Get you a God who
fallacy.
can do
I mean,
both.
So the fallacy of the previous assumption that if God was omnipotent, he'd be able to make something that's so heavy that he can't lift is a fallacy, because no matter which way you take, there is no omnipotence, right? With mine, if God is omnipotent, he would be able.
That's why it's true.
No, it's a fallacy in and of itself.
No, Flo, it's
So
a fallacy in
if
thought.
you,
fallacy.
but if oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
It's just there's too much.
Go ahead.
No, it's a
There's too
fallacy
much
in thought.
animosity
If
between the
you
Catholics
go-
and the Muslims
if
for
you
that to ever
go
happen.
to if you go to where if God is omnipotent, he'd be able to make himself into the human form to be around humans. That is something an omnipotent being would be able to do. So you say he's either is omnipotent or he's not omnipotent. That's not a fallacy, that's a
Okay.
choice.
Because if you say he's
Can I
not
tell you-
omnipotent, then you aren't actually a worshiper of the Abrahamic religions. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you said God is what? Okay, can you tell me
Ooh.
what makes a God to you? Because I explained to you the four
Omnipotence,
criteria of God.
omniscience, and omnipresence. I've said this 5 times tonight.
Okay, you have 3 criteria: omniscience, omnipresence, and
All knowing, all seeing, all powerful.
So
if
you're
any
saying
creature
that
falls
God-
short of that, it is not God.
okay, so God, you're saying God came to earth as Jesus, peace be upon him, in the
So that's
womb
kind of
of
just a
Mary,
mic drop.
peace be upon her. And then he was raised as a young kid. He spoke in his cradle, create miracles. It was murdered by Romans. Let's remember they were non-believers, and they went ahead. They were actually against the Jewish, like he was a Jew, and they were against his religion. And then after that, he was risen. So there was a point in time where he wasn't omnipresent, right? Because he became Jesus, peace be upon him. He was a little baby. He could speak only once. He only spoke in his cradle once. After that, he never spoke again in his cradle. And so this God became non-omnipresent for that little while he existed as
Nope.
Jesus. You understand the fallacy in thought you're having? That
No,
God
because he's the
became a
Father, the
human
Son,
being.
and the Holy
Finish.
Spirit all at the same time.
I let you finish. A God can become a
No,
human being.
Almanara never lets
and
anybody
still
finish
be
all
a
night
God in
long.
your eyes, and you don't believe that's a fallacy.
Well, he's just Almanara is just demonstrating the fact that he doesn't know what the Holy Trinity is. Bandit, surprising he didn't take the opportunity. Well, give him time. Give him time. Hey, yo, EOD, how we doing there, good sir? How we fucking doing? We're just going over this panel that was just a box of fluffy doves where it descended into a Christianity versus Islam argument. A little gnat keep flying in my face. But
The stone being
welcome,
you
one and
understand
all.
that fallacy. But I don't know how you didn't understand it.
Bro, you can't have them both.
That is hanging in there.
If
Well, no,
Jesus-
you
if
can
Jesus
because
was
the Holy Trinity. God is all
Okay,
the
wait.
Father, all
You
the
can be
Son,
a
and all the
career.
Holy Spirit.
You can be a career woman, but you can also be a mother at the same time.
Exactly.
We're just doing the stone
Stunning
thing
and
to make
brave.
it more complicated. I don't know why the fuck. Why don't we just talk about the stone thing instead?
The
and make it easier?
best. True.
Like you told me, there's a false dilemma earlier, which I don't know what the fuck that means. Because what are the other options with the stone?
Hang on, I gotta just address this here, but there we go. You at least get a little bit more Phil face there. Iko, Catholics can answer that quote fallacy easily. We admit that God cannot make something too heavy for him to lift. Omnipotence does not mean doing the impossible. It means he can do all Well, no, Iko, I would even go beyond that. God's power is beyond any of our little logic games to just say, well, what about that, huh? He can both lift it and not lift it at the same, like he can do all possibilities and impossibilities. He is literally omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. And so his power lies beyond any of our little logic games is how I would classify that. But I like where you're going with that, sir.
If I say, if he creates a stone he can't lift, well, he's not omnipotent because he can't fucking lift it. And if he can do it, I don't understand where the false dilemma comes in.
I think Almanar is onto something though. I think you have to either reject both or accept both.
Can you?
No.
Can you
Or
do
just
it?
accept the fact that God is outside of the limits of our logic.
I'm using the same word you used, omnipresent and omnipresent. He
Mic
has to
drop.
be omnipresent. How is he omnipresent when he's Jesus?
I'm
peace
sorry,
be upon him?
Sam,
He
the
is
look on your
the-
face there was just like, motherfucker.
Is there three parts? Is there three parts? Like I said, the Trinity, right?
Okay. But we recognize he can't be omnipotent because he won't create a stone that big. So
You
why
don't think
would
he's
he-
omnipotent,
why
then
would
you
he
do
stop
not
himself from
believe in an
being
Abrahamic
omnipresent?
God.
Why would he stop for himself from
You
being
do not believe in the God of
omnipotent
Abraham
as
if you do not
small
believe
little
that.
child?
Debunking his own religion.
Look, if I'm a god, I'm gonna go make myself a child to save you guys. Are you crazy? I'm gonna go save your asses.
Okay, but
Okay, well, I'm just letting you know you are not,
Do you believe?
like-
Do you believe the Muslim God? Do you believe the God of Islam is
Come
a?
ask me.
Do you believe the God of Islam is omnipotent? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
There's nothing he cannot do. Nothing in the world he cannot do.
Can he make
Could
a stone?
he-
Can.
Could he
No,
be
that's a
in
fallacy
two
and fallacy.
places
You
at
don't
once?
No,
understand
it's
logic.
not.
You're literally
No,
telling me
it's
you don't
not.
understand logic. You're
Can he
telling me
make
you don't
himself into
understand logic.
make himself into the
Explain why.
human form?
To me, I
That
don't
means a
believe he
false
came on
dilemma.
Earth. To me, I don't believe he came on Earth as a
Can
I
he
believe he
make-
sent messengers.
Wait, can he make himself into the human form?
No,
Does he
no,
have that
no, he would
ability?
never.
Then he's not
That's
omnipotent.
irrelevant to the question
No,
Sprout is
no, he
asking.
would never make himself a human form because I told you I have four
It is
criteria for
irrelevant
God.
to the
Can I
question
finish?
Sprout is asking.
Can I
Can he,
finish?
yes or no?
Can he
Can I
do
finish
it?
it?
Not
He
would
would
he
never
do it?
make himself.
Can he, yes or no?
Can he?
He
do
would
it? Not
never.
would he?
No, because it
I'm
doesn't.
going to
make
ask the same question again. Can he, yes or no?
Okay, can you shut up so I can answer?
Nah.
He's not a god if he does that because to me a god has to be something that I
Okay,
cannot
so you
even
don't believe in
imagine.
Abrahamic
If I
God.
can imagine you, that means you're no god to me. If I've imagined you, that means you are no god to me. This is my criteria. I have four criteria. If you can fulfill
hold
them,
on.
you're my god.
So he
If you
can't
can't,
do
you
it.
can't. You're not my god. That's it. That means
So
he
do you
deletes himself
believe-
from being my god.
Wait,
So he
wait,
You're
can't
making
do
up
it.
your own God. Omnipotent, outside of
omniscient,
the
a god
Abrahamic
would never
religion.
do that.
I'd like to hear his
No.
four
No.
criteria.
Yeah.
Can we hear the four
Listen.
criteria?
do you
I need
believe?
you to listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay,
I'm
I'm asking you,
Muslim, Phil.
can he do it? Not would he do it? Okay?
No,
Omnipotent,
he cannot do
omniscient,
it.
omnipresent.
It's a
He
fallacy.
cannot do it.
Okay.
You don't
Because
believe
that
in the God
makes
of
him no
Abraham?
god.
Mashallah.
So he doesn't have
Then you
unlimited
don't
power.
believe in the God of Abraham. You don't. You do not believe in the
Okay.
God of Abraham if
Can
you
I-
don't believe he's omniscient.
Can I slow all of this down for just one quick second? I
Somebody's
understand
like, what
kinda
the
got
fuck
into a
happened
spot
to my
kinda doing a
panel?
thing. I do understand that Almanara has a 4-tier system by which he tests, and I do want to take the opportunity because I've got everything slowed down. Someone pointed out I made an assumption, and I asked you if you were from or lived in or were in the United States of America, and I want to apologize for making an assumption. Did you answer that question before? Did I offend you by that? I didn't mean to if I did.
I love you, somebody.
I appreciate you too as well. Again, may I hear your 4-tier test? How do we determine if an entity is the deity?
This is what makes a god to me. If you do not fulfill one of these criterias, you are not my god. You can be a god
I
for
remember
one of
two
you
of them are
guys,
basically the same
but I won't
thing.
accept them. The
Number
first one,
one.
Qul huwa Allahu ahad. Say he's
In
the
English,
one and
please.
only. He's the one and only.
So there
There's
can
nothing
only
like him.
be one if there's anything outside of one.
You
Perfect.
cannot
What is number
pray
two?
to Jesus. You cannot pray to Jesus and say you're praying to God. You have to pray to God. You
We're
have
gonna-
to say
Whoa, whoa,
Allah.
whoa,
And
Hold
the
on.
Arabic
whoa,
word-
Everybody, please stop.
Hang on, let him
Everybody,
finish.
please
Let him
stop.
finish.
and the
Everybody,
Arabic
please
word-
stop.
this?
Everybody,
Can I go
please stop.
Can I go
Everybody,
through this
please
with him?
stop.
Can I go
Everybody,
through this with
please
him?
stop.
I'm
No,
writing it down.
I'm
I'm writing
going
it down.
through
I'm
with
writing
him,
it down.
Sprout,
Well,
because
just
this
let
is
him
my
go through his
panel.
nonsense.
Please
It's gonna
excuse me.
It's gonna help the
Please
conversation
don't
if I
make
can go through it with
everything
him as a
overly
Christian.
inflammatory, and please stick to
I'm not
just
trying
the.
to make it
I'm not talking to you, Sprout.
Ooh, this
Please,
got a
Almanara,
little
Let's
contentious now,
stick to
didn't it?
just the criteria. Let's not expound upon them and give examples and explain why the other morons are so dumb, because we're going to infuriate everybody and we're going to get lost
Different
in the thing.
canon.
I would never call
again,
Jesus.
It's like
again,
legends versus
number one.
official.
I appreciate and I acknowledge this. I'm a little bit more crass and curt because I enjoy doing it that way, because I think
He's
that's the way it's
very
supposed to be done.
combative.
But number one, there can only be one, and da da da. So number two,
He's the one. قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ. He's the one and only. Allahu Samad. He's everlasting.
so always and
before
forever.
time. He's been before the universe and he will be there after it.
So number three,
لم
then,
يلد لم يلد ولم يولد. He did not give birth and he wasn't birthed.
okay.
لم يكن له كفوا أحد. And I think the third one is a dig on somebody, but we won't talk about that. And you guys know who I'm talking about. The third one, the fourth one, sorry, ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. There's nothing in the universe that you can imagine that's like him.
Okay.
There doesn't exist anything in this universe that's.
So let me help with
Trinity.
translation a little bit here, because I do understand and the words are beautiful and it is very exact. The first one and only one. Singular, monotheism, no polytheism allowed. Okay. Number two, help me again, I'm sorry.
لم يكن له قل هو الله الله صمد. Everlasting. He's been before time and after.
Always and forever, eternal. Right? Number
Yes.
three, never born, has no beginning, has no end.
You can just see the look on.
Similar to number.
You can see the look on my face. I'm just kind of like got a smart ass. Yeah, this is all a very poor plagiarism of Christianity and everything I was just saying a little bit ago.
Number two, a little bit, and
He
then
uses the word begit and begotten. So he's talking about birth. He's not talking about the eternity.
Again, no mother, no nothing before, nothing created. I understand this. Okay, and what the fourth one was? Nothing is like this at all.
Nothing. You can't imagine anything like it.
Okay, so again, now we'll go to K.O.E.'s three standards, because there is a lot of similarity between the two of them. Okay, the first one, omnipresent, is everywhere all the time, has always been everywhere, will always be everywhere.
Oh, like the movie.
Okay.
I got you, sorry.
So the second one.
Yeah, you'd have been
that's
perfect for this
controversial. I
panel.
think we all believe in this. The second one, let me.
No, I want K.O.E.'s, because we're on to his second one now. What is your second one? We had being everywhere and always being everywhere forever.
Omnipotence, omnipresence, and omniscience. All seeing, all knowing, all present, all powerful. So you're all seeing and all knowing. You're all present. You're all powerful. And so, yeah, and when you're saying he can't do this and he can't become man, you are limiting the omniscience of God, and you're saying he is not all powerful, or omnipotence of God, and you're saying he's not all powerful. And so, yes, he clearly could, if he wanted to, make himself into man at any time that he wished, and that is within his power. When you say that he cannot do that, you are limiting the power of God, and that actually makes you fall outside of the Abrahamic religions.
So that means he can lift a stone. He can't. He can create a stone. He can't lift. Is what you're saying.
His power is also outside of our little simple logic games.
Do not say it's a false dilemma. I'll execute you on the spot. It's not a false.
It's a false
Well, no, it's just
dilemma.
his power is outside of logic, of our little logic games.
How could it be a false dilemma? What else could you do? What do you mean?
Okay, can we use scripture here? Because I use scripture to define my God. Can you guys give me your definition? Can we use scripture in this? Can you guys?
I just need to. We're asking for simple definitions, okay? I don't need to bring up scripture. This is the actual way to measure whether it's God or not. If it falls short of being all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful, then it's not God.
So
whatever creature you're dealing with is a very powerful alien, or it's some entity from some other universe. It'll be like if you go to an island of people with no technology and you light a lighter. You're the God that makes fire come from your hand. But no, you're not actually God.
No,
you just have, sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So that's what you would be dealing with if you were dealing with some creature that is not all powerful.
No offense to anybody, but you guys
yes,
talked about
I'll try to let you know.
You guys recognize that the King James, that actual verse about the begotten.
Well, God does something. It's not a contradiction. It's just something that we think might be.
So we can move forward with this conversation.
Concoction?
Yeah, there's
wanna
a
explain
there's a
that?
verse in the King James Bible.
okay, that
the begotten verse. The
let
one
me
that
just
says,
say, okay, Aiko, that little piece of text that 6 words that is a deep rabbit hole to go down. That one has that we'll move on from that one for now because that one could take all night. Good. Hey, glad to hear.
his begotten son.
The one and only begotten Son.
He's
Yes, go
given
ahead.
his begotten son. That's a concoction. It's been proven, and a lot of like Christian scientists believe in that as well. Have you guys? Can we like? Do you guys? Can we move this? Like, do you guys actually believe in that?
Yes,
There's
I believe that
concoctions in
Jesus
the Bible?
Christ was. I believe Jesus Christ was the one and only begotten Son of God the Father.
Yeah, but that actual
No
verse,
social
it says
construct
that- I'm
talk.
not trying to offend, but it's like
Yeah.
actual scientists said that was a concoction, the King James version. It was not there before. Do you guys agree with that or no? Because I want to move this forward. I want to show like
So it's
there,
John
where in the
3:16.
scripture does it say Trinity? And where, because I gave you my God, I want to.
Tones Girl is wondering, it was a very contentious, we'll put it that way. At one point, Almanar and I start getting a little clashing, and it kind of continues throughout this panel where we start having kind of dueling. He starts talking about, well, what do you think about? Basically, he does kind of a fuck Christianity stance. And I come back with, well, what about Islam's? And I get into this in a little bit. What about Islam saying that the center of the solar system is the Earth and the sun revolves around it? And what about it's saying that the heart is actually the brain? And what about all this? If you're gonna start casting stones at other people's revealed
where in the
religions,
scripture Jesus says, "Pray to me."
The
I want to know
Bible.
where in the scripture Jesus says, "I am
right
God."
now I'm looking
I
up
wanna know
shit
how did
about.
he teach you to pray to him.
That's what I'm looking up
Yes,
right
the
now.
Bible never mentions. The Bible never mentions Trinity for the word. What the Bible does mention is that Jesus Christ himself claimed to be divine. Jesus Christ claimed that there was a God and God the Father in heaven.
Right.
And Jesus Christ also claimed that following
I never
him
went down that
would come
path,
the Spirit.
EOD, because I already had enough to
Okay,
work with.
so did he? Okay, let's hit all 3 points. When you say he claimed divinity, did he claim that he's a godly person, or did he claim I am God?
He
He
claimed
said
he's
I'm
God.
godly. I'm godly.
He claimed he's God.
So no, he claimed he's godly.
No, he
said,
claimed
I'm
divinity.
godly.
He claimed
That means
divinity.
that means he's pious, not that he's divine.
Jesus claimed
No,
divinity. You understand
he's just
that, right?
wrong.
No. Show me the verse then. If this is this simple, this is very simple. I just want the scripture verse. I brought you my scriptures. I want you to show
Okay.
me yours. Show me that verse that he claims divinity, because I don't believe that. I believe he said he's
Jesus,
godly, like a
at Mark-
pious person.
In Mark 14, Jesus stands accused at his trial before the high priest, right? And so we're going to start doing the quotes here. Again, the high priest asked him, "Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed?" And Jesus said, "I am, and you will see the
Okay.
Son of Man." No,
I agree with that.
Jesus said, "I am, and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven."
So, okay, can we stop there?
Yes.
You will see the Son of Man. Could that be you will see me, a godly person or a follower of God? Because he said all of us are son of gods. He said that before. He said that we are all sons of God. So is it possible that he's talking about we're all godly people or pious people, or
Yeah, there's like 3 different ways to
we're
measure
slaves to God,
the
or is
arc,
he talking
if you
about
want to get into
I
that.
am literally the concoction of God, and I was begotten by God, and I will be in his right wing? This is what I'm talking about. Like, I think he wasn't literal. I think this is a form of figure of speech. The Bible was translated from a translation. It's very difficult.
Then let's go to the Greek.
Perfect.
Let's go to the Greek.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
I bet
If
you
you
would
wanna go to the
understand. It would
Greek,
be
that's
like
fine.
a godly, or like I am. It wouldn't be
No, it's
literally I
fine. I
am the
do
son
this
of
all
God,
the
because
time.
he
Let's
says
go to the Greek.
we're all the sons of God. Like, we're all godly people. Like, I understand as a pious person. I'm a pious person. I'll be on the right hand. Yeah, he'll be in heaven. Absolutely, I believe that.
So, the first Greek word is I don't know how to speak Greek. The first Greek word means the definition of the Greek word is thus. The second Greek word definition is for. Third Greek word definition is loved. And I'm just gonna read throughout. It's all Greek words. These are defined from, and it gives you the Strong's number and everything. So, thus for loved God the world, that the Son, only begotten, he gave, so that everyone believing in him not should perish, but should have life eternal. That is the translation. That is the Greek.
I believe that's a concoction. I believe that verse is concoction.
Well, if we're gonna get into that,
I believe it's a concoction. The
don't you
begotten
believe
Son, the
that
word,
Muhammad flew from Mecca to Jerusalem on a
the
winged
word
horse?
begotten only exists in the Bible once, and it's a
Like, I mean, that's the
concoction.
Quran. Do you believe do you believe that to be a literal translation?
No,
That
the
Muhammad
Quran,
flew from Mecca to Jerusalem on a winged horse? Because it's in there.
100%, 100%. It's in the Lawh al-Mahfuz, which means God guarded it in His own scripture. He has his own block in heaven.
Let's say if we're going to do dueling miracles here and dueling incredulity, I
Quran
think
is the miracle that
I
Muhammad
don't know if this is going to go the way you want it to, man.
Quran is the miracle. You don't understand Arabic, or you would understand the linguistic miracle of the Quran. It's something no one in the world can create. 80% of it is true.
Sure, they can.
20% of it is ambiguous.
The Quran says that your brain is in your heart. Like,
No,
what are you talking about?
What are you talking
like,
about?
Yeah, you can actually find that.
Why are you digressing? Keep going.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's like most religious texts that you're going to find. There's really nothing in there that you're not going to find kicking around the head of your average, businessman in the Middle East in the 5th century.
Let me explain to you something that doesn't exist in
Shit
Scripture.
like the Earth was the center of the fucking solar system and shit like that. So, like, I'm sorry. Like, if you're gonna play this dueling game, we can do this all night.
All right, let's play this game. Go ahead and type "pig" in the Bible. Right, pig in the Bible.
That's pretty much the game he was wanting to play, but I wasn't playing along.
You guys love to quote the scriptures and begotten, and
You're the
Trinity.
one
You
that
love
asked me to quote the
So
scriptures.
let's go ahead and quote the
You guys
Bible
love
and see
to
what
quote
he
the
says about
scriptures
the
when I
pig.
ask you
Let's go ahead
to.
and
It's gonna
quote
be
the
all
Bible.
anger and emotion from here,
Let's
folks.
go quote the Bible.
Yep,
You guys
I said
believe in
you're
the
only
Bible,
gonna
you
get
guys
anger
keep
and
quoting
emotion
it,
from
and
here,
you keep talking
folks.
about literalism.
You're gonna
I
quote some Old
I don't
Testament
know,
believe
things
it is the
and
truth.
this puts
You
you
guys
off
don't believe
on
it. You don't believe it's the truth.
Put you off on a
I'm gonna
fucking
quote you something, and
childish
you
meltdown. Those voices.
And you
I
just
don't
said you love
believe it's
bacon.
true.
You just said you
This
love
is the
bacon.
second part. I wanted to
Listen to
get
this.
the.
God forbids. Leviticus
I wanted to get the rest of it.
11:27.
We're
God
gonna
told
wrap up on it
Moses
before
and
too
his
long.
followers.
Testament.
I was
There we
about to say,
go.
somebody came along
The
since
Old
then. I think you've heard of him, Frank.
nice
His name is
argument.
Jesus.
Nice.
I'm just gonna hit pause here real quick. Because I was asked, this is actually the second part to that same panel. You guys were all here when my internet crapped out. I wanted to give you the completionist of this K.O.E content. But yeah, I go, oh, Greek, I should be there. Yes, you. I really wish you were on this panel. But as you can see, this got really contentious, Aiko. And like, you would have like, just what, why is everybody doing this? I thought we were going to talk about scripture. But yeah, so
How would I know it's coming from the Old Testament?
this would be an interesting one.
His
His name is
How would I
Jesus.
know it's from
His
the Old
name is
Testament?
Jesus.
What do you follow then? What do you follow? If you don't follow,
If you are from an Abrahamic, if you are from an Abrahamic religion, the
Okay,
Old
can I finish
Testament.
this verse and then you guys can
Go ahead.
Banish.
Go ahead.
So
To your hearts.
On
To
the
your
seat
heart's
of the right hand of God
I
is
love
Jesus.
this
We are
because
made
you guys
in God's
love
image.
to quote the scripture when it's on your way, and the second
really
you find
did.
you a scripture, you
No,
actually.
I'll
have to
explain
stop
it. Go
being
ahead.
bacon.
I'll explain it. Go ahead.
All right, explain this. I would
Okay.
love for you to hear this.
Okay, go ahead.
We need to. Somebody clip this. Leviticus 11:27. God forbids Moses and his followers to eat swine and look how literal and scientifically accurate your Bible is, and you guys sit there and you don't believe in this, because it parts the hoof but does not chew the cud. It has. Its foot is parted and it doesn't eat grass. That's why you're not allowed to eat the pig. That's it. You don't have any other reason.
Okay,
And,
so
and who, and you
Leviticus.
guys, why,
So
why,
if we
why are you
actually,
eating
if
chicken?
we
Leviticus
actually,
is Old
wait,
Testament.
stop.
Okay, wait a
Wait,
second.
wait,
If
stop.
we're gonna attack the sections on diet,
I have this.
I have to
Leviticus, if we actually look at it historically, was for one of the tribes of Israel. This specific tribe of Israel was the ministers. They had the harshest rules.
I like how the Jewish guy in the panel is like, God damn it.
Was for one of the tribes of Israel, it's for the tribe of Levi.
Franklin, you agree?
when it comes to the scientific nature of the dietary restrictions, I assume that the majority of them, although they came from the down to the people from the being, they all make sense in context once you start to put them together in their time and place. So if you eat pork, you will be very sick If you don't cook it, and you're in the desert, you have desert people.
And
If you take the same logic and apply it across the board for most of the things that you're not allowed to eat, they all make sense.
So let's be serious about the scripture. The scripture is serious, guys. So the scripture is serious. I know you guys, you have Old Testament and New Testament. So when I tell you this is a concoction, I need you guys to take me seriously.
We all
because we
Don't worry
we
about it,
believe
EOD.
I believe this verse exists in the Quran. But you guys added extra
Wait.
verses to your Bible that never
you're
existed.
you're literally telling us that when I say, so I'm going to use some
It's the same
harsher,
religion, yes.
wait, no, stop. I'm going to use some harsher language than you used just to make a point, right? So you're telling us when I say your religion is bullshit, you need to take me seriously because I believe your religion is bullshit.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that means
Then
you're just
I'm
not
gonna
cooking
start
properly.
off
A very persuasive footing. I'll
If
give
you
you
bring
that.
me evidence that you can find one verse of the
BZ.
Quran as a concoction, I would 100% give you your.
I want to.
I'm talking about a linguistic miracle. Yes, your argument
I
is
just
right.
put up 3
If you can
examples.
find
Just
one
give me 3
wrong
examples.
concoction, you win. You do totally
Isn't
defeat this.
Point of
Earth is in
order.
the center of the fucking solar system. And I'm sorry, I don't believe Muhammad ever heard those voices, and he did not fly on a horse from
Okay,
Mecca to
point of
Jerusalem
order.
in a night.
Nobody cares
We're
about
done.
your voice, nation. I promise you, nobody wants to hear your voice in the first
Point-
and the last
point of
beginning.
order.
You know what I mean?
You, my man.
All right.
They
Now
want
we're
to hear
all
me
in.
more than you.
We're getting muted now. Here, watch. One at a time. We're going to start there. Now we're going to go over here. Who else wants to be muted? Raise your hand. There we go. Good job.
Tiniest
everybody. We're all
violin
muted.
playing just.
All right. Just
I was
give me
like,
a
what the
second.
fuck did
We're gonna
Spartacus
unmute
do?
everybody now that we're
Wasn't even
okay.
talking.
Okay,
There we
hold
go.
on. Dadgummit, Sprout. Okay. Okay. We need to point out real quick. There is this thing that's been around for a very long time. There was this thing. There was a bunch of people in Egypt.
Oh, yeah.
There was, like,
He
this
muted
Bronze
me
Age
because
collapse thing. There was like this
I might have been,
migration to this other place called Canaan. They like started writing.
I might have been putting
down. They
Almanar on
created
tilt pretty
this thing.
bad.
I think they call it the Torah. And it was like there's the books of Moses.
Curious what
there's the first
somebody's
little
point
chunks,
is here, though.
and then from there things get branched off, and people translate things, and people write things in a different way. And we don't speak Hebrew necessarily, and I don't think that most Muslims are going back and translating back to Hebrew. There is this thing in Islam where we have to translate into Arabic, and it can only be read in Arabic, and it can only be spoken in Arabic. This is why our friend keeps speaking Arabic with us, because this is the way
trust
that it's
me.
supposed to be.
I get
And
him more
in
riled up. Don't
Christianity,
worry
for a
about it.
long time, it got translated to Latin
I know.
originally, and it could only ever
So
be in
rude.
Latin, and it had to be in
Muting
Latin.
the main
But then we
star
started
of the
making
show.
other translations, and the message
Tisk,
hasn't been
tisk
lost
somebody.
over time. It's just been clarifications. And while words might not exist in the exact same way that they do in other languages, like, for example, I don't know if you guys know this, in Japanese, you can't say you. You have to use different ways to refer to other people because languages work differently. And so translations going from one language to another are going to get a little bit complicated. At the end of the day, though, when we're talking about these first 4 books of the Bible, all of the freaking Abrahamic religions are reading off of the same book. And frankly, we all ought to be going back to the rabbi and being like, hey, can you translate this from Hebrew into English for us so that we don't have to go from here to there to here to there to here to there. And then at some point, a bunch of people start fighting and they all start killing each other over like, okay, this is what this sentence is supposed to mean and
Guess
all of
we're
this
just going to start
whatnot.
to see who wants it
We're
more.
getting too yelly at each other, though. There is a little bit of contention here. There are these first 4 books.
Oh, what?
And again, we can start saying that I think that your translation is a little bit wrong. But when we start making accusations of people of you're not speaking the right language, you're reading this wrong, unless we all start speaking Hebrew to one another here really quick, we can't use that stance.
All I'm saying is you recognize he's used the word sons of God before, and that doesn't mean all of us are the sons of him. You know what I mean? He was just talking about how this is a word that was used before in a different context, and then you're coming here and telling me you're using it literally now. He's used the word sons of God before in the Bible, talking to us regular people, and then now he's using the word son of God, and you're taking it super literally. So I'm just saying it could be possibly.
Because it says his only begotten
It just
son.
means pious.
The Bible says it's his only begotten son. That's why.
Okay,
That's why.
I'm telling you that the problem with
You
that verse,
don't like it, but it's right there. You can find it for yourself.
but that's the only place that the word begotten exists, and I believe, and a lot
That's
of
all you need.
Christian scientists believe that that's a concoction.
Anybody who's
If
ever
you
conceived a
think
kid
of
knows it
any-
only takes one time.
Sorry?
I was going to say, anybody who's ever conceived a kid knows it only takes one time.
Not really,
and
because
somebody
the thing-
only mentions
Waka
it once,
waka.
it's one time.
The specific verse was mentioned multiple times in the Bible, so it doesn't take one time, especially when you're being that
several times
specific.
according to you.
Especially when it's literally you
This is
guys.
fun
You told
watching
me
you
the
talk
only
out both
thing.
sides of your mouth.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Will he let me speak? So you guys told me the only
start
sin you
speaking
have.
truth.
The only sin you have
Wait,
is that
you're wrong.
you do not believe
You're
in
wrong.
God,
You're wrong.
or you take another. The only sin you cannot be forgiven is that you take
Wait.
another
Yep.
God.
No, you're
Sprout
wrong.
You're
hits
telling
that
me
up
this
here
is
just in a
so
second.
fucking ambiguous. It would be the number one issue in the Bible. It would be
Ready?
the number one thing talking about in the Bible.
It's
If
not
that's the case.
ambiguous because it's God's only
Why does
begotten
it say
Son. It
God,
says it
God, God,
explicitly.
God, God?
Wait.
Why does it say pray to
wrong?
God, pray to God,
Who's
pray
wrong?
to God?
One
I am
second.
Be
by
as
myself
mad as
can
you
do
want.
nothing.
It
It's
says it
probably
in
God.
black and white. I
God
don't know
is
what to tell
my
you, man.
everything. God
One
is my
second.
God is
One
brought me here.
second.
God's giving me the energy. God's giving me the power.
One
And then
second.
he's like,
Thank
and
you.
he not once
One
does he say
second.
pray to me,
Thank you.
I am God,
One
and
second.
you're like, oh,
Thank
well,
you. I
obviously
appreciate
begotten
it.
means
One
one,
second.
so all it takes
Now
is
he's
one.
just
second.
filibustering.
Thank you.
Concoction.
Hey,
It doesn't
listen, I
exist.
appreciate it. I appreciate you giving me the time of day. Thank you. So
I'm
Genesis,
finishing my sentence, okay.
Genesis
filibustering.
4:18, and born to Enoch is Irod, and Irod hath begotten Mehujal, and Mehujal hath begotten Methusael, and Methusael hath begotten Lamech. Genesis 5:4, in the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. Genesis 5:7.
Okay, you're talking about
and
Adam. We're talking
lived
about
after
God.
he had
God,
begotten
the word God.
Enosh 807 years and
I'm talking
begot sons
about
and
God
daughters.
begotten. You're talking about Adam begotten. Yeah, Adam
You
begets.
said
okay, yeah,
no.
he's a human being.
Listen. You said begotten was only used once in the Bible.
I'm talking about
proving
the
you wrong.
reference of God. The reference of God.
Okay,
Yeah,
here we
only
go.
one.
Matthew.
That's all you need,
Here you
though.
go. Matthew 1:16. And Jacob
I thought
begat.
you don't believe in
Wait,
Matthew. Isn't this Old Testament?
I do believe in Matthew.
Isn't this Old Testament?
This is New Testament.
No,
my man.
Matthew is
Oh,
part
okay,
of the
go
New
ahead.
Testament.
Yeah, he's trying as hard as he
Matthew
can to be good faith, but
1:16,
it's
and
not.
Jacob begat Joseph. Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary,
Okay.
of who?
That's not God.
There we
The
go.
husband of Mary, of whom was begotten Jesus, who is named Christ. Matthew 1:20. And on his thinking of these
snap.
things, lo, a messenger of the Lord in a dream appeared to him, saying,
Lord.
I understand. You need to let me
Just
finish
said
the fucking verse.
You just fucking said it.
And
Messenger
on
of
his
the Lord.
thinking, oh my gosh, and on his thinking of these things, lo, a messenger of the Lord in a dream appeared to him, saying, Joseph, son of David, thou mayest not fear to receive Mary thy wife, for that which in her was begotten of the Holy Spirit. Luke 1:35, and the angel answered
Mic
and
drop.
said unto
Wait,
her,
don't go
the
another
Holy
verse.
Spirit
Finish the
shall
verse you
come
just-
upon thee, and the power of the Most High shall overshadow thee, wherefore also the holy thing which is begotten shall be called the Son of God.
He needs
Luke
to get
9:38, and lo,
the
a man
mute
of
slap.
multitude cried out, saying, Teacher, I beseech thee, look upon my son, because he is my only begotten. John 1:13, who not of blood, nor a will of flesh, nor a will of man, but of God were begotten. John 1:14, and the word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. How many more of these do I need to read before you understand that begotten was used
Ouch.
more than once in the Bible?
You
That
just made my
was-
argument that never once did God say,
No,
I
he didn't.
begot Jesus, except
He
that
never-
one time. You just said the word begotten.
Okay, Acts
17
13:30,
Acts
Acts 13.
The fact that you said something wrong is no error on Sprouticus at all.
Okay, look, you just said 17 begotten sentences, and not one of them
I've got more.
reference God. Not one of them
Yes,
reference
they
God.
do.
Which
Yes,
one
they
of them?
do.
Because you moved over each one of them.
Ready?
quickly,
Okay,
almost, and you don't want to discuss.
all right, we'll do it. We'll do it word by word. Here we go. Ready?
No word by
Ready?
word. Verse by
Okay,
verse.
so Matthew 1:16, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of
Nothing.
Mary.
Get out of
What?
here. Move forward. Move on.
Finish the verse. Matthew 1:16, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary,
Oh,
of whom
the Illuminati's
was
trying to
begotten
silence him.
Jesus, who is named Christ.
Okay, explain. What does that mean?
It uses
Yeah, top left guy, his
begotten.
name is
It's referring to
Almanara.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, what does that mean? Does that mean that does it say God
Mary
begotten
gave
And
Jesus?
here's what
birth
I've been
to
telling you
Does
it
it
means
say
for the
God
last 10
begotten
minutes.
Jesus Christ, or does it say Mary gave birth to Jesus Christ? How the fuck do you understand this verse? Like, how do you understand it? Can you?
Here's a verse from the Quran that says, "It is He who created the night and the day and the sun and the moon. They float each in an orbit." So saying that the sun floats around the earth in an orbit. So the Quran even has geocentrism in it. So are you sure you really
Absolutely.
want to
And
do
you know
this
what?
fucking bullying game here, man?
You know
I
what's
mean,
so
maybe you
crazy?
should just have a little bit more live and let live in your life,
Asian,
man,
you know
rather
what's
than
so
trying to
crazy?
fucking What's
You know
that?
what's so amazing about that verse is that for the longest time, science told the Quran that it was wrong for saying that actual
Yes, it
orbits
is.
exist. And then in the end, science was the wrong one.
There's
Because-
several
because the
examples of the
moral of-
Quran saying
because the
geocentrism,
moral-
that the Earth is the center of the solar system. It's
Look
not.
at this guy.
Sorry, man.
This guy won't even talk. I mean, yeah, whatever you want to translate. It is the center of the Milky Way. So don't
Last
act like
20
it's dumb.
minutes. and
It is
get a
the
little-
fucking center of the Milky Way, and it's very
Look at this
possibly the
guy,
center of the
let me
universe.
talk. I wanted to filibuster for 40 minutes. Like, yeah, sorry, man. Like, I mean, if you really want to play this dueling game, like, there's holes that you can find in any religion, but I'm just saying,
I mean,
there is actually a great lesson from the carpenter from the plains of Galilee. Do not look for logs in your neighbor's
hole that I can't fill.
thorns in your neighbor's when there's a log in your own.
He found a hole, but he won't let me use the shovel. Okay, so brother.
No, you're
God's
digging
brother.
yourself deep enough. Don't worry about it.
Okay, Nation. By the way, you're the one looking the dumbest in this whole group.
No,
by the way.
you.
I'm so
That's a
sorry.
great
I am
second
so
grade.
I
sorry.
am so
I'm
confused as of
Spartacus
right now
looks
what
great.
we're even arguing about. Can
I'm
someone
Spartacus
please
looks good.
clarify what the particular
what
contention we
he's-
have is?
What he's saying is there's a
He
verse in
said
the
there's
Quran that was wrong.
inconsistencies in the Bible. I'm like, well, hey, wait a minute. Wait. Not
you-
like,
Can
hey,
you say
every
the verse again?
Judaism has its fucking issues. Let's
Can you
not
say
play
the verse
pretend
again?
here.
Can you say the verse again, please? Can you read it out loud again? And I'm gonna destroy your argument. He's saying this is a wrong verse, guys. Listen to this.
And he it is who created the night and the day, the sun and the moon. They float each in an orbit. That's
Okay,
from
what's
the Quran.
wrong? What's wrong in that? Actually, can you explain to me how the
Because the
fuck the
sun
sun from
doesn't
1300
fucking
BC?
orbit.
Fuck you,
It's
Nick.
the center of the fucking solar system. Come on, do you even know how gravity fucking works? Come on, man. Like, I'm sorry. Basic fucking gravity disproves what you're fucking saying here. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that, like, science, reason, and the evidence of my very own two fucking eyes disproves this. Sorry, man. It's not my fault.
So you disproved that there's orbits? Is that what you're saying?
Solar system
The
orbits
sun
the
does not
galaxy.
orbit.
So the
Yes.
sun kind of does have an orbit, to be fair. It
Are
just
you guys
doesn't
crazy?
orbit
The
through. The
galaxy
Earth orbits
spiral,
the sun,
not
Thank you,
and the
Epic.
sun has
Thank you,
a
It's a
Epic.
galaxy
Can you believe what they're
spiral
saying?
around the Earth.
Can you
Each in
believe
their
what they're
own
saying?
orbits.
They're looking so bad in front of their
Each in their
viewers.
own
That's
orbit.
unbelievable.
It's
Epic.
talking about orbiting around the Earth. Are we seriously? No. Are we seriously debating? This verse is not talking about orbiting around the Earth.
Geocentrism being talked about in the Quran.
But
It's
Simon
not just
Yalan,
one
can
verse.
you recognize how
Yeah, there's 7
amazing
other
a book
verses.
is to mention the accurate word orbit that we still use till today?
Orbit was used
A
back then as
non-scientific
well.
book, a religious
Yeah,
book
orbits,
to use
couple
the word
thousand years
orbit,
ago. It predates
and
Islam.
it to be still accurate.
Yeah.
Can you believe that till this day?
The
And
word
the
orbit,
concept
the
of
word-
orbit
the word
predates
orbit-
Islam.
The word orbit predates the Quran.
Okay, yeah, I understand, but nobody understood that every planet had its own destination orbit.
The
That's
sun does not
it was
have its
clarified
own
in the
orbit
Quran.
around the Earth. That verse is specifically saying that the sun orbits the Earth.
It gets worse for him.
Read the verse again, man. You
Go ahead,
guys
read
are
the verse
fucking
again.
playing your
Read the
games.
verse
Or
again.
I moved on to my phone. God damn
Can
it.
you get in chat?
It's going to take me a minute to get back.
Read the verse again, man. You guys are playing
It's gonna
these
take me a
games.
minute.
Epic, thanks. Appreciate you, by the way. But go. They're playing these games. They're looking so bad in front of their viewers.
Yeah,
Why are you
there's a
doing
worse
this? You're
one that
looking
I
so
find,
bad.
and I'm
Like
like,
this
oh.
is so obvious.
This was
Enough
my
of-
original point when it came to the fact that there's splitting between denominational sects, because what could happen is someone could endorse the thoughts that you are having, Almanara, and then they could say, oh, well, actually, I am making a disagreement with one specific point of what you're saying. And then they could split. And that would be a new view on the religion. And
That's
that
why-
could
That's why I
have
started.
You're not
That's
going to
why I
talk
started
over
this
Franklin.
conversation
He's been doing
asking-
such a good job of waiting his turn. Finish your statement, Franklin.
No,
Are you done?
I'll let him. No, I that's basically
I'm
what
just
I wanted
tired
to
of
go.
talking over you, Olympics.
Of course,
I'm really
of
good at
course.
it myself. I'm the best, as a matter of fact. But I'm trying to create a peaceful conversation environment where we can all communicate with one another,
Ooh.
and I don't have to shout out because, frankly, I seem to think that we.
I don't
could
think
be
I
civil
helped with
if
that
we
too
chose
much.
to. I know it's complicated.
Yes. I mean, my entire point was when it comes to schisming, you have difficulties because if there is disagreement between people, they would like to be with the people that they agree with, either through logical consistency or they're pointing out ways that people practice the religion that are improper. Obviously, that was part of the benefit of people going to America was they felt that there were people that were discriminating against them or not practicing their religion correctly. And that seems to be a common thread throughout history. That's why there are different denominations of Judaism. There's the Reconstructionists who want to return to the earlier temple. There's a lot of different schisms that happen in time, and that's just because people are interpreting the same text. It's difficult. It's reading the same text and having differing opinions on what it means.
Okay, so that's why when I came in,
there's Quran 1884-90 where it talks about till he reached the setting place of the sun, he found it setting in a muddy spring and found a people thereabout. And then it goes on till he reached the rising place of the sun. He found its rising on the people for whom we had appointed no shelter therefore. So
amazing.
It's actually talking about finding the place where the sun actually sets and rises, man.
Exactly.
Like, I'm sorry,
he's
dude.
talking about Morocco. He's talking about the absolute west.
Oh,
where
now
the
it's
sun
metaphorical.
Sets, and it felt so close. This is a figure of speech.
The sun is setting in a muddy spring.
Yeah, it felt so close that it felt like it was
Also,
setting in front of
now
them.
there's metaphor and figure of speech.
Absolutely,
That's
this is
allowed
figure of
in the
speech.
Quran.
We don't take the Quran literal in every sense.
Also, you don't take it literal. Okay.
No,
Well,
you don't take it literal. No, you don't take it
the flight
literal.
on the winged horse, though, right?
What?
But you do take the flight on the winged horse literally, though,
Do
right?
you understand that it's possible to teach somebody using analogies? Yes or no? Can you teach somebody with analogies? Yes or no? Can you teach somebody with figure of speech?
That actually,
I'm asking you yes or no question.
I'm wondering if you're aware of this.
What?
Are you aware? So you do not think that this is a literal, actual historical event, flying from one place to another on a winged horse?
No, you just changed
Yes
the
or
whole
no?
story.
Yes or no?
This is a
Do you
different
think he
story.
flew from
See, this
Mecca
is how.
on a winged horse? Yes or no?
Will you let me speak?
It's a yes or no question. If you'd
Oh,
answer it, I will be completely
No,
quiet
it's
if you
not
give
a
a yes or no answer.
It's not a yes or no because you got
Yes,
the
it is.
verses mixed up. You got the verses.
What happened? Yes or no?
This is a verse about Abu Dhul Qarnayn. This is a general, one of the strongest. You're talking about a different verse.
His dodge is noted.
The other verse you're talking about is Muhammad, peace be upon him.
I always
going
use
up
my
into
Pegasus to get
the
around.
sky
It's the only
meet
way to travel.
God after 10 years of trying to spread Islam, and that's how God made him happy. That's what you're talking about. We're talking about something
that event literally, actually, factually happened with no metaphor at all.
Absolutely, we believe that because Muhammad, peace be upon him, was so honest that his whole
metaphor allowed just a minute ago.
He was so honest that he
just contradicted himself from 30 seconds ago.
He was called the Amin, which means the trustworthy one. Random people used to come to Saudi Arabia, leave their stuff with Muhammad, peace be upon him. This is how you understand these stories about Jesus, peace be upon him, and you believe them to be true 100%. This is so you understand when I tell you these stories about Prophet.
Well, the Bible said there were false prophets after him. Jesus said there were false prophets after me.
Prophet Muhammad
stood the last prophet.
people. Can I explain to you? He never would lie about this thing. I believe it 100%, even though I didn't see it. I'll tell you what. Prophet Muhammad stood in front of his people. There's a story in the Quran. He said to them, "Look, if I tell you right now, behind this hill, there's an army of 100,000 coming to conquer us. Would you believe me?" They said, "Yes, we would believe you, Muhammad. You are the honorable one. You are the honest one. You would never lie in your life, and you will never lie, and we will believe you." Even though they knew that they would.
Wasn't he a warlord? Wasn't
That's a
Muhammad a
story
warlord?
showing you how honest he was, huh?
Wasn't Muhammad a warlord?
Yeah, he was a warlord. So he told them,
But he's never lied in his life.
That was the story. He said, there is no 100, there's no army, but I'm telling you, there is one God. They all walked away from
Couldn't read either.
Watch, this is the story in the Quran. It's how strong it is. The guy was so beloved that he actually, they used to call him the Amin. They said, we would believe you if you said an army is invading us. Yeah, so he said the story about the guy going up to heaven, and we do believe him. That's all it takes from us. You can later scientifically prove it. For us, all it takes is a belief. Like how we believe in the orbit, then the science was wrong for the beginning of the Earth. It thought the Earth didn't even spin. It thought the Earth spun around it. In the end, they found out that the orbit. So for the longest time, they thought the Quran was wrong. And then science changed, not the Quran. That's how it fixed itself. The objective morality is true forever, man. I'm sorry that I mean, it's like me saying, "Oh, do you believe Jesus, peace be upon him, healed the leopard?" Of course, you believe this shit. This is his story. This is the basis of the religion. Yeah, I believe this shit 100%. What do you mean? A prophet, peace be upon him, would lie? Never.
So he never lied when he was a warlord.
So he's a warlord. So what's wrong? What's wrong with that?
He never lied. He never lied in his term as warlord.
No, he never lies. This is a big sin. He commits small sins, but he would never commit the big sin: adultery, drinking, lying, cheating. He would never do
It's
that.
not a sin to lie to a non-believer, though. He even said
No,
himself.
You know, where do you bring your scripture? Where did you get that from, sir?
I've dated around, but yeah.
Oh, okay, good story. Keep
okay,
that for the girls.
Okay, but yeah, so, but yeah, like no, it's actually in scripture. You can lie to non-believers if you think it advances Islam in some way. So
Yeah. So what you're talking about is
Takea. Yes.
if they're threatening your life and they're telling you get rid of your religion, and this is the story that happened to Omar. His mom and his dad was killed in front of him. Prophet Muhammad walked in front of him. He was a slave for one of the merchants, the Saudi Arabian merchants, and his mom and his dad were slaves as well. They believed in God, and they were the first casualties of Islam. Their slave owner killed them. So in front of their kid. So the kid was so hurt by it that he asked Prophet Muhammad when he visited the next time, because you have to understand they were in a village. He can't do anything. Even though Prophet Muhammad was a noble man, he couldn't stop it. This guy is a slave. Like, that's how honorable these men were. So they would watch this guy be tortured in broad daylight in the middle of the desert, and they watched his mom and dad die in front of him. So he just asks Prophet Muhammad, he says, can I lie and tell him I stopped being a Muslim so he can let me go? Because that was the only thing he kept asking the kid. Stop being a Muslim. Stop saying there's one God. That's the story you're talking about. And yeah, Prophet Muhammad allowed him to do
funny.
that.
That's
so
funny.
It's basically it opened up the ability to lie in order to save your life. So for example, if a woman, it's very harmful for her to put a hijab on, she's allowed to remove that, and it doesn't deteriorate her in the eyes of God. You get me? That's our religion is a beautiful, perfect religion. There's nothing wrong with it.
That's funny. It's a sin in Christianity to lie when you have a gun to your head if you're a Christian or not, because you are denying your own faith. So basically, Muhammad said it's okay to deny your own faith, deny your own God.
You're allowed to save yourself by denying your faith. Absolutely, as long as your heart doesn't believe that. Absolutely. Can you come back at me? Come back at me.
I don't need to. You're making a fool enough of yourself, bro.
I actually agree with him on this point, but that might be because
I'm making
my religion believes it too, and it also happens when people are forcing you to convert frequently. It would make more sense that you would behave in the way necessary to continue to practice your religion than to die for no reason.
The Romans persecuted the Christians and continuously told them
Daniel
to
and his friends were burned to death for refusing to deny
God, Lord and Savior, and they didn't, and they got killed for it.
So I'm so sorry
as a Christian, if the Romans came to your village and said, "Hey, everybody, we're rounding up all of the Christians. We'd like you to voluntarily get into the truck. We're going to take you away," were you allowed to lie and just stay home?
No, I was a Christian.
You had to go and get on the truck. How do we still have Christians?
Wait! You didn't have to get on the truck, but you're not lying by not following orders from Roman soldiers.
You don't have to get on the truck, but you can't renounce your God.
I'll give you that.
That is different. Getting your ass on the truck.
So let's say there was some kind of let's call it like an inquisition of some sort.
Your religion allows to
where they force you
No, I want to hear that.
convert. What would you do, Spartacus? Let's put you in an Iron Maiden.
They forced me to convert.
Yeah.
No, I'm not converting.
Okay. You heard it here first.
You
would get tortured to death.
You would actually die?
Frank, one of my favorite false prophets was Sabbatai Devi. He was in the 1700s, a false prophet for the Jews. He said, "I am actually the Messiah that came," and people were like, "Oh my God, we fucking got the Messiah!" And like people were selling their houses and following him. And then he went to Constantinople, Istanbul at the time, and Almanar, you'll like this part. You'll like this twist. So. This person claiming to be the king of the Jews also made himself a secular challenger to this man's power. So, being that this man was a Muslim, he told Sabbatai Devi, who had this big movement behind him, "You have three choices here. You have three choices. I'm going to give you three choices, and then you can move on to Palestine. You can let my guards put you onto a pike, and the pike will go up your butt and kill you. Or you can face my archer's arrows, and if God favors you, the arrows won't hit you. Or you can bend your knee right now and convert to Islam right now and avoid the whole shenanigan and spiel. And like any normal thinking Homo sapien, Salbatai Devi dropped his knee and declared that Muhammad was the messenger of God. And so like that's what most people do when given that particular ultimatum. And it pretty much destroyed the movement from there on because he had to convert to another religion in front of all of his followers.
Can everybody please follow Sproticus? Because this motherfucker will die for his religion, and I respect that so fucking much. That's fucking insane. Can you guys donate to him?
Boy.
Please follow him, subscribe. All my viewers, please jump on him. I'm gonna raid your channel here in a minute.
Really not all that crazy.
That's fucking insane that this guy is literally willing to die. That means he has such strong belief. I want you guys to be around this guy. That's amazing. What an amazing personality and character to have. I really appreciate it. I see
is
that.
everything
I see
okay?
that part. Please, everybody follow him. Please.
Appreciate the shout out. I'm not live right now, so I can't really accept the raid, but I do appreciate the shout out. Yeah, I think it's important to believe what you believe in, and that's something that I do find as very I find respect in the fact that people who are Islamic, some people that I don't know if you feel the same way, but I've talked to several people who are Islamic, and they believe the same way that they would die for their beliefs in Islam.
100% would die.
Respect.
But I need to.
There's
I need
respect
to have
there. 100%. Yeah.
100%. But that means I have amazing belief. Like that means my belief is insane. That's what I'm talking. I really respect that from you. I'm not
agree
joking.
with that statement.
I actually, I respect that so much, but you have to understand, I'm not gonna die because I'm more important alive than dead. Maybe your death would make more sense, like Jesus, peace be upon him's death, because after you die, maybe you create something from that. But no, I'm better, useful, alive, so I'm gonna have to survive a little longer. So maybe at the end, I will become Christian, and then later, you know, in my heart, I stay a Muslim. It's very easy. It's very easy. There's nothing controversial about this, because maybe your death, if your death is more meaningful than you being alive, then go for it, die for that. But I believe it's more more meaningful. Like I would die for my religion, but it has to be something I can change the world with. If I can do more meaning, if I have more meaning of my existence, I would rather, like, if I think I can change the world better while I'm alive rather than I die, then it's my duty to stay alive. It's actually, basically, you're suiciding.
Listen, God knows when my time is, and when my time comes, I'm not one that's not going to answer the call. And God's got a reason for it. God's got a reason for when my time is and where my time is. And when my time comes, I will rest in the ever-loving peace. So
we will not know the minute. We will not know the hour.
Well, I feel like we've reached some sort of a natural conclusion to this fantastic blasphemy panel. I am always amazed by all of these theological people and how little they actually understand, like, the deity and, like, the nature of reality. But, you know, to each his own. I'm not going to discriminate against anybody for their false beliefs or failed misgivings or whatever weird assumptions y'all try to make about the way that reality works. If you guys ever want to find out, like, what God actually thinks about shit, come by and ask me. Remember, I'm somebody online. Again, I do want to thank you all very much for joining me on my panel today. We'll try to get to the bottom of this some other time. Hopefully, maybe we might get to some sort of a conclusion. I don't have high hopes. We've been fighting about this for a couple of thousand years at this point, but we'll get ready for round 2 at any point. Again, thank you guys all so much for being here, and I look forward to seeing you all again in the very near future. So long, everybody.
Thank you, somebody. Thank you, guys. Respect.
I love it. That was absolutely fantastic, folks. I hope that you guys enjoyed it nearly half as much as I did. I'm going to send you guys off on to one of our folks here in just a quick little moment. But, you know, man, that was freaking interesting. Did you guys enjoy it? Man, I
didn't get to hear what he said.
Like I said before, I think that the biggest blasphemy that is committed by anybody has to do with the personification of the deity. We got into this concept of omnipotence and omnipresence, and
hey, that was my thing.
I asked the question at one point, does God have a kitchen floor? Does God have to cook dinner? And the idea of God needing to eat, or God having a room that he needed to be in, or having the necessity for a roof, or having a space to be within is all kind of preposterous to me. I don't think that you can conceive of what God is to assume that he has some sort of a body, or to assume that it is anything like your own.
Yeah, so that was a panel, wasn't it, folks?
That God God has a desire or that anything is not precisely the way that God intends for things to be, I think is an extreme blasphemy. I think that most all of the Abrahamic religions make the same problem because they're all trying to say, hey, I'm the king and you're supposed to listen to me and my guys and you got to read my book and my religion because I'm the only one that really got the right translation. And granted, I told you guys the same freaking thing. I'm the only guy that knows the right way about.
Alrighty. So that was very interesting, wasn't it? That was kind of dumb, but everybody left there with the exact same proclivity. That was an issue. Actually, I did earlier, I think, at least get some pushback to the point where Hunter Avallone had to go back and really kind of retool his argument because he's been trying to get me on his show now for the last couple of days, and I didn't know he invited right wingers with not a huge platform on his show. But I was like, yeah, well, fuck it, nice. I said, yeah, just I'd love to come on just whenever our schedules sync up. But I think it has to do with the fact that he knows he did not do well in that debate. And he wants to do one-on-one with me. And yeah, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Bandit, it's irrelevant. He has long since passed. And there's nothing to learn by knowing if he has. Hunter Avallone only wants to make you look. Well, oh, come on, EOD. You don't think I'm well aware of that? It's like there's been dozens of people who've tried that in the past. And, it's always just so unfair when I'm walking into a blatant trap for them. It's like, oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm always well aware I'm walking into a trap of some shape, form, kind, or figure. If he didn't at least try to retool his arguments and come back with something better, I would be really disappointed. I'd be like, oh, okay, that's not a very good sign of personal growth at all, Mr. Say. Yeah, it's been interesting, but yeah, he had first contact because I don't have a Twitter yet. He first contacted through my buddy's Tony G's Twitter, Rev Rest Pod for the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And he's like, Rev Rest Pod, would you like to come on? So I was talking to my buddies Tony and Chicken. It's like, well, looks like Hunter Avallone invited us onto his show, guys. I guess all three of us are going onto his show. Let's go. And everybody got a good chuckle out of that. That's better. But yes, EOD, I'm well aware of that, but that's because I made him look like such a fool last time. I mean, it wasn't even hard. I had no notes. Okay, that's a lie. I had the bottom half of this piece of paper worth of some notes. And it was just like, purpose. We are what we think about. Love thy enemy. Turn the other cheek. He is without sin. Golden rule. Leviticus, then Jesus. Christmas in modern era. Biggest reward, longest term. That was all I had written down. Just something to keep in mind. So like I had no. Oh, Bandit, bring him on Big Bucking Empire. It'll be like tomfoolery Hunter Biden episode. Yeah. It's usually not hard to point out Hunter's idiocy, according to EOD. Yeah, we're actually putting together a best of Joe Biden on the Big Bucket Empire. But I think I might actually get into some of that a little later. Excuse me. But yeah, I'm well aware that that's probably Hunter's objective there, but I'm the king of extreme. It's never a problem. And like, yeah, to me, it's like, oh, goodness gracious, go on a panel. Maybe you make a stinky argument. It's happened on Twitch before repeatedly. It's going to happen many times again as well. But all right, let's just close that out. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Let me pull this up here. Beautiful. Just look at, there we are. Gorgeous. But yeah, the original panel was about Jesus, and then the second half that you saw there kind of descended into a Christianity versus Islam debate. And it got heated, it got contentious, and yeah, emotions were and even in the after show, I tried to talk to Almanar just once, and he just exited immediately. Didn't want to talk to me at all. I remember Franklin had the line of the night after that panel. He said, guys, we somehow lost somebody online. Somebody online said, all right, that's it. Enough of this. We're tapping out. Oh, my dear holy God. And I was like, wow, we did, didn't we? That's actually a small accomplishment in and of itself, actually. So now there's a couple of things I want to cover this evening. I want to get into some of the fun and shenanigans of Big Buck and Empire. And also we're going to get into the latest of the bourbon tournament. So I'm going to let you guys decide what I'm going to play next after this. Is it going to be Big Buck and Empire or bourbon tournament update? I'll let you beautiful people, because while this is a filtatorship, of the K.O.E nation, democracy still should reign whenever it can in this beautiful, beautiful realm of ours. But other than that, like, I do think with this particular panel, I've kind of joked, it's like, man, I went a little hard in the wool there, and I better look over my shoulder when I'm in major cities, because I mean, Salman Rushdie is a thing now again. Is EOD. I think I like Phil Tater Ship, the last one, because everybody loves at least one of those three things: a tater, a ship, or Phil. I mean, come on, so. I think we're going with Phil Tater Ship. Yep. I'm really Phil's ship of taters. I mean, well, think about it. It's like, we got Steve out. Like I said, if I see you in an orange jumpsuit with the blindfold and the guy standing behind you, you'll know what panel caused that. It's like, oh, well. Oh my. But you know what? It's one of those things, Socrates' first commandment, to thine own self be true. When he started being a little contentious, like, okay, you really want to play this game, son? Let's play. We're going to play it to the end, though. You might have started it, but I'm going to finish it. So that is, in the end, at least how I see it, what happened there. Yeah, I'm drinking a Spencer Cherry Cola mixed with Traverse City whiskey, which is an entrant in this year's bourbon tournament, and that video actually drops next Friday. But yes, I think I have myself a beer. We'll get a little bit into this just because I do need to. Oh, let's see what I'm drinking. Hey, that's one of my buddy Tony's favorite beers. He actually did a review of that. Actually, let me see if I can find that. Actually, I know I can. Give me just a few seconds here, and I can actually find my buddy Tony's review of that particular beer brand right there. Excuse me. There we are. All righty. Now, this is going to be a treat. These are my really super duper short beer 30 o'clock reviews. Now, what's really funny is the local Facebook groups in Nebraska fucking hate my videos. They just like, boo, fuck you. Why are you it's pretty funny, like how much negative reaction my beer reviews get, but I don't give a fuck. I love doing it. And so this is it's just kind of funny to me, like, wow, the whiskey community welcomes me with open arms. Political community loves me. The beer community fucking despises me. And it's the funniest thing. So this is just one of my quick beer 30 o'clock reviews. Welcome one and all to the K.O.E Nation for Beer 30 o'clock. Folks, this is a journey that we are going to engage in together to find that perfect beer. I am a man on a mission, a man on a journey to find the ultimate beer, the perfect beer for that perfect occasion, and we're going to do it together. I've got a crazy cast of characters, folks from all over the K.O.E Nation and all over the internet. that are looking forward to sharing their experiences of some of their favorite beers with you. So, folks, without further ado, let's get right into this beer 30 o'clock review.
He's on camera control. He's controlling it.
All right.
Tony has no
Another
control.
one. This is number 3. So here we go, folks. Another quick beer review. Now I am dipping into Yingling Light Lager. This is from America's oldest brewery, and this is a marvelous light beer. It's one of my personal favorites. Pottsville, PA. They're finally coming a little bit further west. I believe Texans will start getting this here early next year, if I'm not mistaken. This is America's oldest brewery, 1829, by the way. This lager light beer is a 99-calorie beverage. It's beautiful and not recommended enough. If you like light beer, this is just marvelous through and through. I love their regular lager. It is one of my, if not my favorite beers that there is. So the light is also very nice. But without further ado, let's get right into it. It's very clean, very crisp. It doesn't come off as flat at all. It does lack a little bit on the flavor department. Again, it's only 99 calories. It's a light beer, so you're not getting a ton of flavor profile here. On a, I guess we could call it a light beer scale, I'll give this one a, I'm going to give it a 4 because it's so clean, so crisp. I love it so much. Yes. And as a lager, I'm going to give it a 3.5 because it is very light. Really good, but if you want a heavier beer, this one's probably not for you. But if you want something for someone who doesn't like a lot of different beers, it's a great light offering. So my hat's off to you. This is a great hot weather beer, or even if you go out to a bar and you intend to drink a lot of beers that night, this is probably a good one to pick. So no complaints here. Still one of my favorites. Love it. Can't recommend it enough. I yield back.
Hey, nice. I don't have to go around now. So, folks, that was Tony. See if it just smooths itself out. Yes, that is 4 out of 5 stars. Everything's done on a 5-star scale. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Yes, you got a K.O.E. Nation duet there, folks. I mean, I think that's basically like the best deal in the history of ever, really. I mean, you just got 2 fills for the price of 1 duetting. Clearly the highlight of your day. Maybe the highlight of human civilization, actually. I think I can say that was zero hyperbole. Yes, I'm actually quite certain that is actually the height of human civilization right there. Now, in that spirit, folks, we have been getting deep into the Sweet 16 bourbon. Yep, it's all downhill from here. All human civilization. It's all downhill from here, folks. We've been getting deep into the bourbon tournament, the Sweet 16, if you will. And there's been some interesting developments. This latest one had some developments that even I didn't quite see coming. The last one, the Buffalo Trace expensive bracket, Blanton's Gold, William LaRue Weller, Elmer T. Lee, Van Winkle 10-year, the one that advanced, William LaRue Weller. Now we're here at the Splendor bracket, where we've got 4 interesting bourbons all matched up. We've got Elijah Craig 18, 4 Roses Small Batch Select, Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit, and Old Forester Statesman in one of the classics of our tournament, the Splendor bracket. Now we're going to find out of these which one moves on to the final 4. Well, you are a philosopher king, then, sir. You are one of the true greats. You, in fact,
one and all to the K.O.E
Yes, sir.
Nation for another
You
opening matchup
are
in
knighted
the Sweet 16
for another
tournament.
week.
Tournament.
I think I already did.
Is
This one rolls
a
over to another week.
Splendor bracket.
You don't even need to bring
I am
it
your
back
big
with a full tank of
Springfield
gas.
K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can find me at
Philosopher
K.O.E Nation
King
on
right here.
YouTube, K.O.E Nation on Twitch, K.O.E Nation on
I can't
TikTok.
argue with that.
And I am joined here by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only.
Me, Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe, and you can find me at many various different shows, all under one easy URL. Linktree/Big Fucking.
So T, the Splendor bracket is one of the big time brackets every year in our urban tournaments, and this time we got some splendorous picks. We got
I need to get some ice.
4 Roses, Small Batch Select, Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit, Old Forester Statesman, and something else. From Elijah Craig 18 year. We will see how it actually stacks up in a blind. So T, you know what? Since we're doing the pouring, let's start off number 1 as Elijah Craig 18.
Oh, gonna give the people nothing but improvements from there on out. Look, sorry, Heaven Hill, your 18-year offering. Disappointment might be harsh, but I wanted a little bit more out of this one, so I'm interested to see how this one stacks
How is
up.
the truth harsh?
Yeah, you got a point there. Sorry, not sorry. I am interested to see what the other gentlemen think in this, because while this is not a bad whiskey by any means, it's just a little boring for my particular palate. So let's see how this one does. I'm nervous. I'm nervous, but I'm not, because I know it's not going to.
I almost feel like I should pour some more so people.
There, I put a little more in mine.
So I don't have as much. Then number 2.
Number 1 is Asia.
Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit.
Now that's one I freaking love.
Yeah, this one is my dark horse of the tournament, to be honest.
Yeah, this is just good through and through. There's nothing bad about this. Like, this one could really, it could step up. I'm excited to see how this one does. If I had to pick one right now as the winner, like, I would assume that everybody is going to score this one pretty damn highly. Just knowing what I know about the turkey brand and knowing what I know about my own palate.
You never know, though.
I'll give you that.
I mean, did you really think last year that Jim Beam Black was going to make it as far as it did?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But, there had to be one that came from the budget bracket, and that was just head and shoulders winner. Number 3, 4 Roses.
Yes, sir.
SBS. Now, this one's definitely a little, as you're probably about to find out, this one's going to be pretty hot on the palate. I think people are probably not going to... If I had to pick one that I assumed was probably going to be the low choice, it's probably going to be this one. Just based off of assuming what I think people would want to drink. This one's going to be hot. It's going to be a little spicy. I think this probably won't go over nearly as well as, say, the Kentucky or the Statesman.
Well, we will have to see, too. Because number 4,
nice.
Old Forester Statesman. And this one was originally just a sort of a gimmick to go with the Statesman movie.
Yeah, but it's just so damn good. It's hung around well after. Now, some people are pretty harsh on this one. Not gonna lie, I've seen a lot of dislike for this specific bottle, calling it gimmicky.
I'm guessing because the proof is low.
It is a low proof at 95, but good is good, folks. And this one is good.
And that's what we always insist on here in this tournament. Good is good. Don't matter where it comes from. Doesn't matter who makes it. Good is effing good, folks. So T, they are all poured. So you have all of the varieties written in the master sheet.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Give it a fold. and then give it here, and it goes into the Code of Extreme. Oh, Lord. So number 1, folks, is Elijah Craig. Number 2, Kentucky Spirit. Number 3, Four Roses. Number 4, Forster. T, it's time to wait a little bit.
Let's do it. Magical.
We are back, and we have a crazy cast of characters to help us judge this next matchup in the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. This is the Splendor Bracket, as you know, and I am joined, of course, by
Chicken, the Emperor of Big Bucking Empire. Check us out on Facebook and YouTube.
Also,
oh, hey, I'm Skinner. Skinner West on TikTok. You can like, share, and subscribe. I'm damn near to 1,000. I need your help. Get me up there so I can go live and we can like
hang out
live on everything for everything, and it'd be neat.
Fucking A.
Yeah. And we also have a very special guest here in the studio this evening. We have all the way from the land of the porcupine himself, the one, the only
Brendan. Thank you for having me.
The Lord of Dads.
Yes.
Dads worldwide or international.
Yes, yes.
Start with the world and then move up to international.
Yes. So, folks,
in no particular
Space Force
order.
has nothing on you.
Dad's intergalactic.
Intergalactic planetary. So, folks, we're going to find out which one is going to break the gravity well of the Splendor Bracket and move on to the Final Four. Yes, I'm nothing if not topical. So, gentlemen, without further ado, start your engines.
All right, number 1.
Bourbon, number 1.
Number 1, let's sniff it.
Okay.
I got sweet right away.
It is, yeah.
Sweet.
Very sweet.
A little honey.
Doesn't knock your nostrils in.
I'm gonna go with like a corn sweetness.
Yeah, gentlemen.
Fairly light, but yeah.
Slangiva.
First
Clinkies.
Cheers.
There, I didn't drink the whole thing this time.
Good choice.
Hey!
Okay.
Not bad.
A little interesting.
There's a
Back of your throat burn a little bit.
It finishes.
But it's really sweet on the
heavy.
front.
Yeah, yeah.
On the front of your tongue, it's kind of sweet, but then the back, it's kind of got a kick. So
like a peppered vanilla.
Yeah, vanilla. I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now,
a little bit of wash down.
moving
water.
onward and upward to number 2.
Number 2, numero dos. For all you people that speak other languages.
All of them.
It is also pretty sweet. Not as sweet.
No,
as the
it's
first one.
Less sweet.
Whoa, geez.
On the nose.
That one
Yeah.
burned a little bit.
I don't
It's harsher.
Yeah, that's
I don't want to be specific, but I'm going to be specific, like a Magnum 44 marker.
Yep. No, you're right.
Yeah.
That's
that's a strong.
It's very
no,
intense.
you remember smelling those fucking magic markers?
Yep.
That's
Not so heavy as spray paint, but yeah, like a
I
magic
didn't do
marker.
that.
Like it distinctly, you know, and dude, algae season,
then
my
red
nose is
line.
all screwy, and I can smell that just fine.
all right.
All right.
Taste
Nope.
Yep, taste it up.
Taste it up.
Spicy, but
interesting.
I'm getting a hint of caramel.
it's like caramel with like a citrus fruit intertwined.
Citrus, I get it.
Yeah.
Like kind of like the sting of a lemon.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
Yeah, it's just sour.
There's a
It's
citrus and caramel here. Interesting.
With the front of the tongue burn on this one.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True.
I always go with the tongue burn sensation and which one's better. Ooh, I must
Now,
wash it down
gentlemen,
with other.
Yeah, I
Move
know
on
that.
to Whiskey C.
Or number 3.
pleasant.
Yeah.
This is soft.
Either way
At
you
least
want
the
it.
nose is better than the last.
Yeah, it's soft.
It's
nose.
really subtle though.
It's very gentle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This would pat
I
my
get a
bottom and tell me I
little-
was a good boy.
Maybe
True.
Yes.
Maybe a raspberry.
This one wouldn't be mad at you; would just be disappointed in you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not mad.
Yeah, this one,
I'll be honest, this one's kind of
my annoyance with Lynn up here starts to get so
Dune
thick you could
fans,
drizzle
this
it
will be
over
one of those, the
pancakes.
spice must flow.
I'm
This
not
is-
getting much spice at all. For me,
It's kind of a lame nose.
Lynn
Like a
is
dried
chicken's
banana.
brother.
After the last
So that's the,
Yeah,
that's the 5 degrees,
yeah.
7
It
degrees of
doesn't
Kevin
clean
Bacon
out your
separation.
nostrils like the last one.
agreed. Soft, but here it comes. Here it
some
comes.
brown sugar in there.
Mm-hmm. Sweetness, and then there it comes.
Yep.
That was a lot smoother than
This one
last
expands.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, this one gets better and better and better.
I get slight leather.
Okay, yeah, I agree. There is a leather there.
the burn on the tongue at the end, and it's not really subtle. It's just kind of, or it is really subtle burn. It's not in your face. It's not a,
Mm-mm.
it's not a.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that one really.
I like that one.
That one stands out.
That one
so far.
snowballs.
Well,
It
now,
snowballs down the
gentlemen,
hill.
Moving on to 4.
No, he's
Numero
moving too
Floro.
quick, man. I got to do that whole rinse with the water thing.
Wow, that's
Kind of strong on the nose again.
It's
I
giving
like
me a
it kinda
toasted
like-
something. and I
yeah,
can't-
toasted for sure.
And I
These are all
can't,
going to be close.
but it's not toasted oak, but it's
Yeah,
toasted
they-
something. And
these
I can't
are-
put my finger on it.
I'm getting sweet.
Almonds.
Almond milk.
So like a toasted peanut or a toasted cashew or a
Well, I mean, you could lie to the people, or you could be honest. It's
No,
like a
toasted
toasted almond.
pistachio.
I was actually being honest.
Yeah.
To me, it does kind of remind me of a toasted almond.
It's a bit
Almonds
nutty.
roasting on an open fire.
Hey, out of the smell goes, this
That
is
was
the best smell out of all.
Now, gentlemen,
in my
bottoms
opinion.
up. Slide it off.
Oh, a little more tang, but
That was interesting.
Oh, wow.
I like that.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, that was
It's like a wood.
You get the oak, and then
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
like there's almost it's like a not the sour.
Big
citrus,
Bucket
but
Empire on
the
YouTube.
sugary
Check him
citrus
out.
on the
Give him a sub.
yeah,
Thank you
like
much.
a, like a good navel
peach
orange.
juice.
yeah.
Peach.
There you go.
Maybe a stone fruit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
All right, now, Tony, as the keeper of the records, I'm going to let you decide what order we go next in our trial.
Let's go. Let's go 1, 3, 4, 2.
Okay, starting off with 1.
The nose is different though.
Yeah.
I get more of a
It's like
candy,
sweeter,
some kind of
yeah.
candy on the nose.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can.
Almost like a Laffy Taffy.
Okay. There you go. Yeah. Okay. It's not like a sugary sweetness, but yeah, like there's a thickness to it and a very.
Manufactured.
So yeah, there you go. I like that. I'm
And
not
the
going to
taste
bother
is
with water this
manufactured
time
as well.
through.
Yeah.
So
There's a
was gonna
little
say- I was
char
gonna-
at the end.
I was
It's
gonna
like,
say, I'm
did
not a-
Jack Daniels?
I'm thinking the water
No,
helps.
no, it still tastes like bourbon.
okay. So for 1, we're going to go. What do we say? 1 to 3.
All right, going to 3.
Yeah.
Still one.
3.
Yeah.
3.
Do another sniffy. Smells good.
It's like,
Oh, I
still
love
tastes
that
like,
nose.
smells like whiskey.
That 3 nose,
Yeah.
super
Yeah, it really is
sweet,
good. It really
especially coming off of 1.
Yeah.
I'm already marking my shit. I'm just covering it so y'all don't see it.
Okay. We're going back to 4 or 2 now.
4.
I think I know what 3 is.
What do you think it is? Okay. We will see, folks.
What are we doing 4 now?
I'm going as blind can get. Now.
Yeah,
I
4.
don't even know what's on the.
Which one are we on? Sorry.
We're going to 4 now. Oh wow. This is tough. This is tough.
I don't know. Now the nose is tricking me.
Yeah.
This might be a wild turkey action.
We'll go back to 2 now.
That nose is
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
familiar.
Okay.
There's like this.
Okay.
And now, come back to 2, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I'm still on 4.
I had to go back now.
Okay, I'm changing my mind. That's wild turkey. 4 is wild turkey.
Okay, go back to number 2, sir.
Yep. I was right on my whole thing.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yep, that's my. Yep, that is the order.
Two.
That's the order. Yep.
You got my order down.
Yep.
I'm gonna mix them all into the one. Because fuck it.
You know what? I'm going to as well because I'm not changing now.
It is a good tradition that we're gonna go ahead
And I'm actually, I want to give that a second to breathe because
Yeah,
these
we'll let
actually,
that- we'll let
I
that
know what I'm
linger.
done. I'm already done.
I know.
These
This
actually-
is the third time I've said it.
these paired
Number 2 is
beautifully
wild
together.
turkey. I'm calling it now.
These paired amazingly well together.
I think you might be
Wow.
correct. I don't know,
Hmm.
judging by the way you rated it.
No, it was the spice that hit me on that one. I was like, no.
All right.
Like I got subtle spices on that.
Mm.
Now, Tony, do you have your scores?
Yes, I'm.
Lynn,
all
you
done.
have your scores.
I have my
Pencils
scores,
down.
good sir.
I do not. One second.
No.
I'm as
And
scored
yep.
as the
Sorry.
scores will go.
And of course,
Hey,
the
Lord.
two guys that live in swing states are taking the longest time
Yep.
to figure out who would ever thump.
Wow, Phil. Tell us
Yeah,
how
I
you
went
really
there.
feel.
I went there.
Yep.
Give this a
I went
chance
there.
I know my least.
Yeah, we
Bond
got our
together.
we're our take 2 of the Build Back Better bourbon.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
cannot
join
tell you
on
how
that
much I
one.
hate that.
I'm gonna let it breathe before I try it. Though.
Like you can see the
Build Back
sourness on
Bourbon
my
Blend,
face every time he
number
says
3.
that.
Build Back Better Bourbon
Good.
blend. God, that's a lot of bees.
Look what I did.
Beyond.
Man, that I am shocked, honestly, that these four went so well together.
All right.
They
This
are
was-
kind of. They're all four
they
are
are-
amazing.
They worked well.
Yeah.
All right, pens
These
down.
worked well
Hands
together.
down.
Pens
we,
down.
we are
All right.
not. We're
All right.
not shitting on any of these.
Gentlemen,
Pretty close to
gentlemen.
No,
All right,
I'm happy with them.
oh,
What?
the great reveal
Oh boy.
in the Splendor bracket. Number 1 was Elijah Craig 18.
I was pretty close to doing the guys from Dumb and
Come on,
Dumber.
man.
I'm glad I just didn't give that a 4.
Joe Biden just said, "Come on, man."
Number two, Kentucky Spirit Wild Turkey. So chicken, you did call it one of the 4 times you called it.
Yeah, that's
Was
true.
it number 1? No, it's number 2. Gotta be number 3. No way, number 4. So you were right at one point, chicken. So number 3,
I was right.
4 Roses. We should have made that number 4.
Because that would have been too easy.
Yeah, true. And then number 4, Old Forester Statesman. So Tony, I will hand over the card to you, and we will start gathering the points. So gentlemen, number 1, Elijah Craig, 18 year. How many points did you give it, Brendan?
Number 1.
1 point?
Point.
That's it.
1 point, chicken.
1 point.
1 point.
Phil.
1 point.
1 point. Lynn.
I gave it 2.
2. All right, and I gave it 1. Massive total of 6. Congratulations,
And
Heaven
which-
Hill.
18-year bourbon.
Which is a tie for the lowest score in bourbon tournament history. So Tony,
And we had 2 less judges for that.
get
Eat this the fuck out of
Get
here.
that slop off my table. Okay.
You could really smash that one.
That's unfortunate.
So
Hey,
yeah,
hey, Jeremy, that's a mixer.
yeah, there you go. There you go. Please use
You
it.
ever mixed an 18-year bourbon with Coke? Well,
Today's your chance.
Here you
All
go.
right.
Today.
Whiskey number 2, Kentucky Spirit Wild Turkey. Brendan, what'd you get?
I gave it the 2.
2 points. Chicken?
I as well gave it a 2.
2. I gave it 3 points.
Lynn?
I gave it a 1.
1.
That was the one that, like, I don't know, it just kicked you even
Was
more.
that your
with
4
the-
point?
More spicy than all the rest of them. It was more. of a
Gave it
burn.
2.
2.
2. So how many points does that have? 10?
That is at 10. Kentucky
Oh,
Spirit, the new
boy.
leader with 10.
Okay. 4 Roses. Number 3. What'd you give it?
3.
I didn't want to shit on it. They're all pretty good.
4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
I also gave it 4.
Wow.
I gave it a 3.
1, 2, 3. And
Tony.
I gave it 4.
Whoa!
I was wrong.
Wow.
And
Wow.
for completionist's sake, number
Wow.
4, Old Forester, what'd you give it?
I gave it 4.
4.
I gave it a 3.
3.
1, 2, 3.
I gave it 2.
2.
I gave that a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, and I gave it 3.
Uh-oh.
I'd
Is that a
say
tie?
Out of
No.
all of them, that was
barely.
the goddamn.
All right.
That was the smoothest one out of all of them. I
Now,
don't give a
Tony,
shit.
how many did Elijah
Me and
Craig?
Dad's over here. We're good. We
All
know
right.
They're
our
synced
shit.
up on ends of the table.
All right.
It's the old palette. We're the people.
The old pal.
What did we get on
Order in
Elijah
the
Craig?
court.
Yes.
Well, Jesus. There's a reason that Elijah Craig 18's not even on the fucking table now because it got.
I was
6
getting a little
points,
annoyed.
which is woof.
And
Yeah.
then
Big
what
wolf.
did Wild Turkey get?
Surprisingly, only 10. I really thought this was going to run away with it.
And then what did Old Forester Statesman get?
It got 11 points.
And what did Four Roses walk away with?
I'm shocked. I thought this was going to be the lowest score of all. I really didn't think anybody was going to like it. It's 18. 18 points.
That is the highest score in our tournament's history.
I'm befuddled,
I've never
bewildered.
Hey, I hate to tell you, but it tastes pretty fucking good.
It's I like it.
We
But I know it's
build
not
and
in everybody's
build
wheelhouse.
to beautiful conclusion.
I'm shocked it did this
So
well.
these two, unfortunately, did not make
Unbelievable.
it. As Chicken said in
Yeet.
last year's tournament, we shall yeet. And
Yeet and skeet.
Yeet.
Four Roses Small
I'm shocked.
Batch Select moves on to the final 4 of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, folks. I did not think this is the
No.
one. This is the shocker of this year.
It's big
But
upset, huh?
we'll see what happens. So, folks,
We get the blend.
Yeah,
we've all
we've let this
blended.
breathe now, so
We've
it's
all
time.
blended.
Oh,
We got the Build Back Better Bourbon.
I give the nose a B minus.
It's
It's okay.
Outright-
oaky.
Oh,
It's
wow.
oaky, but sweet.
Very
It's
sweet.
okay.
Okay.
God, I can't tell you how much I hate that.
Yeah, you know he does.
I got dad jokes all day long.
Oh, it's
buddy.
definitely
fair
worth
enough,
it.
Fair enough. That dad
Very
joke
brown
is
sugar.
off.
I don't know, I
Very
think it
brown
gets better
sugar
the more I
forward.
smell it.
Yeah, it does get better.
It
I'll
gets
go with an
better
A
the more I
minus.
taste it. Hey, I found a way to make Elijah 18 good. Mix it with better bourbons.
B plus.
Yeah, even
Yep.
Yeah.
even then, I'm like,
I'm just kind of
it
regretting.
kind of brings it down.
I'm just
A
kind
little
of
bit.
regretting
It
putting
kinda
Elijah
brings-
Craig
that's
18 in there.
Yeah.
It's very vanilla heavy.
Yeah.
Honestly, like the Elijah Craig 18 is coming through on this for me.
Yeah. Which kind of
It's got a good supporting
which kind of makes
cast.
me mad.
Yeah.
Well, then you get all the spice from everything else.
Yeah.
No shit.
So,
Yeah. It shouldn't beat out all the
are
spice.
we agreeing on B minus?
Yeah.
B minus.
On the
B
blend?
minus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Minus.
It's okay.
Well,
It's
you
pretty
know,
good.
folks, this is the kind of data that we gather for you so that you know what is and isn't the bourbons that you should be putting your money to. So, folks, as I'm known to say right now,
Wow.
We heart you.
all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the KOE Nation for this matchup, the Splendor Bracket in the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, KOE Nation on Twitch, KOE Nation on TikTok, and I am signing off and handing it off to this indomitable cast of broadcast partners. T.
Tony the Rod 2.0 on TikTok and all the wonderful podcasts and live streams at Linktree/Big Bucket.
Chicken.
I am your Big Buckin' Emperor. You can find me at Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook.
Brother Lynn.
Skeet, 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 motherfuckers. This is Skinner. Skinner West on the TikTok. I'm here to kick some ass. Chew bubble gum and kick ass. I'm all out of bubble gum.
And out of ass.
And out of ass.
And also,
Skeet, skeet, again, moving on to Dad.
the one, the only.
Brendan at dadsworld.com.
Yes.
Check us out, and Brendan at dadsww.com. And of course, you can't stand me. I want to hear about it. Hate mail at dadsww.com.
All you Elijah
Bring it
Craig
in.
fans,
Yeah.
let it know.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
find
Fuck
him.
your Elijah
Yes.
Craig.
Town hall.
Yes.
Town hall meeting.
You should his whiskey.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
folks,
You ruined the blend.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have just done the other
just
three.
like you ruined that whiskey in a barrel 18 years. So, like,
It's a lot of time to fuck up a whiskey.
As
Like,
Tommy Baker says, should be a state law.
Like, well, I mean,
Maybe you should run us through some charcoal.
It's almost. Oh fuck.
Lincoln County.
Then
It wouldn't be bourbon.
Then it'd barely be bourbon.
Very true, EOD.
All right.
That's why it's the Splendor bracket.
God bless. Travel well, folks. This fucking tournament's gonna get a lot more rowdy from here.
Yep.
Take care.
Appreciate you. Love you.
Cheers.
Ski.
Smooth itself out.
Tell you what
I'll do
if I ever get
back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Sorry, I just couldn't.
Eldorado. Oh Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah.
Lord, now, yes, EOD raises an excellent point. Let me just run through these. Is Kentucky Spirit different from regular wild turkey? Yes, it is. It's a much more higher quality product that they don't water down nearly as much. And it's just something that the distillers and the Coopers and the Russell family themselves recognize as being above their normal. Basically, it's a single barrel that's so good, they can't blend it off. And yeah, those were all top. Like basically, like he said, none of that was run-of-the-mill stuff from any of those distilleries. That's why we call it the Splendor bracket. When you're wanting to spend a little splendor. Well, actually, what's kind of funny is throughout that night after we were done filming, everybody just started drinking out of that Elijah Craig 18 bottle in every way, like mixing it with Coke and whatever. And we all just kind of really enjoyed the idea of just disrespecting an 18-year-old bottle like that in such a way. Like it was actually pretty fun. So in a weird way, that Elijah Craig 18 bottle did provide some interesting memories after we were done filming that night. So, but yeah, it was like, fuck it, mix it with Coke. I don't care. Fuck it. Shots of it. Who cares? I don't give a fuck. The idea was to not drive back home with that bottle. But yeah, I'm not a fan, but yes, it did make some very, very fun memories. I'm going to be honest with you. I cannot lie. I cannot tell a lie. So now that we've checked in on bourbon for the moment, let's check in on those two crazy kids. Because this week, it was unfortunate. Big Buck and Empire had to actually make do without your King of Extreme for like 20, 30 minutes. It was a catastrophe, if you will. And so I think it'll just be kind of fun to check in to see. And now your King of Extreme did eventually show up and really just save the day, honestly. But I'm just kind of curious. I haven't seen what they talked about either. So God only knows what I'm about to put on my show. Let's find out together what we're about to talk about this evening, because we're going to check in with the crazy fucks at Big Buck and Empire for just a little bit. We'll see how this goes, you beautiful fucking people out there, but let's see.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to episode 152 of the Dog and Chicken Show. I am your Big Buck and Emperor, your Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, the people's champ, if you will. You have come to the most independent, inclusive, iconic, impeccable, immaculate, illuminating, illustrious, intense
God, he's
podcast
trying
ever. This is going to be a fun show.
He
tonight,
is
aluminum.
I was going to say fellas, but
he is like literally channeling his inner Phil there, and I could not be more proud I cannot tell you how proud that is. That I mean, God, Chicken's sure come a long way since our little boy, hasn't he?
Phil's taking a fucking nap apparently. So anyway,
I might have been
Yes, it is
indisposed.
I, your fucking rhetorical splendency, king of extreme, Lord of the Scottish Highlands, because he's not using it tonight apparently. No, it's just me, Tony fucking G. I'm quadruple distilled and non-chill filtered, baby. I know how much you love that. And you can find me on TikTok at Tony the Rod 2.0. How we doing tonight?
Good. I'm trying to pull it up on my phone. I don't know. Maybe it's just
between calling me
my internet connection here in South Dakota hotel room. Okay.
Hey there, Chicken.
Up on Facebook.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know.
Actually, so Chicken, I have not actually seen this yet, so we're all going to find out together what's going on here, and the topics of the day. I do know the topics, but I don't know what your takes were, so I'm very curious. Nolan Richardson. Hey, I just checked into Airbnb. I found a diary that says it belongs to Chelsea Clinton, and it says that she used to shower with a private data server. Is it illegal to try and sell it to K.O.E. Nation? That's like the right-wing equivalent of like if you take 72 genders times all the world's aggrievement and ists and isms, how much climate change do you have? Like that's Nolan. Well done. Yeah, I'll probably end up in prison for even smelling it. So yeah, I'm not going to even touch that with a 10-foot pole, but well done, Nolan. That is some beautiful fucking right-wing poetry there. That gets 2 gold stars.
Did it go down?
It looked like it went down on my end, but I don't know.
It's going down.
That's the first time I've seen that.
Oh, it looks like it didn't stop for me.
YouTube looks fine. Anyway, welcome, folks. We do have a lot of fun stuff tonight. Hopefully, Phil does jump in here because there's a couple we gotta have his participation for, of course. Tony, this one's not planned.
I was a little indisposed.
A filler story.
I might have been asleep.
Jump in.
Excellent.
I did one of those.
Yeah, we got a lot of fun topics, and then
okay, full disclosure here, folks, because I will never lie to you, beautiful KOE Nation. I played a very simple gambling game. I believe you've all played it before in your life, and it's called Nap Roulette. Am I going to sleep for 15 minutes or 4 hours? Let's find out together. And apparently I rolled that second one, and I was a little late, just a little late to the show.
If we get inebriated enough and there's nothing else to talk about, which is ridiculous, but we're going to do it anyway, regardless, towards the end, I got a bunch of really interesting and fucked up would you rather questions. So this could be an interesting
They were pretty fucked up.
You're going to want to stick around till the end
They
of
were
the show
pretty
because
fucked
this is,
up.
the best show.
The last one was the best
on
one,
YouTube
though.
and Facebook and Twitch. What's up, Tyler? And Buddha.
The Buddha bear hug.
And congratulations to this motherfucker. He won the points on his derby season. Like, he kicked ass this year. He got 3 first place finishes, a second and a third. Like, this guy killed it this year. Kudos to Buddha.
I need to find the story. Keep filling time. I can't remember what it was called.
Keep filling time. All right. Well, I am starting off the evening with a lovely bourbon. This is one of my
I really wish
brands,
I was there.
Maker's Mark, and
So
one of
great
my
at filling
favorite offerings by them is the Private Selection Series. They make hundreds of these. Literally, none of them are bad. This one's from Ken's Kegs / CBS collaboration from March of 2021. This one is really heavy on Maker's Mark 46 on the ingredient panel. This one's so damn good. I love it. And then I got some cheap shit, some Knob Creek 9 and some old Granddad Bonnet I'm going to get into here shortly after I have my good drink. Tony, take
Fair
a
enough.
shot for my subscription. Son of a bitch.
So let's talk about
Man.
it. So apparently we do
Damn
have
it.
stars tonight. I thought stars were going to get kicked off tonight. So I was a little surprised. Well, maybe it looked like it was going to let me send stars. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out. So here's while Tony's getting that ready. Here's something we were talking about. Because sometimes we miss stars. Sometimes stars aren't available because, well, life happens and I don't have time to game as much as I wish I did to keep stars going. So On here's how we'll go. Weeks we don't have stars, we will reset the subscription, folks, every hour. So not only if you subscribe for $5 a month, not only will you be able to have something on the board the first hour of the show, but you'll have a second shot on the second hour. And if we go long and we hit into that third hour, we'll reset that clock.
Okay, Bandit, fuck. Don't give Chicken or Tony any ideas. Jesus. The gin tournament, like that's just going to be weeks of tormenting myself. Like what we would probably do with the gin is the same thing that we're going to do with vodka. We're going to select 10 vodkas and we're going to pour them kind of like what you saw with the bourbon tournament, how we do a 4-3 to 1 point must, but this one will just be a 10 through 1 point must system. And we're going to get like a really expensive vodka and a bunch of cheap ones and like Skull vodka. And then, no, that's to punish them for making you shoot. Oh, I'm liking where you're going with this, Bandit. I'm liking where you're going with this. But then that means I might have to drink some of the gin too, but they're going to make me drink it anyway. So I like where you're, I know. I like where your head's at here, Bandit. I'm liking where your head's at here. The kids going places. The kids going places.
Yeah. So this does a lot of things. This helps kind of spread it out, so we're not taking 6 shots in like 5 minutes. But also makes your subscription even more fucking valuable, people. It's like, I don't know, this is genius to start out with. We'll change it over time, but that's kind of where we're going right now. So make sure if you're on Facebook, you jump over and you hit that subscribe for $5 a month. You get to you get to fuck with us and take over the show on occasion every hour on the hour. And Tony looks very.
I was trying to find a writing utensil. Sorry, I've got a permanent marker.
Oh shit! Fail the stars, please.
Nice.
So yeah, all right. This is such a better deal. Like folks, like usually with the Starboard, when we start doing shots or beer chugs, which I've got a beer and I've got a shot glass that basically just broke on me. You got to pay 500 stars. Then every time. The next time it's another, then it's 1,000, that's 1,500, so on and so forth. This is such a better deal. It's $5 a month instead of $5 a shot, or $10 a shot, or $15 a shot. This is going to be worth every week. So you're going to get one every week. This is 4 shots for the price of one. Like this is a much better deal. And yeah, we're really bad at keeping the stars up. So. Yeah, I'm going to take a shot though. At the
basically that subscription just helps pay for our StreamYard account. So yeah, that's basically all we're using.
I'm going to do one of my favorites. This is called the Crown Hotel. I'm using Crown Vanilla.
I haven't had one of those in a long time.
Oh god, it's so good. Crown Vanilla especially works really nice with this, but it's half Crown Vanilla, went a little heavy there, and half butter shots. It's so good. I went really heavy on the whiskey. Damn it. Oh well. Yeah, these old Jaeger glasses are really deceiving. Oh, fuck. All right. Cheers. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, my Facebook app is wigging out right now. I don't know what's going on. So anyway, I do have our story to kick off the show. Hopefully Phil wakes up. I sent him a text too. I'm assuming
it was actually his text that woke me up. None of the messengers did.
That's all right. Let's open this up with some trans rights talk.
I was in a massage chair, so I
don't know
have justification.
Like, last week, we had what's his name, the 778, whatever the dude's name was, from Twitch.
Yeah, that you nailed it.
Yeah, whatever it was. That dude was trying to argue with us in the chat, and was you know how lefties are. They were super tolerant of our ideas and were super convincing and not offensive at all, and not trying to be a dick. Anyway, I thought this was just kind of apropos.
Hey Tony, could you be a little more fucking loud and distracting here?
To rule that Associates with Disabilities Act protects gender dysphoria. So basically, Do we have an interruption in the
show? Oh, of course we do.
Drink. There's our first
drink. Yep. Whenever Tony's kids interrupt the show.
Yes, Urasama is correct. His name was something like. Yeah, that is. That's
pretty close.
Very appropriate. This story I thought was kind of poetic to the whole conversation around like this really diehard push for the trans community. Again, here at the show, like whatever, you do you, really don't care. Equal rights for all, blah, 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 all that. Like we're all on the same page for the most part. But this one was for gender affirming care. So this is, to allow you to become the gender that you wish to be affirmed on. It doesn't mean that you're actually a male or a female or that specific gender that you want to be. This is care
Allegedly.
that would affirm that you are what you say you are. So, so
gotta
they're
keep
putting
streaming,
it
folks.
under the American with Disabilities Act in this court ruling, which to me just
So what does
says,
this protect, though?
well, this allows for transgender, gender affirming care surgeries, tops and bottoms and whatnot. It says that the state cannot prevent it or make it illegal to do these surgeries.
Okay.
But really, it says that this is probably the thing that transgender folks should be the most offended at is they're saying it's a disability now, according to this court ruling.
Well, and that's the thing. Now, what's the public outcry going to be to this? Is it going to be offense, or is it going to be thank you for catering to?
That is an interesting angle that Chicken's taking here because, I mean, the trans community has fought hard for years for transgenderism not be considered a mental illness. And there's even been some action on changing the definitions there. This is interesting. I don't like
my wishes because
kind of taking this in with all y'all too.
Latter, if it's just like, okay, thank you for giving us this, and they acknowledge that the wording that they're
there
using,
will be no thank yous.
Well, no, of course not. But you know what I mean. Like if they take this and they don't get offended by it, it just kind of it backs up the idea that it's less about actually feeling a certain way, and it's more about having the world treat you special.
Yes.
So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how far this is going to go. We'll see how this goes over.
So
there.
this will go to the Supreme Court more than likely. And the Supreme Court will shoot it down saying, well, one, this is kind of offensive to say that, transgender folks are disabled. They're not. It's not
very
saying
true.
That,
EOD with a good one here. As contradictory as it is, I don't see them turning their nose up to the government trying to do something for them. Bandit, but it would be the first mental disability that requires physical changes. Interesting. EOD special. Yeah, that's all trans rights mean special rights. Yeah, we are in a brave new world, folks.
That gender dysphoria is not an issue. Is it a disability? Should you be able to have special rights and accommodations at the workplace because of your mental illness?
Right.
Like, I don't know if this is. I'm wondering if it will make misgendering hate speech.
It already kind of is.
It's leaning that way, social media wise and cultural wise. I think the Supreme Court obviously will shoot it down with the right leaning folks that are in there. This is just a sneaky way to try to.
For now,
I don't know. It's placating the idea that we have to treat others differently. So if you're a transgender person, instead of treating you as an individual, we want to treat you as a group of people that need to have special treatment.
Right.
Which I thought that's what most of them were fighting against, is stop treating me different and treat me like everybody else. Like
the lines are kind of blurred.
I think
honestly.
we've lost the plot. Is kind of what I'm getting at.
I agree. Like that's just it. Like I think at one point they kind of forget the whole basis of the argument and just kind of go like once the narrative changes and once the pulse shifts a little bit, like they change with the pulse, right? And we just we're going to be mad regardless. So I don't think it really matters. It's just kind of everybody's against us, and if they start to cozy up to us or try to, placate towards us, it's time to change our narrative a little bit. So yeah, we'll see where this goes. But you're right. Yeah, the Supreme Court will shoot it down. So, and that'll just give them more ammunition.
Yeah. So I'm wondering. Hopefully we get some back in our Twitter or our Twitch comments tonight. I'd love to come back and touch.
Well, that's the thing. We were nothing but cordial, and we listened to his points, and he was just very angry. I wonder if all Twitch people are like that. I hope not.
Okay, so like normally when somebody in the chat like goes off like that, I did get a text that night of like, why don't you just like go off on that dude? Well, it's because I don't know him. Usually, if I know somebody in the chat and that they're doing something stupid like that, I'll fucking go off because one, if you know me personally, you should know better, god damn it, than to do stupid shit like that. But this is some random stranger, and they obviously here's what I've come to find out is they all are seeking attention. Yes. There's folks out there that are, transgender, whatever. They have all kinds of other things going on in their life. Cool, whatever, do you. But the second that it turns into an attention-seeking mission to where you have to be right and everybody else is the enemy, then I have no business talking to you because there's no conversation to be had. And
I got to interrupt here. Bandit says, I think have you seen the Venn diagram of all the dystopian novels, and in the middle it says, you are here. I love that one. 1984, Brave New World, Fahrenheit, I forget the, like 451, another big one, Animal Farm. Then over here's like a little bit of Matrix. Then over here's a little bit of V for Vendetta, and like different, like it's truly brilliant. Yes, let's make Orwell fiction again. I kind of don't like the fact that many of our governments read George Orwell's 1984 and said, God damn, this is the most brilliant instruction manual I've ever seen. No, governments, it wasn't supposed to be an instruction manual. It's supposed to be a cautionary tale. Remember?
And it's a waste of everybody's time. And it's not even entertaining anymore. It's just silly at a certain
point. And the other thing is, like, this show, the basis of it has always been we're against people being silenced. So yes, we're going to listen to your opinion, even if we don't agree with it, no matter how shitty your take is.
Jeff Peskoff.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are exceptions, obviously, to the rule. And yes, Peskoff pretty much used any goodwill and honesty and just understanding that he had, and went off.
I've never seen a man of the Jewish faith be so anti-Semitic.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
It was pretty
really is disturbing how just self-hating he is towards himself and everybody around him. It's unfortunate. It's sad.
Yeah, Jeff Peskoff's really a fucking annoying.
Should I ever unban him? We should.
No.
Eventually, yeah.
No.
I mean, you unban
my vote
him,
is no.
Well, that was just so I could ban him because you guys only let me have one. And I think we all.
That's our rule. We only let Chicken have one ban at a time. So you have to be really fucking.
He took it to another level
to get.
Once we get back to 200 subscribers on just YouTube, you can have 2.
We're only 11 away.
I know. We're finally getting back up in these numbers.
Them shadow bans, folks.
Facebook disowned us for a while during COVID, and then they kind of got cool again. And now YouTube's going to pretend like all those reasons that they smacked us around didn't actually happen, but they'll continue to slap us around.
Our YouTube strike fell off.
Weird.
Yeah. Well, it's been 6 months, so.
There's that.
Yeah.
I'm sure we did something else they can replace it with.
Oh, yeah. We still have a warning, so the next thing goes strike. So, yeah. They leave the warnings on for a year, but they'll drop that strike in 6 months. It makes a lot of sense.
Thanks, YouTube.
Everything YouTube does makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Literally fucking none.
So are we changing the order since Phil?
I guess, yeah. This is unfortunate. I don't know what the deal is.
Hope he's okay. He didn't.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, he didn't answer me either. Anybody who's seen Phil, wake him up.
Oh, they do care.
Yeah,
that's usually what happens.
Yep, here comes another. Yeah, exactly. We talk about it and then we get smacked.
Oh yeah, I didn't talk about me drinking tonight. I do have. I'm going classic.
Wow.
One, I'm in a hotel room, so like it's It is what it is. I'm not going to carry around too many fancy bottles. I do have a bottle of George Dickel bottled bond back here that I have not opened yet. I kind of want to save that for a review when I get home.
That's fair.
But I do have some Jim Beam Black.
Good stuff.
That'll be my shot choice for the night.
There you go.
If we get around to those, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at tonight.
Hey, Melanie.
Melanie,
thanks for joining.
So which one should we go into now that we've determined that the U.S. government is? I guess we'll wrap that up. It sounds like, damn it, Tony, fuck you. It sounds like the U.S. government is, or the judicial branch of our U.S. government is saying that transgender folk are disabled. And that's a 4th district, I think, which is like East Coast.
It sounds like MASH. Does this not sound like fucking Klinger from MASH? Like dressing up as a woman to try to get kicked out of the military? Like that's what this sounds like.
MASH was way ahead of its time, man.
Way ahead of its time. Holy shit. But if we're going to call it a disability because we're assuming that people are mentally ill, I think that goes a little far in a lot of cases. Now, granted, whether they're doing it because they actually feel this way, or they're trying to seek attention, or they're just trying to fit in, or they're actually mentally ill, it's not one size fits all, and it's going to be different on the individual.
Chicken's
so
got to drink with a wine
into
glass.
A label, and that,
I love that.
That's a legitimate gripe.
He hates
throw everybody into one.
He hates being bougie. So
here's my shot glass tonight. This is unscientific. I have no idea if this is an actual shot, but
that's like
again,
2 shots.
Jim Beam Black, a very underrated. I hate Jim Beam. I hate everything Jim Beam's ever put out except for this.
Yeah, Jim Beam Black is excellent.
And it's only like $20-25 a bottle. It's great to cook with. It's great to mix with. It's great to just drink straight. So cheers, folks.
Yeah.
I think that was more than a shot.
Oh yeah, that was like a double. You went a little heavy there.
It's all right. I just got started. I didn't get a warm.
Now, yeah, I do remember when I was a kid, there was a MASH movie, and I watched it with my grandma, and like the lyrics were insane, talking about like suicide is painless and all this kind of like the theme that you were like da na 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 na. The guys are singing suicide is painless. Like, wow, what? Like my little 7-year-old brain could not handle that shit. EOD Jim Beam Black is pretty good. 8-year-old, yeah, it's excellent. Yep, man, that blew my mind. But yeah, Jim Beam Black, one of the few things from the Jim Beam distillery, like Knob Creek, I like. Knob Creek 12 is one of the best, but it just the Jim Beam line in of itself. I feel like they could try a little harder, but with Black, they hit it. Yep, that's the name. And God, like I said, it blew my little 8-year-old mind.
That's fair. The Black is awesome. Yes, it is a great, and it's a low ABV, so yeah, it's a great bottle.
I soak my ribeyes before I throw them on.
Yeah, Rasama loves the
about
mash.
an hour in Jim Beam Black, and
yeah,
it gets into the fat and it gets into the meat, but not too much to where it's overbearing. You get a good bourbon flavor of your steak. It's fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's so good. It's a versatile one. It's a great mixer, great cooker, great sipper, great shot. You can't lose with this stuff.
Shit.
Yeah, $25. It's great stuff. Is it good for butt chugging?
Wait until the post show and find out.
Very true.
Cost you 5,000 stars. I'll find a bundle.
Good Lord.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm not actually going to do that.
So changing the order of the show, should we jump right into Joe Busy?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Those of you with student debt.
Joe Busy.
I don't know if I think you're still supposed to make your payments right now. I'm guessing.
Well,
nothing's
finalized.
finalized.
In like deferment or you make your payments as
Yeah.
regular. I don't think that's
construed as legal advice. Or,
yeah, no, God,
Not to be construed as actual legal
anything we
advice.
say on this show is legal advice ever.
Or
Dear
financial
God.
advice.
Or
Biden canceled billions
life
in
advice.
student debt. But what he plans to
Unless
do
Phil
next
K.O.E.
could
is
have an even bigger impact.
I can't,
One,
kid.
I don't know if this is gonna go. Because, like, you can't just
Yeah, it's not like being the
can't
president and
just write it down on-
declassifying a document.
Yeah.
You can't just say it.
Well, no, like this.
Oh,
I don't think
well
the
done,
executive
T.
branch has the authority to just do
No,
this.
they don't. No,
there's
the
a lot
House,
of
what?
financial institutions involved.
This has to go through Congress, doesn't it?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And I don't
Like
think
even
the
Pelosi
Senate-
was like, I don't know about all that.
I don't
Like-
know if the Senate's gonna pass it. The
Bankers
House,
put
though,
Pelosi
you got
in power.
Selma and Manchin that are in the way, and
Yeah, this is not a done deal. But here's the thing. I think
You think
let's
those
just call it
bankers
spade
are going to let
okay?
the Democrats
This is
forgive their debts?
110% a
Silly
cash grab.
rabbit tricks.
And by that I mean this is the
They're buying
Democrats and the Biden administration just begging for votes from millennials, because of course it is. We're coming into the midterms. This is them 100% trying to get extra votes, trying to buy extra votes, because everybody's going to remember that. It'll be fresh in their minds. Hey, we canceled some of your student debt heading into this election. Don't you want to vote for us? We'll make more cool shit like that happen. So whether it happens or not, it's still good faith on their part, where it's supposed to be misconstrued that way. But yeah, this is not a done deal. Some people thinking, thank God. Some people thinking, damn it. Depending on which side of the fence you're on. Yeah,
What
this
a
isn't
shock.
done yet, though. And it's got a lot of steps, like you said, to go through.
well, even if this does go, and they do cancel the $10,000 or whatever that the threshold is, however this goes, you're still going to have the same problem in 5 years. This is stupid. This is not fixing anything. This is throwing, like Tony said, this is throwing money out to millennials,
Kicking the
for
can
votes.
down the
This is
road a bit.
buying votes. That's all.
That's
this
the
is.
thinking behind it, anyway.
Well, yeah, this doesn't fix any of the problem on the predatory, predatory loans that kids are like at fucking 17, 18 years old. You can sign a document to get $40,000 to go to school, and maybe your tuition, room, and board's only going to cost you 20.
Yeah.
There's so many kids that fucking take these huge loans. They go to school for 4, 6, 8 years, and
Well, yeah.
then the interest rate is so damn high.
Well, it's gross that it became the norm in the first place to
And they-
get a kid right out of high school and burden them with crippling debt for the next 20 years.
Well, and then the ones that do pay it back get nothing. The ones that like did things responsibly, saved their money, didn't waste it, and used as much as they could to pay back, and you get nothing. Hey, way to be fiscally responsible, unlike your government. Way to save taxpayers' money. Way to
Yeah,
go.
it's kind of pissed everybody off in
fuck
a
you.
weird way.
That's basically what
The left
this
are like,
is
it
to
should
anybody
forgive it
who's
all. The right is
actually
like, what the fuck?
Yes,
done
to a
this
degree.
correctly. Like,
But that's the thing. Like the people that are going to be able to pay off their student loans within 10 years of graduation, they went into a field and were into a specific field and were able to find that high level job right out of college. And I mean, that's a select few that they were able to pay those debts off quickly, which if that's the
they're
case,
mostly working at
they're
Starbucks.
probably not and should not be that upset that other people are going to get, a little bit of kickback. Let's be frank.
These folks are working at Starbucks with a fucking 4-year degree.
So, I've seen it. Like it's been a civil war all over my social media
There you
all
go.
week.
Twitter lefties want it all forgiven. 10K ain't going to win them over. Yeah, because it's always, I want more. It's the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
thing with the child. What
Yeah.
happens when you give your child one cookie? Well, I want another cookie.
They want a sleeve of Oreos.
And then tomorrow I want 3 cookies. And then the next day I want 4. And all of a sudden your fucking pantry's full of boxes of cookies because you're a pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lynn, you're saying a degree in lesbian dance theory won't make 100K a year. No, that's the thing. No, it will not. No, good God. That's the thing I keep seeing is why should we forgive a bunch of students?
guess that depends how you apply
gender
it.
studies degree.
Waka waka.
Look, I understand it's easy to poke fun and shit like that, but here's the thing. Like, I'll be honest. Like this whole thing does not offend me in the fucking slightest. And guess what? I kind of fucking hope it happens. You know why? Because I happen to be married to a nurse who has some student fucking loans out there yet. So guess what? This would tickle me goddamn pink. And you know what? I'm not going to feel the slightest bit bad about it at all. Oh no, my tax dollars have to go to pay for your student debt. Guess what? You're going to pay tax dollars anyway. What it actually goes to, they're going to find a way to get that money if they want it.
At least
They're
it's not
gonna
going to
find a way
Ukraine.
Exactly.
Interesting, Bandit.
In all actuality,
I did not know that was
still a bit of a slap in the face.
I did not know that was Tony's take, because when I come on, I give a very different take about the student loan thing, because you got to remember this is going to have ramifications beyond just this. Like if you do take a $10,000 student loan forgiveness, the likelihood of you going into any financial institution the next time to get any kind of loan, the likelihood of that affecting the interest rate you pay is basically 100%.
Considering we've done things right ever since we've been together for 15 fucking years, trying to pay them off the right way, being married and not just getting a divorce and claiming no, dual income to get benefits from the government. Look, we're doing things the right way. As far as I'm concerned, this is the fucking least they can do for somebody in our situation. Like, my God, they could go ahead and forgive all of it for people like ourselves in this situation, because she actually went into a field and she's working a job in that field. Hell yes. Please give us a $10,000 fucking forgiveness. That would be absolutely the least you could fucking do. And guess what? You're still going to pay taxes, whether it be for this, whether it be for fucking gender studies in fucking India. Guess what? You're still going to be paying taxes no matter what. Why shouldn't we, who are also still paying the exact same taxes, get some of that money back as well? So you know what? This whole thing really doesn't piss me off that much, and it's probably not going to happen to the degree that they're saying it's going to.
It kind of reminds me of like when the COVID relief checks were coming and everyone was getting there, and it was like, it's not very often the government will just throw you a check.
Yeah,
you should.
We told you all. We told you all in 2020 they're going to get this money back, and guess what? They're getting it back.
Oh yeah, they'll get it back
later.
But when they give
they're getting it back now.
Yeah,
inflation, man. Come on.
Yeah. Take it when you can get it and use
Take it to the limit.
Be prepared for them to come back after it.
Sorry.
But yeah, to your point on there, the only thing that pisses me off with it is it doesn't fix anything.
No, it's not fixing anything. The problem's still going to be there. Like I said, an 18-year-old fresh out of high school is still going to have crippling debt. Yeah. Depending what field they go into and depending on what kind of job and career they have coming out of that, regardless of graduating or not, like very few are going to be able to pay those loans off quickly, like we were talking about. No, the problem, and that's the other thing. You look at studying abroad, like it's a completely different thing. University's free in other countries. Like where education is designed in this country to cripple you financially right out of high school, and not actually
people while you're there.
And misgender people, of course, but also to breed perennial people who are not that fucking smart in a lot of these areas. Because guess what? A lot of these teachers, a lot of these professors at a lot of these universities are late 20s, and we're talking about teaching people who are entering their early 20s. So really, you're just trying to make woke taught by woke. And tax them to death and cripple them with financial debt, but somehow confuse and convince them that they need. Yeah, it's just a vicious cycle, and nobody sees through it.
It's creating the future tax brackets.
Yeah,
but yeah, no. I don't know. I've heard several suggestions. I just think these loans, like if you need a college, abolish all college loans. If you need to go to college and pull a loan to do such, it should be through your bank, a personal loan. You shouldn't be doing anything beyond that. And if your parents want to co-sign for you and say that, hey, if you fuck up on this, then we'll take over that loan and we'll be financially responsible for it. Okay.
Yeah.
Then hey, yeah, that's the way it should be. I don't know why we have these other means to pull these loans from. Just dirt. It's all dirty money. We all know
it is.
It's all fucking dirty money. And then the interest rates on there, like if you were to keep these fucking institutions that are throwing out these loans, no, those interest rates need to have a cap or none.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, if you want to go balls to the wall, anybody who's paid
balls to
all
the
of their
wall
loans off, I think they should get all of the money that they paid in on those interest rates back as a tax credit.
That's fine.
You should get that as a tax credit until you like every year it just keeps diminishing down. I like
Not
the
only
idea
that,
of
but the cost out of the gate, the cost of tuition, the cost of textbooks, the cost of everything. It's like you've
go to
said on
some
the show.
bullshit school.
Oh, well, the price does not make sense no matter how you look at it. It's like you've said, itemizing a hospital bill and looking at the cost of a Kleenex.
Yep.
Look at the cost of a fucking textbook in comparison.
$400 for a box of Kleenexes.
Yeah, the prices do not make sense. This is all, like you said, just dirty money going into the pockets of the people who run the university.
And
There's
it's
no
not
reason it
anybody
should
that
be
works at
this
the
expensive.
university. It's not
No.
anybody you'll ever meet at the university that's
Exactly.
making that money.
No, absolutely not. It's all the people on the board. It's all the fucking people behind the scenes that keep people coming into the school, making it still a very viable option after high school instead of going to a trade school and getting a job immediately. Lynn, I don't see how an 18-year-old cannot get a car loan without a cosigner, but can get a student loan up to 100. Exactly. And you have collateral with the car.
It's like Elon Musk said, interesting quote where he said, it says a lot when an 18-year-old can't get a $10,000 business loan, but can get a $100,000 student loan. That tells you all you need to know.
What you can do though,
dick with the degree until you get
you know what you can do with that student loan though, is you can use that 100K because it's more than what you need for college. You can use that to buy yourself a fucking brand new car in cash, and now you're paying for a, say you use $20,000 out of that to buy yourself a nice ride in college. Well, that $20,000 car is going to end up costing you about $60,000 after interest rates.
Yeah.
Because
none of this makes sense.
Because you were stupid with your money in college.
Yeah.
It's predatory. It is because kids aren't smart enough. They haven't gone through economics class. They haven't gone through. Well, apparently they didn't pay attention in math in high school to pay attention to interest rates.
I mean, Jesus, once they started adding letters and shit, who cares?
I know, fucking algebra.
No, we've talked about this on the show before about how the university system has been flawed, broken, and just a cash grab for as long as we can remember, and that's not going to change. And here's the thing: I said they're going to evolve because the lockdown era, 2020, it really kind of revealed that you don't have to go in person to get it.
Should a student loan be worth more than a diploma? Bandit. That's an interesting question as to how you quantify either of them. Regardless of how we quantify it, I think we can all agree that student loans are way too damn high, and the fact that you can't get out of them kind of shows that there's something a little less than good going on. A diploma is a piece of paper. But like I've often said, like an Ivy League education, the hardest part of that is actually just getting accepted. So apparently a Harvard diploma is worth more than like a Southeast Community College diploma for whatever reason. But both are, excuse me, certification. But yeah, the current student loan regime is the fact that you can't even go to bankruptcy and get rid of them does show that they know there's something up here.
In education, especially at a collegiate level. You can do this online and learn just as much. Because guess what? The professor doesn't give a fuck if you sit there and drink beer in the goddamn class. You're still paying and they're still getting paid. They'll fail you and it's not going to be any hair off their skin. They're not surgeons. It doesn't go on their record if you fail. So we're finding out that you can do this long distance. You can do this online. And guess what? Online education can be just as good. Instead, though, the universities are going to adapt, they're going to evolve, and they're going to make it impossible to still get the education you want at an actual reasonable price. They're going to do it like subscription packages for like Netflix and Hulu and HBO Max. You're going to have to buy all the shit. We thought that subscriptions were going to be the greatest thing. Streaming was the new
economy,
fucking
baby.
Yeah. Oh, subscriptions are going to be great. No more cable. Guess what? After you buy all the fucking subscriptions, guess what? You still have a fucking cable bill, but you're paying 10 different things. And that's what they're going to do with universities and colleges if it goes the online route. You're not going to be able to pick and choose the professors and the classes that you want. You're still going to have to do your general requirements, and you're still going to have to do all these hoop jumps. It's all going to be evolution. They're still going to get the money that they wanted to get in the beginning. Whether you're in person or online, they're still going to find the way to make money, just like the government is still going to find a way to make you pay taxes, regardless of having $10,000 forgiven.
Anyway, Tony Beerchug.
You cocksucker.
So, folks, just reminder and update. So, with stars, we have stars, of course. In lieu of stars, our future endeavors, because sometimes we miss out on stars and you don't have the opportunity to jump in and or even have the funds to do it. For $5 a month subscription on Facebook, you get on every show a chance to give a drink, give a shot, whatever, make Tony chug a beer. And then when we don't have stars, we're going to reset that clock every hour. So you think of the value of that. The 500 stars sometimes can cost up to $10, really. But for $5 a month, you get the same value, possibly up to 3 times in one show. So you're short. You're selling yourself
Bandit,
short.
I disagree with Tony. They aren't going to
know.
change until we stop
Exactly. It could cost you
subsidizing them.
$30 one show or
Just a
$5
license to print
New
money.
rule from
True.
hey, Nathan Dallin. Thanks for jumping in the chat. New rule: only pastors go to college. I don't know. Maybe
I don't know I don't know where he was going with that.
I'm one of those ones that people really hate because I don't see the value in college, and maybe that's because of my own life experience. Now I get there's specialty things that you need to do. Like I get to be a lawyer, to doctor, like okay, maybe those are at the high levels of it. But a lot of this stuff can be self-taught at a way lower goddamn price. And you'll be and the problem is we do not have a society set up in a way that where you can actually measure the actual intelligence of things without having some of these classes. So like if you wanted to go get a specific let's go tech field. So I was at a high school. I went for a whole bunch of different computer things. I was doing like networking technologies and Cisco.
Now I get it.
Networking. Then I was doing like A+. There was a certification for A+ computer repair. But unless you took certain classes or courses, you could not. That was like a prerequisite just to take the test. Dude, I could rip apart, rebuild networks and code everything just fine without having to take these classes. But I had to take these classes in order to get certified, to get a license to work in that field, which to me was silly. I could do the work. I didn't need to take any of this. I knew how to do it all. Why do I have to pay money to somebody else to prove that I know what I know? Like, just let me take the test. What's the test? I'll ace your test. Just like I can do it on my own. So like the way it's set up is one, that's predatory because like why? Sure, maybe you're like clearing the field out for assholes that really don't know what they're doing, but why not just put that money into the testing? Like I would have rather.
Wouldn't it be more beneficial to prove that people are actually learning something and actually have skilled people?
I would have rather stayed in that field. I quit school. I left it because one, I didn't want to spend my whole life coding because Jesus Christ, it was fucking horrible and boring. But two, it was like I had to spend thousands of dollars to prove that I know what I know by retaking classes that I already took. I took them in high school, but they wouldn't accept those for me to get the degree and be certified unless I paid the school to teach me it again. I'm like, what was the point in doing this in high school? One, two, what's the point of me taking a second time? Sure, technology advances, but like I could just go do this job right now. Like,
well, it's just it.
But like,
and a lot of it's still going to be on the side training. You're still going to have to learn as you go through the motions.
I would have rather have paid the testers.
You say
like
pull and they
of that
push.
fund to just
That's
skip
funny.
all that.
I could see
and
that.
be like, hey, just let me take the test and show you I know what I'm doing. And
Yeah,
skip
that's
all
just
that.
it. You should not have to be forced to waste your time relearning something you have already proven, but because you got a degree and you have paperwork that says, look, I took this class here, I did this, I passed with this grade. Why does that not translate to the next level?
It's an arbitrary piece of paper. Like, you know how many people I know that have a degree on something like maybe sounds professional, maybe doesn't. Like at this day and age, people have fake degrees. People go to not very credible colleges and get, a bachelor's degree in social sciences, and you're like,
University of Phoenix.
well, hey, some of those people are smart enough. Like,
oh, absolutely. We always shit on
there's
Phoenix.
so much of those that you have out there to where, like, anybody that's like, well, I got a bachelor's degree in this or a master's in this. I'm like, yeah, but you're still
Bandit.
fucking dumb.
Kids that graduated a decade ago can't tell time from an analog clock.
Book smart and common sense aren't always the same.
Even the book smart people aren't that book smart.
EOD says, I'm a developer. I didn't bother with certifications or formal education at all. I taught myself, applied for jobs, and eventually someone took a chance on me. Since then, I've been bouncing around a bit, but I'm still a web app developer working remotely for a company based in Cambridge, UK. Ah, well, from across the pond. God bless her. Sorry. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I love people's parts of their story arc, chapters of this amazing adventure we call life, and very interesting. And also, you're in the UK, so you're much closer to the Dalmore and Glenfiddich distillery than I am, so you have my envy, sir.
No, well,
They're
book smart about one thing.
Passed this low bar and spent a lot of money. That's all it means.
Yeah.
That's all most of these degrees mean is I passed the minimum expectation and I spent tens of thousands of dollars. That's it. That's all it means. And for an employer, it means that you're willing to spend a shit ton of time studying shit that they're never ever going to use again and spend a lot of money doing it. So it goes, oh, these people are loyal. That's it. That's like, now the new model, kids don't stick around. People don't stick around in jobs. It's a gig economy. People are jumping around. So I on both ends of the spectrum, I'm not that conservative, but a little conservative leaning. And even on my left leaning things, I'm like, why do people
Would you like to develop an app?
Like, I don't understand why we're still holding on to this education system that is.
Oh, well, you're in Kentucky. Then rather than being close to the best scotch, you're close to the best bourbon. Then not only do I have like envy, like almost like I mean this with love, but fuck you just a little bit. Jesus Christ. No, I can't. I don't know that one, Bandit, Rick and Morty. Oh, yes, that was there you go. Bourbon. I've been on a bourbon kick lately. Scotch was my first love in the world of whiskey, but over enough time, I'm drinking bourbon, but actually it's bourbon from Michigan. It's Traverse City Bourbon. It was a store pick for wine, beer, and spirits here in Lincoln, Nebraska. Really good stuff. Actually, shockingly good. I'd never thought Michigan bourbon would be any good, but literally the guy that worked there just talked me into, like, he just cut a promo on this about how this is amazing stuff. You got to try this. And and it's not quite as much caramel and vanilla, but a lot of brown sugar and like toasted molasses is a good way. That's Michigan bourbon. And I know this is going to sound like sacrilege, but Loop River bourbon out of Nebraska, it's we did a blind flight and it crushed Colonel E.H. Taylor. So he goes, boo. Well, it's just a neat bottle. And as you can see, it's one of those, it's getting time to, I probably won't finish it off tonight, but the next time I stream, I will probably finish this off. So it's just one of those, it's time to put it down. And it's also entered in this year because in the bourbon tournament, we also have one bracket that's the Kentucky Outsiders bracket, where we try to look at some bourbons from outside Kentucky. Now, the one that won, you're going to love it. It's Bowman Brothers. And that batch was originally distilled twice at Buffalo Trace. Then they sent it to Virginia, where they distill it a third time, bottle it, and call it Virginia Straight Bourbon. So that was one that did very, very well. I'm not going to give you any spoilers, but I'm just going to say that one did very, very, very well. So you're gonna have to but you'll love that. So it's Kentucky bourbon with a Virginia. When you see a MMA fighter that goes, he's from Anaheim, California, by way of Las Vegas, Nevada. I prefer to say it's a Virginia bourbon by way of Kentucky. Like that's but it's excellent stuff. I heard sent for third. Yeah, they sent it for a third distilling, and it's the Blanton's mash bill. And excellent stuff. It's just one of those, like, I don't know what you call it. Now they put Virginia straight bourbon on it. Now that at the end of this year, they're going to source it from elsewhere. So if you find a Bowman Brothers of any kind, pick it up, hoard it, because this is the last year that they're going to source from Buffalo Trace. So, I don't know where they're going to source it or if they're just going to distill it 3 times there, but it is going to change. And that's tragedy.
1, failing fucking everybody. 2, wasting people's monies and ruining their lives and putting them in such crippling debt they'll never, ever fucking recover from. And the ones that do aren't going to fucking have anything to show for it.
Well, it's crazy how the people who are stupid.
I don't want to say that,
run
but
these universities want to burden people coming out of high school with crippling debt for the rest of their lives to prevent other people from joining the elite class. It's almost like it's by design.
Yeah.
Strange. On that note, let me get this out of the way, you fucking asshole.
Buffalo Trace is top 10
I forgot.
distilleries in the world, in my opinion.
All right. Well, I don't know where the fuck Phil is. We're 40 minutes in. I don't think we're going to see Phil until like the very end when he like rolls out of bed and goes,
I show up in like a few
Thursday?
minutes, actually.
Oh shit. I was tired. Hey guys, what I miss. Anyway, Tony fucking G here. Here's your beer chug, you bastard.
Oh, that was beautiful, sir. Beautiful.
Woo!
Nice.
Now with
nice. Thank you.
Now with the revelation that we're likely not going to see Phil tonight. Feel free.
Oh, it was a free run-in.
That want to jump in on some of these topics. Shoot us a message. Open invite for anybody who's ready to talk about some of the hottest hitting topics of the day. You see them scrolling across the bottom of your screen
Hot,
there.
sticky, and nasty.
And again,
dear God,
what should we dive into next? Unless we got some final thoughts we need to round out on this. Like, I guess the last thing I would say is anybody who thinks at this point that the collegiate university and education system don't need a mass revamping, especially at the collegiate level. Who honestly is paying these universities insane amounts of money and being crippled with debt for the rest of their lives that actually enjoys this system and thinks it's a good idea? Because 90% of that income is just going into pockets. It's not going into the university. I mean, maybe my stats aren't exact, but probably not that fucking far off. So yeah, I really hoped coming out of lockdown by 2022 we would have seen some real changes, but no, we're just going right back to the status quo. It looks like, unfortunately.
I still go, but I guess I'll wrap it up on my end with, if I would have finished my college courses, got my degree and went to work in that field, I might be making the same amount of money as I am today with whether that been an associate's or a bachelor's.
Right.
If I would have stuck it out, bachelor's probably would have been equal to what I make today.
Yep. One way or another, we're all paying for it.
I would still be paying off fucking student loans.
Yeah.
I'd still be paying. I would be excited about this $10,000 bullshit and it would probably only cut a part of it out.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, there's parts of me that wish I would have stuck it out, and I went for a year.
I'm glad I quit.
I am too.
So glad I quit.
I am too, because I didn't need more debt. I didn't need to burden me or my family with more debt or anything like that. And I didn't know what I was going for at the time. I was just going through my generals. That's the thing. But I had the misfortune of lining up classes in my 1 year that soured me on the entire experience. Like my math class that I had to take, we literally on day one walk in, sit down, and this guy who looked 6 years younger than me, Korean fellow, walks in and starts drawing on the board, and everybody's like, what the fuck? He's like, no, really, I'm the teacher. You couldn't you could hardly understand him. He was fresh from overseas. You could tell he's never been a teacher before in his life, and he is running back and forth from board to board to board to board to board, and nobody is learning a fucking thing. He understands this stuff in his sleep. Like, you could tell that this is so far beneath him because he's going through it so quickly, and nobody is retaining anything. That soured me. Then I took an art class of some sort. That was pretty much pointless. And I took a writing course, and the teacher, apparently I was so far advanced to what she'd seen in her prior teaching experience that I wrote, we went to an art gallery, find a piece of art, write a story about it.
Did you write erotica?
No, I could have. I could have. No, I didn't at the time. No, I walk around for like 40 minutes. I find a
Shout
statue.
out to Fumbled Penis Podcast. If you want to continue watching $10 a month, or we'll tell you the highlights of the episodes.
There you go.
God damn it!
Fuck him.
Why are they calling out another podcast? No, KOE Nation on YouTube.
So I walk
Twitch, and
around this
TikTok.
art gallery for about 40 minutes. I find a statue. I sit down with my notebook and I knock out my story or my whatever. It took everybody else like days to do theirs because nobody else wants to do this fucking class. I was actually enjoying it. I write it in like 20 minutes and I'm done. I turn it in. And the next day she brings me in. She's like, I feel like you copied this off of an Al-Qaeda website. It's just really angry. And like, I feel like you plagiarized this. And I laughed. And I'm like, this is the final straw. I'm like, I sat down and I actually wrote something.
I know.
You're going to scold me for it because you aren't
once in a
used
while,
to seeing people actually
the king
want
must
to take your
delegate.
class and learn from it. Fuck you. So yeah,
This is what
I
you
just had a
get.
string of bad.
Yeah, I
bad
show up here
professors
real
with just bad
shortly, like
timing. I don't
within
know.
a minute or two.
I took nothing away from it, and I'm like, this is just such a waste of time and money. Why am I doing this?
10-2-10,
Oh.
man. I have it a good word. Phil KOE is inbound.
Well, that changes everything.
I wonder if my last text woke him up.
While we're waiting on that to happen, should we? What do we want to move on to?
Because the
We've
expectation is
got a
that
lot of
everyone is
stories. Do you
caught
wanna
up
do
on
that?
KOE before coming up.
Which one do you want to do? Because we got a lot.
Well, let's talk about the good news of the week. Let's jump into
Okay.
Fauci.
All right. That is some good news. He's now our overlord, and he is officially the title of science, and more lockdowns are coming, right? Like, that's the good news.
Science.
I am
Judging
science.
is judging science.
Na 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 na.
So
Na,
yeah,
na,
he
na,
did
na.
come out this
Hey, hey,
Wednesday.
hey.
He will be retiring. Anthony Fauci steps away.
Good riddance.
Thank you.
Too
Yes,
bad
That's for
rubbish.
such a stellar
Hey,
career and
hey,
being such a stand-up guy.
Goodbye.
So this will not take effect, unfortunately, until like another 3 to 4 months. So, okay. With this, I don't know if my commentary on this will be necessarily about him retiring, but it's going to be more so over maybe reflecting on this dude's been around for what, 30, 40 years. He's, done the AIDS epidemic. He's done every epidemic, pandemic, whatever, everything.
He was never in the limelight like he was until COVID, though. Like,
COVID made him a rock star.
Exactly. Like, you've probably seen the name before. During what was it with Obama? Was that swine flu?
Swine flu, yeah.
So I mean, yeah, he was around for that. But
Weird
he wasn't,
science.
He wasn't put in front of the screen like
AIDS
he's FDR in a
From my heart and
fireside
from my
chat.
hand. Why don't people understand?
Well,
my
okay, fine.
intention?
Yeah. So anybody who was around to watch that on the media, maybe you saw this guy a lot more then. I don't know, but I can't assume to the degree or the level put out in the mainstream, like, because obviously it wasn't possible. God damn it, fuck off.
I mean, you had Jeremy
shit on the down
Corbin and fucking Ariana Grande talking about how much they loved Fauci.
Oh shit! Here we go, folks. Well, let's see. Let's switch this back and.
Well, better late than never, folks. It is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and also the prince of punctuality himself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE. Yes, folks. I was basically doing like Batman, Superman shit. Like, it was just so over
saving
top,
the world,
top secret,
saving the world.
pretty much, that I just had to,
Well, you heard Fauci is retiring, so you had to fill the gap, right?
I was about to say yes. Well, I heard Fauci was retiring, and basically, my bottle of champagne just popped too quickly, and I was trying to contain the mess. And it's like
That's
yeah,
a
so-
euphemism. He meant his cock.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say good riddance to bad rubbish on Dr.
Sometimes you
Fauci.
just got to walk
So
right
that's-
past some things Tony says.
You know,
No, with Fauci's announcement of retiring, like I went back and kind of like listened to some of our old shows, looked at old articles, and it was like, what all did this guy like? The mask flip-flops. Remember this shit where like immediately he lied
They
on
work.
purpose.
Well, no, you got to have specific ones. Well, you got to use three masks on top of each other.
At first, he said absolutely no reason any American should be wearing a mask. That's ridiculous. We shouldn't be doing it. Well,
was the most
okay.
offensive.
So we lied that way to say, oh well, healthcare workers, we're going to need these masks. We're going to have a shortage. Okay, like it's a dishonest way to do the right thing. That's
Right, but at
and
least makes
justify the means thing. How many people did he kill in that process if he really believed in mass working? What I also love right now, we can talk about mass now because you know what? It is no longer in the YouTube policies to question mass. They all of a sudden deleted it. So we
So
get to talk
strange.
about mass again without getting distracted.
Now, I was about to say, Chicken, how many times were we given strikes for talking about exactly that, which is now in complete we were all along actually in complete compliance with the current most updated guidelines actually are.
Every single strike we've had, we have been vindicated on one way or another, other than me being a bully to the president of the United States. Like
And Alyssa Milano.
I will wear that strike with a badge of honor. I am a Biden bully through and throughout, apparently criticizing the leader of the free world, the most powerful man in the whole goddamn planet. Little me got us a strike because of bullying and harassment of Joe Biden. So yeah, I'll wear that one. I'll own that one. But the rest of them, we're all vindicated. We were right in the moment, and the news and everything has come back to vindicate us one by one.
Phil, you asked how many times we got strikes. Phil, you got to remember. Hang on, let me put on my liberal hat for a second here. Let me put it backwards. Phil, you got to understand for a second. Just because we ended up being right now doesn't mean we were right then. And how dare you for suggesting otherwise? Hang on, let me go
That is actually pretty accurate.
Yeah, that would actually be fairly accurate to what most folks. Just because you're right now doesn't mean that you were right when you were right then. I mean,
exactly. Well, the first time I saw that excuse, my head actually did hurt, and
I think
I'll
Tom
never
used
forget
that
it.
once. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Now,
sure he has.
Now, just curious, before we move on much farther, I'm assuming, have you guys touched on the student debt forgiveness?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you missed it. You missed a great discussion, Phil.
I need to use the restroom, Phil. You go ahead and share your thoughts. I'll be back.
Well, there's one thing that there's an angle that a lot of folks aren't really remembering to this is, okay, so say that you've got a chunk of student debt out there and you utilize this new program to get a chunk of it forgiven, or say all of it forgiven. I want y'all to keep something in mind out there, folks. And this is something from Warren Buffett. He always said that you're only worth what you can borrow. So basically, people who do end up utilizing this program, what you're going to be telling every fucking bank in God's creation is, hey, everyone, I'm a piece of shit and I don't pay back my debts. So keep in mind that a lot of you folks out there that do utilize this, it might save you 10 grand now, but it might actually end up costing you a home loan in the future because you've just shown every credit agency that you'll use any out possible to get out of paying back the debts you agreed to pay. So something to just
What
keep in.
about those of us that already own a home?
Now, keep in mind, folks, I had no idea what Tony's take was. I had not heard it because I was out on a massage chair, and how he was tickled pink by this. But I'm sorry, the likelihood of this not affecting the interest rate in some way, or even affecting whether you get the loan or not, the likelihood of that being a reality for people who utilize this program is pretty much 100%. I mean, it's just something to keep in mind. You're only worth what you can borrow, so you're communicating to financial institutions that you're a bit more of a credit risk than you were the day before. Keep that in mind. I think you should probably look into making your home's mortgage self-identify as a student loan.
But that's not going to work. I don't think the bank.
Hey, that's fucking classic. Fuck off. That's
hey,
A+.
It's a fun notion.
Year of our Lord 2022. Well, for those who already, here's the weird thing. For people who already own a home, or for folks who didn't take out student debt, or for folks who already paid off your student loans, you're hosed.
So,
you're not included in this.
Wait. And so the people that own homes that have student loan debt aren't included in this.
Oh, if you own a home, sure. But if it's just for the student loan debt at the moment.
Well, okay. Now, and what we discussed first off and foremost,
and if they're comfortable with just living in the house they're living in from now until all time, they might be okay. But what they have communicated to every financial institution is that they're not actually going to pay back the loans that they've agreed to. So I hope you enjoy the home that you're in now. Yeah, I didn't know I was indirectly talking to Tony at this point. I didn't know I was being. I did not know that was the nature of this particular deployment here.
I don't know that I'd necessarily prescribe to this, because guess what? A bank's going to want your money just as much as a university. So, and everybody's credit's going down the fucking shitter right now.
Going to change your interest rates.
I don't know if I buy this 100%. I can see where you're going with it, though. But we touched on this.
I hope you're right, T. But
yeah, me too.
Banks are going to consider that.
Here's the thing, though. This isn't a done deal. That was the first thing. Like, the Biden administration can't just say and do this. Like, it's still got to go through all the proper channels. It's not a done deal. And yes, this is a vote grab. They're trying to appeal to all the newly crippled debt, high schoolers that can now vote and now have crippling debt because they chose to go to a really expensive university for their gender studies degree. So yes, this is a vote grab, and it's not a done deal. But the other thing, and this is something that, regardless of what side you're on this, there are people out there who are living their lives the right way, who are trying to pay their student debts off the right way, and who are paying their mortgages.
This is when I suddenly realized that
everything else
Tony's
the right
arguing
way.
with me a little bit.
And myself and my home are included in this. Like, my wife still has student loan debt, and this is actually going to apply to her if this goes through. So I'm over here doing a happy fucking dance. And guess what? If you're mad about somebody getting taxed because some asshole who couldn't handle the crippling student debt shouldn't have gone to college to begin with, like, there are people who are actually utilizing
I don't think
their
so,
degrees,
but we'll find
who
out
went into the field of
by
work
Monday.
that
We're going to know a
actually
lot
utilize
more.
their degrees, such as my wife, that are actually, in my opinion, this is more of a slap in the face. Only $10,000 because we have been doing it right. There are people out there who have been doing it right, that have been burdened with debt that didn't need to be as high as it was to begin with, who've been taxed on it that didn't need to be. And frankly, 10,000 is a bit of a slap in the face. It should be a lot fucking more for the people who were doing it the right way. But you know what? We'll start with 10. That's fine. For the people who are actually utilizing those degrees, went into the field that their degree says, and are still working to pay off those debts to begin with, yes, the people that are doing it right, yeah, I don't have a problem with this. Now, there are people that are going to fall into a much, much different category. Take whatever angle you want with this, but there are going to be people who needed to benefit from this who will benefit from it if it does go through.
And it will help a lot of people, but I'm just trying to make folks aware this is going to have financial repercussions down the road for everybody that tries to utilize.
Well, that's
program.
the same concept we said in 2020, and that's what I was telling Chicken earlier. We said this. We all said this in 2020. Remember when we got all those COVID stimmies? They're going to get this money back, and guess what? In less than 2 years, they're getting this fucking money back. You like those gas prices, folks? They're getting those stimmies back.
Well, again, that's kind of what the 87,000 IRS agents are for. They got to get that fucking stimmy money back one way or another. Now, this
We warned
is
you all. We warned
this
you
is
all
a
2
Hail
years
Mary
ago.
for the midterms. And we'll see if anything actually comes of it. Now, the Democrats, they're so fucking stingy when it comes to actually giving cash away to people these days that it'll probably be like, well, in the end, we were able to get like $1,300 of student debt forgiven, but actually not really. And you're going to have to pay it back in 2 years. So, like, I'm guessing that's what it's going to look like in the end. But, like, to me, like I said,
Fucking
folks,
true, Bandit.
It's
Jesus.
Well, one of those things. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
With
And
student debt loans, after a certain amount of time, in a lot of cases, I believe is it after 20 years, a lot of it just vanishes anyway. And that was the other thing that Biden was trying to get through, was jumping that up to just 10 years, talking about a majority of it just vanishing. So if it's already a thing after 20 years, and we're trying to speed that up to 10 years, which is the next step he's trying to go with this plan, obviously this money needs to be paid somehow. But the other thing that we talked about was the prices and the taxation of it and the fucking interest rates of it. None of it makes sense right out of the gate. You shouldn't be able to cripple somebody right out of high school. You shouldn't expect them to ever be able to pay it back, especially if they don't go into a specific high-paying field. So it's all broken from the beginning. But if that money can just kind of disappear because, oh, well, it's been 20 years and you were close enough anyway, we'll forgive that. It's not like the people who are benefiting the most from Harvard being ridiculously overpriced aren't going to be able to buy filet mignon that fucking week if a few of those loans just vanish. So it's a broken system, and the prices out the gate are already ridiculous. So to tax everybody to pay them off, maybe it's not exactly necessary in the case of some of these institutions. Some of them, absolutely. If we're talking community colleges, yeah, that's a different story. If we're talking the Ivy League,
it's like the meme you sent this morning. A local plumber is thrilled they get to pay off their neighbor's gender studies degree because, yes, this is going to be a tax on everybody who didn't go to college is now going to be paying off. So this is actually an interesting wealth transfer to a fairly wealthy class of folks, actually. So, like that, if you want to think about it that way, like this is actually going to be a wealth transfer to folks who have a large chunk of student debt. And that's generally folks that are maybe just a little bit above middle class. I mean, like your upper middle class folks. So this is an interesting vote grab, but also, like, T, I know you don't exactly like the argument, but it's one of the financial institutions are going to keep this in mind in the future. So for many of you out there, this $10,000 forgiveness might cost you your next home mortgage. Just keep that in mind.
In some instances, yeah, sure. But at the same time, you can't.
Well, you've shown how much
they're not going to try to.
You've shown how much of a credit risk you are.
You can't punish people for going, wait, there's a loophole where I don't
not
have
paying
to pay
your debts.
money.
Yeah, you can.
It's not.
Sure you can.
No, it's not people not paying.
If
their
you're
debt.
a bank,
people
you don't have
saying,
to give a loan.
"Hey, they said I
Charge
don't
a
have to
greater
pay,
interest
so
rate.
I'm not going to pay." How many people are going to jump up and say, "No, I still want to pay"?
None
of them. Fucking none of them.
Bill just touched on something a minute ago that I completely like. It's something I've always wanted to talk about on this that I completely glossed over. The fact that this debt forgiveness, like progressives are all like, yes, we need to be taking care of the the minority and the poorest of the poor and blah blah blah. This is going to benefit the wealthy white kids more than anybody if
absolutely.
it does go through. Am I
Yes.
wrong?
No, you're 100% right.
So is this not, according to their definitions that change fluidly, just like their genders, does this not be construed as what would you call it? Would this be institutional like racism or
indirectly, I guess.
Yes, it absolutely is according to their own definition.
Yeah, absolutely. According to their rules, yes, it 100% is. I don't know that that's the intent, but
the Democrats are feeding.
But wait, if racism is bigotry plus institutional power, And right now, the left has all the institutional power. Interesting. Bandit, and then allow government is going to have to put their foot down to allow home loans. Then we'll have yeah. Once you start forgiving loans left and right, it starts an interesting race with people. It's like, well, what about mine? It's kind of how I said if Democrats were actually serious about getting health care passed here in the United States, what they would do is they would just start with one procedure. And it's one procedure that touches everybody. And it's basically everything that surrounds childbirth. Medicare is going to pay for everything related to childbirth. And then you start the snowball rolling down the hill. Because then everybody's, well, what about my procedure? What about my procedure? What about my procedure? What about my procedure? And then, within 7 years, you've got 70% of shit covered with Medicare because of that weird little phenomenon within people.
Institutional racism. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it
that's
is.
what
That is the result. You're right. It is.
Jesus Christ.
You got hit, Phil.
Hey, Justin. Not a fan. To fighting, stealing, and drinking. If you're going to fight, may it be for a friend. If you're going to steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're going to drink, God damn it, better be with me.
Look at that face. That's a face.
How was it?
It was great.
Fuck you. Oh, fuck you.
He's got to catch up.
Y'all fucking suck.
Hour 2.
Boy, I showed up just in the nick of time, didn't I?
Get in there tight, Phil.
Yeah, Phil's not
Tony,
a subscriber yet, so he doesn't get any payback.
Oh, yes, folks. So if you want to get in on this amazing shit, folks, you just got to subscribe. You just got to be a part of this amazing community, folks. That's what you got to do. And especially, it gives you the chance to wipe off this smart-ass grin off my face, which is really, that's worth more than fucking gold than can be found in all the minds of God's creation. So, folks, to drinking. Shit.
Hawkeye gin, baby. There it goes.
Oh, that was bad. God, that's bad.
My fucking hotel neighbors are going to be so pissed at me. I'm pretty loud tonight.
How was it? How was that Hawkeye gin?
That's how it was.
Upset my stomach. Oh,
That's how that
good?
was. It's like drinking battery acid. Ow. That
do
second
see,
one gave me fresh new heartburn.
Yeah, I do.
I still have that piece of shit bottle here at the
I
mill.
just wanted to remind that you also have another shot to give now that it's hour 2.
Well,
1 second.
I'm gonna hold mine until until somebody pisses me off, and then I'll dish it out because I'm a man of vengeance.
Phil said you had a tiny penis. I heard it. I heard it. I was there. He said it. He meant it.
God damn.
Heavy too.
Tony's throwing me under the bus hard and
What should
heavy
we
here.
jump into next?
Let's talk about some science. I
You
think
guys
this is-
suck ass.
Let's get into that science story.
My dad's about to walk into the mill and really catch
Phil, I
me
have
off
to
guard.
message you on the side if you'd be so kind to check.
So we do have a new.
So when you see me go, oh shit,
discovered,
that's my dad showing up out of nowhere.
So okay, let me get the story pulled up. So cute. Oh, look at him. He's so adorable. This is going to be computer rendering of what the Jacapil Canui Kira might have looked like. While early in their research, the team has made several findings. The species is said to be bipedal and tiny, about 5 feet in length and the weight of a house cat. The dinosaur is also said to be an herbivore with leaf-shaped teeth similar to the leaf-shaped teeth, similar to
He's
those
asking
of
me
a
if I can help him with
Stegosaurus
some shit.
relative. The remains were discovered in Rio de Janeiro, in Rio Negro province
okay.
in northern
Buddha,
Patagonia
how we
by a
doing?
team of
Welcome to the
international
show.
paleontologists.
Folks, this is the one, the only, the great Buddha. I am forever in your debts, good sir, for how you performed at that derby last year. So, yes, this man, if he had some sort of social media, I'd shout the shit out of it right now. But, yeah, he's just good people, salt of the earth folk. The only gin I've had is Tanqueray. Maybe that's why. No, actually, that's pretty good. That's actually pretty high quality gin. I know. That's no. Yeah, it's slightly better. But yeah, Nick, God bless. And we proceed.
Just at the Felix de Azara Natural History Foundation in Argentina. Lead paleontologist wrote the report of the remains represent first definitive Jesus.
Thyrophorin.
Foreign
I always like trying to pronounce these words. Thyrophorin.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah. Anyway, Argentinian Patagonia and show that early thyrophon friends had a much broader geographic distribution that than previously thought. A computer simulation below of what the Jacapil Kanakuri might have looked like was created by
it's a thyrophorian.
Whoa.
Chicken.
What?
I have it on good authority here. It's in fact who just came in just a moment ago to the mill. So let me know that there is a problem with this particular dinosaur. I know we just discovered him, but unfortunately, well, we found some troubling tweets in this dinosaur's path.
What?
Yeah,
the dinosaur was tweeting.
Yeah, I think it's 94 billion BC. Yeah, black.
So Jake his Kanikura. Okay, so I was pronouncing it wrong.
Must have been his rapper name.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I think that's the rapper name.
So here's what he says in a tweet. If you like him nice ratchet, black with the cheeks without morals, the city of St. Louis is for you.
It's a little insensitive.
I feel like somebody else got canceled for something like that.
94 billion BC is when that was.
2 retweets, 1 like. So
and those aren't even good numbers. Like they really had to dig to find these tweets. Get it?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you. Jesus. God, I heard that with the earbuds off, and that still hurt.
Wait, there's another one. A bossy black lady at my temp job right now looks exactly like Steve Urkel. Ugly. Oh, man, that's the one that did it. Oh man, Jake.
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
This new dinosaur is already canceled.
BC. You can't say that shit. And he canceled. And he looks so cute. Oh shit! I probably shouldn't misgender him. That would probably get me canceled. No, it's unfortunate.
They look so cute.
He did. God. Just when you think just when you think somebody's like a shining new ray of hope, and some people
we were gonna
have all the potential in the world, they go do something
canceled.
Insensitive like this. Just it's unfortunate. What a bummer.
That's very unfortunate. I can't
this
believe
was going to be a big.
I can't
upper.
believe a dinosaur from 94 billion years ago would say such horrible things.
Exactly. I can't either. Like this is just it's disgusting.
It's gross. It's completely gross.
Hashtag canceled on Jackapiz.
Jackapiz canceled. Fuck the new dinosaur.
Fuck.
I gotta say, my old man came in, asked me if I'd help him with a project. So I went to a shop that's literally 200 yards away and helped him lift some stuff so he didn't have to lift stuff. And so that took 5 minutes, and then I was right back. But when my old man comes and asks for a hand, I'm gonna help him.
You new
out.
dinosaur and your racial bias and your mean tweets and your culturally insensitive attitude.
By the way, sorry for misgendering.
Yeah, my bad. That I was totally uncool of me, and that was totally out of line. And St. Louis ain't that badass. I've been there. It's okay.
I'm completely out of order on timelines, but speaking of being canceled,
Yes.
I do have a real cancellation of a dinosaur technically, because all dinosaurs kind of turned into birds, right?
Yeah, I mean, roosters are basically the closest thing we have to dinosaurs living.
HBO Max removes nearly 200 Sesame Street episodes because you name
reasons.
You name it.
They actually don't have any reasons. HBO Max is axing about 200 episodes of Sesame Street from its streaming platform, but the reason for the purge is unclear. Warner Bros. Discovery recently acquired HBO Max. On Friday, the streaming service listed 456 Sesame Street episodes available, compared to about 650 that were available previously. HBO Max has not had access to all the show's episodes at the same time. HBO Max only showcases episodes from seasons 1, 5, and 7, as well as the recent seasons 39 through 52. Holy shit, dinosaur, you weren't kidding. An HBO Max spokesperson shared a statement with Fox News Digital on Saturday regarding the cutback on Sesame Street. Sesame Street is and always has been an important part of television culture and a crown jewel of our preschool offering, the statement began.
Aw.
There's Tickle Me Elmo. God, he was a monster back in the day. That fucking Christmas. We are committed to continuing to bring Sesame Street into families' homes, including the newest season premiering this fall and nearly 400 episodes of the most current and historic seasons that remain on Cartoonito on HBO Max. The upcoming 53rd season will be available on the streaming service, the outlet reported. HBO and Sesame Street joined forces in 2015. They're really not going to give any fucking reasons behind this, are they?
Nope.
There's nothing here. They're just saying like they cut all these episodes and they're not saying why. So let's speculate on this. Because what this said, seasons 1 through 5, and I think it was missing season 6.
Catch up on some comments here. EOD, well, you're a good son, K.O.E. Nation. That's more than I can say for a lot of streamers. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I found that quite a few folks on Twitch that I've interacted with on panels have very strained familial relations, and that's it's like I got a pretty good relationship with my parents. So what can I say? True, Phil. Thank you. Warner Brothers equals Time Warner. There's there's your problem right there. Yeah. Was it the 200 episodes where Bert and Ernie weren't, well, the thing? 53rd season. Yeah, are they like editing out all the episodes where Bert and Ernie are sharing a bed or something, or like I don't know what they're doing. So like or are they like editing out all the Oscar the Grouch being in the trash can gags, or I'm not sure what they're editing out. Like, oh, I love the fucking Family Guy episode where it's like, don't talk like that, Bert. I don't like it when you talk like that, Bert. It was pretty fucking good.
And then it had 7. So, frankly, now let's remember back. Like, what this thing debuted. Jesus, they're in season 53. Holy
53rd
crap.
season.
They must churn out, 2-3 seasons a year, right? Whatever year this Sesame Street started. Like, my fucking dad grew up with Sesame Street, I'm sure. So, this thing...
Well, now I'm going to look that up.
What people have got to remember is the times change. You can't change history, no matter how much you want. History still exists, and even if you were, a little insensitive.
I looked it up. Sesame Street started November 10th, 1969. Shit's been going on since the 60s.
Culturally,
they're a bit adaptable.
Wrong 30, 40 years ago. Do we need to just wipe it from existence? Now, this goes back to that.
Bandit. Oscar, you're a grouch. Bitch, I live in a fucking trash can. 1969. Good year. Musically.
Same argument talking about removing statues or deleting episodes or movies or re-editing movies because things might be a little inappropriate now. Why can't we look at something and understand that this was then and this is now? And if we look at it now, and even though it was made then, like we can still appreciate it for what it was. Now, I'll be honest,
So,
There are
Tony,
some
I need
things
to
that are
stop
fucked
you
up.
right now.
Okay.
Are you not seeing the picture on the screen? Elmo is choking a African American black, what appears to be a woman.
Yeah,
I don't know.
don't
Could
assume.
be any gender. With his legs and holding a tennis racket in a very threatening manner. Okay,
That's true.
Do you not understand what
Jim
this does?
Cornette Club.
This right here is
Yes.
offensive. It's dangerous.
I always keep some
Obviously,
physical
this is a hate
books.
crime. I get
This
it.
is threatening the lives.
Always
of
keep some physical
people
books of important
across
stories.
the world right now.
Books are a treasure, in my opinion.
Canceled.
Canceled. Elmo's fucking canceled. I didn't know we were going to get to that point that we canceled Tickle Me Fucking Elmo, but here we are.
I think he should have been, canceled for, the Tickle Me Elmo thing.
Well,
that was kind of gross.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that at all. But no, like, were they smoking on Sesame Street? Was somebody fucking smoking? Was somebody dropping slur words? Was the counting with the wrong pronouns? Like,
no, I told you and Phil what I think this was. I think it was somebody that was looking for outrage. Was just randomly watching an episode with their child, and heard an episode where, one of the parents on the show, or maybe even Big Bird, did the little boys like, I'd like to play with Barbies, and they went, well, Barbies are for little girls, Johnny. So Johnny, like, here's some monster trucks. You should play with that. And it was probably an episode from the early 90s. And this person just went,
yeah,
and lost their fucking mind, and then watched every single episode to find anything they possibly could that was, in their opinion, wrong.
EOD, most important book in my collection is Merriam-Webster's Dictionary, published 1993. Because, yeah, they've kind of shit the bed lately, haven't they? For me, I only really look to Oxford English Dictionary at this point. Monster trucks beat the shit out of Barbies. Bandit. I was thinking more movies, TV, when I think it was Warner Brothers said they were going to digitally remove the flag off the roof of the General Lee. Oh, my. Huh. Like, all that's going to do is just give the Dukes of Hazzard another resurgence of people watching it. Because that's the weird way that people are. The Streisand
I've never
effect is
seen a
real.
cartoon for children. I've never seen anything on national TV, on streaming services that, like, really offended me in such a way that I felt the need to remove an episode. But these people do. These people do.
No, you're not wrong. Like, exactly.
That's coming.
Because now we have to police everything.
They'll give people too much
who
of a
want
warning
to
of
be
what's
mad
coming
have
down.
to police everything around them, and that's what we do now. So
I blame suburban white moms for this.
Oh, well, that they're real. I mean, really, they're kind of the downfall of everything.
Yeah, because like that's the reason, like, you can't be out after dark anymore, or ride your bike down the street anymore as a child. Like, kids don't get to have fun anymore. Like, they're all bubble wrapped little cunts running around with no education and afraid of dirt.
Yeah.
Like,
I will say,
kids
though,
are
at the same
pussies
time,
today, man.
they are. I agree. You're right. Yeah, no, they can't. And that's the thing. Like in the local,
Same goddamn Karens that get mad when you drive your kids around on a goddamn UTV.
I was just gonna say, like on the local Facebook page. Yesterday, it was a kid who was out walking the dog, and the dog was big, and the kid was small, and the dog was basically pulling the fucking kid.
Son of a bitch, canceled.
Well, and then the dog went and tried to sniff some other dog's ass, and it was a whole thing. And I'm like, all right, fine, I get it. And the dog wasn't on a leash.
Fuck you.
It was a whole thing. No, there's
why
arguments
do
on
I have to
Bandit.
expect this fucking kid?
Don't
that's
give them any
throwing his
ideas.
Dog to hold his dog back against your cunt.
Well, he
dog
didn't have a
that's-
leash. There was no leash.
Okay, well, dogs fuck each other. Like, this is
They
This
do,
is nature.
turns out.
Okay, this is nature.
Yeah.
What, like, what in what?
But
world-
that's the thing. You can't give your kid a chore like go walk the dog because it's
Well,
gonna.
What?
Yeah.
Why in the fuck isn't your dog behind a goddamn fence or in a kennel if you're so worried about it getting fucked, you cunt?
So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, everybody's going to get mad about everything. But here's the thing. Like, with this specifically, this children's show that's been on for fucking decades upon decades, I understand that there are some things that do kind of break and blur the lines of, okay, maybe it was a little insensitive now by today's standards, but that doesn't mean we need to erase it from history now just because it was insensitive then. But today I was catching up on some episodes of like Joe Rogan, and I was listening to the Whitney Cummings episode. And it's like the middle of the episode, and she brought up Shirley Temple. And they started pulling up clips of Shirley
I was
Temple
about to say,
as like a
I haven't even seen anything happen in your
actress.
comments.
And they actually showed
I
some
give
of the
my
clips of some of these like movies,
inner circle of fans a lot more leeway.
wow,
So no, I have
that
not been
shit's
doing anything in your
fucking
comments.
uncomfortable to watch.
Were
Like, we're
they
talking
personally aggrieved? Whoa, I just got back. Whoa.
sexualizing children. Like,
They're
it's
canceling Elmo? Oh no, who'd he tickle?
No, Phil, don't you see? Elmo is choking a
back.
black possible female. I don't know her gender, and choking her with his legs and holding a baseball or not a baseball. Yeah, it is a baseball.
It might
bat.
identify as a
Phil's like,
baseball
is that
bat.
a baseball bat? No, it's a tennis racket. He's
No,
gonna
that's a
beat-
Jim Cornette prop.
He's gonna beat her to death with it. So cancel.
Jesus. Now, also, folks, I got to apologize. When I stream out at the family farm, there's always at least a 1% chance that one of my kinfolk's going to walk through the door and need a quick favor. So that you always have to keep that in mind. But so we're canceling Sesame Street now. Like, I thought Sesame Street was like the most mainstream milk toast product available. What did they do to make anyone mad? Let alone
We
now, granted,
don't know.
we do have a class of people in this country and in the West that are professionally aggrieved and determined to be offended. Like, literally people that professionally for a living are upset with things on Twitter. So that's doesn't surprise me that you have to ever increase your threshold of what's cancelable to the point where we're all the way down to fucking Sesame Street, folks.
Yes. I actually that wraps it up pretty good. Like, we
Yeah.
covered this for about 20 minutes while Phil was gone. So
Yeah.
I
I'm
feel
the
like
closer.
we might be beating a dead horse at this moment. What?
Well, I'm sure you're not going to find a lot of people like, oh yeah, fuck Sesame Street, fucking cancel their asses. Like, there's not going to be a lot of folks that are going to He's waking up too many kids with the Matrix. Giving out the red pills.
Up against,
you
the
know,
fucking count scarred me for life. Oh, it's terrible. Oscar the Grouch and his bullshit. Like, that motherfucker living in luxury by today's standards. He should be thankful he's living in such a nice
I was about to say,
condo.
Oscar the Grouch's home in today's housing market would go for about $468,000.
Well, I mean, given the street though, it's kind of a rough neighborhood. So I was thinking,
Yeah, but it's right there in Manhattan. So
yeah, you are right there in the pulse of fucking society. I'll give you that.
I mean,
Who's
so
his,
yeah.
who's his rep? Is it AOC or Jerry Nadler?
Oh man, that's no wonder he's been
Mailman
living in the
Steve
trash
or
can.
whatever his
Yeah,
name is.
yeah. No wonder he's been living in the trash.
Yeah.
I mean, if either of those are his choices for representatives, then yeah, I mean,
That's
they would
fair.
probably, like I said, they would look at that trash can as the lap of luxury because at least you get to live in Manhattan.
Yeah. I
Oh,
do
Lord.
have any other thoughts on Sesame Street before I get into
True RWP.
I'm gonna drop some pipe bombs on you guys tonight, not in the
Like,
way
not-
you would think.
The CM Punk Don't kind, give them folks, ideas.
not
Not the IRA kind. But
Yeah.
to me,
The
just
CM
my
Punk promo
last
was called a
general thought
pipe
on
bomb.
this is we're
'Cause you're
really
dropping
starting
a
to run
truth
out of
bomb.
things to get outraged about, aren't we? We're down to Sesame Street episodes pissing people off.
I don't know. Next week, I was thinking I was going to go off on a Twitter rant about the Amsterdams from like 1998. And how they fucking stole Robin Hood, the opening music to Robin Hood, and just sped it up. And that offends me.
You should be offended.
Yeah.
We
That's
should.
sacrilegious.
Yeah.
Let's start a tweet campaign about it. But now, Chicken, all right, drop it on us, good sir.
So I'm going to take you guys back to January 6th, 2020.
Oh, okay. So Groundhog's Day for Democrats.
Yes.
Yeah.
The single worst and darkest day in American history. Yes, go.
This isn't in the way that they would prefer to look at it, obviously.
The truth, Chicken? Wait, hang on.
Whoa.
You mean look at it with the truth? With unbiased eyes?
With unbiased eyes? Yeah.
I like how Tony's idea of a liberal is a backwards cowboy hat.
Find the story. My computer's acting a little fucky, so tell me if I look weird on my stream at all, or if you can't hear me, let me know. Because I'm not going to read the story necessarily on here. I'm going to go through some bullet points, and of course,
got an ad there.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
Of course.
And I get into why a little later. I actually
Okay.
did some
I was
interesting playing a Twitch stream on my stream one time, and they kept dropping ads all the time, and my audience had almost basically like hostile take over the shows. Like, no, wait, Phil, I need to know more about those commercial products. I'm very interested in those products. Now I want to buy them. Son of a bitch.
All right. So anyway, if we go back to January 6th of 2020, one thing, the most dangerous thing that happened that day were two pipe bombs were planted, one at the Republican National Committee building and one at the DNC.
The bipartisan bomber.
So this potential pipe bomber had dropped these two pipe bombs, and nothing really ever came of it. Now, for all the people on January 6th that have been arrested, detained, thrown in solitary confinement, all the shit that's happened to the folks that wandered into the building, that were let into the building. Now, some of them did some bad shit and probably deserve to, have a little justice thrown their way. But most of them, yeah, probably didn't really do a whole lot. Nobody really talked about these pipe bombs, and we never heard more about these pipe bombs. Very few stories have ever come out about these pipe bombs. Now, Revolver News dropped.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, let me get into it.
You okay, Phil?
So
sorry.
Phil's really good at just like ruining the story without ever even getting into the story. Anyway, so the official story from the U.S. government is that
flattery will get you nowhere, Chicken.
Pipe bombs were a diversion for the January 6th officers to like be pulled away from the Capitol.
You're absolutely correct.
They stormed in. Well,
they absolutely would.
Obviously, none of this plays out
because they are noble.
I'm going to give you
an
a
honorable
list of
man.
Facts, and you guys.
Yes, if
stop
you've
me
seen
whenever you kind of
Charlton Heston,
are you fucking serious moment
doing Julius Caesar.
Anytime you have them, you probably have a couple through this whole.
Well,
thing.
I had one right away. And
snap!
That was Chicken. What you don't understand was they'd already breached the Capitol
with Biden's 20 trillion jobs.
Yes.
Yes, they had already breached, even though you could actually line up the moments of the events when Trump was talking. Yeah, but keep in mind, funny enough, the January 6th committee has now completely cleared and exonerated Donald Trump because they had every motivation to bring charges against this man. And you have to look into it when you go from Mueller to the IRS to the January 6th committee to 2 impeachments to the FBI raiding his home to having special prosecution, special counsel brought against him. Every possible area of the law, the DOJ has been investigating this man for over 6 years, and like Andy Dufresne still comes out clean on the other side, which to me really actually speaks to the honorable character of this man.
Phil, how can you say he's clean? His wife's corpse is in his golf course.
Oh, that's basically what they were hoping for. Was
Cypher? And he has nuclear codes in his linen
Did he
closet.
take over your... Is that Cypher in a backwards cowboy hat or Tom in a cowboy hat?
What happened there?
But my goodness, Tony, my goodness. But yeah, so to to me, the January 6th commission completely.
Tony
cleared Trump
says that's the
all
third
wrongdoing.
one, and this FBI
the
is the
FBI
fourth
still
one.
hasn't brought charges, despite having every motivation to do so. Robert Mueller found nothing, despite having every motivation to do so. The IRS has been investigating him for years and has yet to charge him with anything, despite having every motivation to do so. 2 impeachments were unable to actually come through and actually impeach him. Well, yeah, 4 unofficial, 2 very official.
Yes.
And he's so far the impeachment champion of America. I have defeated more impeachments than any other president. Now, folks, I think in 2024, let's really fucking put a great punchline on this joke, and let's allow Donald Trump to be the 3-time impeachment champion. So vote for him in 2024. So eventually the Dems will try to impeach him again and watch him beat that one too. Yep.
Chicken's back.
Okay, yeah, I reset my internet, so hopefully everything's fine now. Okay.
Struggle is real, folks.
I'm not going to pull up the story because I'm not actually going to read through it. I'm just going to go through the official story of the pipe bombs on January 6th.
CM Punk came out and cut a great promo. Oh, wait, sorry. That's not what
Anyway,
happened.
so the official story is these pipe bombs were a diversion to pull people away from the Capitol to allow more rioters and January 6th insurrectionists to enter the Capitol building. That's the official story, according to the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. Now, when you look at the evidence when it comes to these pipe bombs, which nobody's talking about, nobody's been talking about them. It's been completely ignored.
No, they really just kind of swept this one under the rug.
Yeah. Some more stuff has come out from Revolver.news. These are the same folks that exposed the Brian Sicknick story. Remember Brian Sicknick, the cop on January 6th?
Oh, no, he's been doing one of those. I'm avoiding the news things.
A fire extinguisher that never happened.
Sure.
Yeah, they were the ones that
that's going to
exposed
be a
that was all
fucking
fake story, and
disturbing
then he
thing for
died
him to
of
come
natural
back
causes
from.
a couple days later, and that was a big nothing burger. So here's some list.
Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't know about this. Dave Rubin just put himself off the grid for a month and he's just living with the. Oh my God. It's like, oh, hey, Dave, guess what happened? Just one of the most consequential events in American modern political history. That's all. That's all. Yeah. That's holy fucking shit balls. He does that occasionally. He does it every year. He was on vacation when Epstein, quote, didn't kill himself, allegedly. So that's fucking dude. Could you imagine the mind fuck? Oh my God, that's almost not funny, but that's also really funny.
Facts of
You and I
this,
both know that.
pipe
We
bomb
all know
story.
that, folks.
Okay, so the night before January 6th. So this is January 5th at 7:52 p.m. at the Republican National Convention building, whatever it's called. A pipe bomb was placed. A man was seen on surveillance video placing this pipe bomb and hidden fairly decently, apparently, in this circumstance. Why am I getting pop-ups all of a sudden? And it used like a kitchen timer. So it was a galvanized pipe, like a plumbing galvanized like metal pipe with caps on each end, filled, according to the ATF, explosive material. And it had one of those little kitchen timers, you know, those 60-minute kitchen timers that you spin, and it goes tick, 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 tick. And then 60 minutes later, it goes ding. And in theory, you look at that and you go, oh, well, in 60 minutes, this thing's going to blow up. So keep that in mind. 8 p.m. the night before January 6th, a 60-minute timer, potentially bomb, is thrown into place. There's no remote detonators on either of these pipe bombs. They're built the same, according to everything that's been given to CBS News. CBS News has the exclusive, like, classified info that they're not allowed to share. So now you have video evidence of both the RNC and DNC, these bombs being placed, okay? The night before. with the 60-minute timer. This is a diversion, right? During the insurrection. How the fuck am I going to place a bomb like 14 to 16 hours before this apparent insurrection is going to take place without a remote detonator with a 60-minute timer? So I would have to come back, right? And set that timer to make this bomb go off. Okay? Let's say that's going to happen. Let's say that's my plot. I'm going to place the bomb, I'll come back and resettle it. Whatever. Okay. Conveniently, in front of the Republican National Committee building, the first bomb is discovered at 12:40 p.m. exactly 20 minutes before the scheduled vote of Congress on the election. Okay, exactly 20 minutes. Guess what? Also on that timer, it was stuck on 20 minutes. It couldn't move. Like, it was not reducing past the 20-minute timer. So it just got stuck there. So somebody had already set the timer, and it just happened to get stuck, and then just happened to get stuck at and discovered at 20 minutes away from this vote. Coincidence? Sure. Let's chalk it up to a coincidence.
There's no such thing as coincidence in Washington, D.C.
Let's move on. It was found by a woman named Carlin Younger, who works for a company called FirstNet. FirstNet, literally a week prior, had just taken this is just another coincidence, $92 million contract with the FBI. And she just happens to live in the same across the alley from the building where this bomb was found within 20 minutes of the vote, and the timer was stuck at 20 minutes. Okay, a couple of coincidences. This is getting a little crazy.
A couple's fine.
And this is a diversion, by the way, even though
Right,
the Capitol was breached 13 minutes after she found this bomb. So
Right.
it's just great timing. It's a fucking coincidence. Great timing. And then
Some of y'all aren't cultivating your assets very well.
Yeah. And then over at and this was at the RNC one. So let's go to the DNC bomb. This was plain view under a bench. Very plain view. This was not hidden well at all. Okay. Kamala Harris
Bandit says
came
that's
to the DNC building.
Maybe.
And they had
I don't know.
bomb sniffing and drug sniffing dogs.
I have no evidence of any such
for
thing.
Any incoming VP or president that's going to enter a building like
Can't
that.
cancel me,
They,
Susan Wiki. I have
you
no
know,
evidence of
They
any
scour
such
the
thing.
area and look for anything.
Just the rumors.
Potentially that could be wrong. The dogs apparently had COVID that day because they did not smell anything.
It happens. It was a time of COVID.
It could have been.
Wow.
So then you go to DS documents where they started, because January 6th was something that was talked about weeks prior. There's a DHS document on December 30th.
We were losing chicken. I remember. Uh-oh. Are we losing chicken, T?
I think we did.
Hell. Now, like, to me, with this whole thing, all I can think of is all the federales say they would have found it anyway. So I guess that's all we have to say. And chickens frozen anyway. I'm fucking good. I'm that. And all the federales say. So
Chicken's Motel Internet's failing him right now.
I can't really begrudge too hard. I've had the internet crap out on me a few times out here. And what was funny is I still had like 4 people watching the stream even after I was off the screen. I'm like, God damn, and yeah, that is a beautiful pose. I mean, we should probably just use that as like a general thumbnail for chicken going forward. Just, yep.
I will remember you. Will you remember me?
Yes, folks, you got a Phil K.O.E. Tony G duet right there. Yes,
You didn't
always
even
be
pay
careful of
for
people who refer to themselves to the
I was
third
about to
person
say
in
that's
a
the best
non-ironic
deal
fashion.
in the
history of ever. So, Tony, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think there might be some Fed involvement in all this?
Well, to say that there was
Hey, I'm just
none from
asking
the get-go is
questions.
probably a little fucking ridiculous. It does sync up very, very conveniently, and a little. Bree's speaking the laptop. I'm speaking the truth, and he's being exactly the fucking Wi-Fi is against him. No, that's just it. So no, it is. It's ridiculous. Now here's the thing.
Alex Jones is standing in front of the last
No. We're not safe to talk about him or claim anything about him right now. No.
I think he did.
No. Oh, he's back.
All right.
Aw. Thank you, Tyler. Is he back?
Yes. Yes, he's back.
Yeah.
Okay, guess
Yeah.
who's back?
Apparently,
Back again. Chicken's back. I think actually I don't know what it is. He's saying he just left for now. Okay. I don't know. Well, I do hope CTV comes back. He was a nice enough fella to me.
apparently talking about the frogs being gay.
Turn the freaking frogs gay. Turn the freaking frogs gay. You guys have seen the
So what was
fucking
the
tech-
last thing I said before?
You were going into detail about something, and then it just crapped out.
You were basically well, hey there, Tiberius. Chicken Zone. What was I saying? Basically, you were admitting your unrequited love for Tony G, and then it just cut off right there.
So the
Exactly.
DHS had, I think this is where I left off. The DHS actually had a prediction that was handed to the
just
FBI, CIA, and
kind of
other,
hysterical language.
organizations on December 30th that there may
But
be pipe bombs or
It's like,
other distractions.
yeah, there was a
possibly
protest.
laid out in the side streets.
few
around
hundred
the
people got
Capitol
rowdy.
prior to January 6th as a possible diversion.
And I get into
to,
why they need to use such extreme language and
spread
such
police,
hysterical language.
and people around.
So just like they were going to put fake. This was outlined.
No, DHS was saying somebody else will do it. And then it happened. And then they got stuck at 20 minutes and were discovered 20 minutes before the vote, even though they were placed the night before. On top of this, the FBI has surveillance.
Let's see. We got it was a planned insurrection, not a plan. Well, then who's been like? If it was planned, then why is not like? And everybody says Trump knew all this stuff. Then why has the January 6th committee not made any moves against him? Because that would don't look into the report. There's no link to a plan on the January 6th committee, like I brought up earlier, had every motivation to bring charges against Donald Trump, and yet were unable to do so.
Video, and they have like a most
despite
wanted
having
list of
every
the guys
motivation.
who laid these bombs. But they have not released all of the surveillance video. They have purposefully not given a specific shot, like they give it a shot for like a certain time frame, but then because what happens is the guy who drops off the DNC bomb comes and sits down, but he doesn't drop the bomb. He comes and sits, looks at his phone, looks around to make sure nobody's there, and then he gets up and leaves, and then he comes back. So they show two videos of two different angles of this person arriving and leaving, and then they decide to not show you the other angle when he comes back and actually drops the bomb off.
Right.
So suspicions there, coincidence.
So you mean
whatever.
one of the most scanned and analyzed days in American history?
The best video footage of a pipe bomb being.
Hang on one second here. Crimson goes, yeah, no, just everyone knew what was happening and the narrative went through all. Okay, now what you're doing is mind reading analysis, and any analysis that requires you to know the inner thoughts of another person can be thrown out because it can be very, very false. EOD, because if all this all falls apart and they're not able to charge Trump, it proves they've been full of crap all along. Crimson, they don't charge defunct American president. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no. Crimson, that's naughty. What is your IP? Even the FBI came out and said there was no plan for January 6th. Crimson, don't know how much. So, like, well, that's the thing with January 6th is there was going to be no evidence against Trump, and the people who hate Trump are going to insist that they see the evidence that isn't there. It's kind of an emperor wears no clothes situation. So just happen to not be the camera. To put it in a better way, a lot of Biden supporters and folks on the left at this point, Biden and the Democrats in Congress could shit into a bowl and they'd thank him for the ice cream. Just happen to not be on during the most relevant moment, just like an Epstein cell.
Killed himself. Yeah, it just happened to fail.
Epstein, the video, the camera just.
It's just kind of funny whenever things that might actually give you some definitive answers to the major events in our lives. That footage just happens to always never be working, folks. It's almost like that's not a coincidence.
Coincidences?
No, it's not.
Coincidences do exist, folks. Just not when it comes
many.
to things that are politically driven.
Not this many.
Yeah, that is a lot of coincidence there. That's an unfortunate amount of coincidence.
I don't want to get relabeled once again, or maybe I do. I don't care. As a conspiracy theory show,
I found it very coincidental that my
it's very
internet
coincidental.
has been fucking great all night, and then all
We're
of a
just
sudden-
coincidence
as soon as
theorists.
you talk about it, yeah.
As soon as I'm talking about this shit,
That's when you're. Yeah, we're not really conspiracy theorists. It's coincidence theorists. Well, no, we're talking about how the film didn't work for the people planting the bomb, just like the Epstein camera didn't work. I know. Just you gotta keep up. One of my favorite is how the police let them in through the door. LOL, man, that might be nice.
God damn. Like, but that's the thing. Like, we can look at all the people that are
Ray
arrested.
Epps was asked about this. Ray Epps in his interview, he was asked
Really?
about, like, what were you concerned about?
Ray
He
Epps
said I was concerned.
Excuse
about,
me, I slipped
somebody
there.
setting off bombs
His
around the
Fed
Capitol.
paycheck. I mean,
Yeah.
what?
No, he was concerned about bombs blowing up around the Capitol. That somebody might try to set off an explosive. But never once did they ask Ray Epps any follow-up.
Well, yeah, because that was on the itinerary he was given earlier that day. Oh, I mean, allegedly. That was a joke. Winky
Why
face.
would you not follow up on that? When there's two pipe bombs.
From a bipartisan bomber.
I was just, and that, at the RNC and the DNC.
I'm not going to say I'm going to Alex Jones this thing, but I'm fucking pretty goddamn convinced the FBI planted two goddamn bombs ahead of time, knowing something was going to happen. Then they had infiltrated people in January 6th that fucking entered the goddamn building. Like, this was all orchestrated.
Allegedly.
Neither of them
about
went
this?
off, and
How about
B,
this?
nobody took the fall for them.
Another coincidence. The head of the FBI in Michigan during the Whitmer kidnapping. Yeah, he's in charge of the January 6th time frame as well in Washington. He got promoted to Washington after the Whitmer thing. So the same guy who was in charge of the bullshit that happened with Whitmer, where he entrapped U.S. citizens and used undercover agents to fuck these guys over,
allegedly,
was also then promoted before January 6th to Washington, D.C.
Allegedly.
to be the head guy.
Best
over all
word
that.
in legalese in the country.
I don't know. Is it him?
There's
Did
only
he
so many
orchestrate it?
people in the
I
world.
I'd say that seems like a little bit of
Billions
redundancy.
People,
I don't
Chick, and we're bound to have repeats.
You know, a bomb 20 minutes before, stuck at 20 minutes, then another bomb, and a lady that works for a company that's, you know, taking a $93 million contract from the
Won't
FBI.
show.
Like, it's just like, I don't know.
I was just trying to show, like, man, he must have known he didn't really do very good on that debate the other night, because Hunter Avalone's now coming onto my YouTube videos asking, would you like to talk one-on-one? And it's like, oh, boy, you really did not do very well on that Jesus panel to the point where you're seeking meat my ass out. So I just thought that's
Hunter
kind of.
Avalon thinks that these conspiracies are
Hunter
accurate.
Avalon has no general thoughts and
I was about to say Tony. Everything we just said is like his entire audience would just like. What a world! What a world! What
No,
a world!
they wouldn't do that. They'd just be like, "Oh my god."
No, he didn't really do very well in the
these
last debate with me. It was not.
These all
It was
line
not
up
good
and
for
like,
him.
oh my god!
I'll be honest with you.
no-
And don't get me wrong, I'm
like,
looking forward to
no
chatting with the guy.
way.
He seems like a fairly nice guy, but it's just his ideas.
Lex
were
Friedman's
just
an interesting
not
motherfucker.
well defended.
I love
But I
his
just thought that was
guests
kind of funny. It's
more
like,
than
God
him.
damn, this guy. Like, I just find out he.
Like, I got to be honest. Like, Lex Friedman is kind of like the opposite of. Like Joe Rogan, I usually just kind of enjoy just listening to Rogan, and then his guests are cool too. With Lex, he always has guests that are so fucking heady that you like them more than the host, which you usually don't want to do that in showbiz. But, you know, to Lex's credit, he will bring some fucking crazy folks on. I like that shit. Hunter Avalon is a child. Oh, Lord. I don't know who you are, Crimson, but welcome to the show, anywho. But no, I don't even think I did a very good job, but just Hunter just did not have any counters for the arguments I was making. And I was figuring, like, all right, I'm going to give you my B and C level arguments and see how you do with them. And those weren't even like, no, but like he wasn't able to even overcome those. So I was like, interesting. Oh, well, hey, good to see you again then, Crimson. Yeah, I'm really bad with names, but I never forget a face. I kind of doubt that. Like I do think we should have, you know, private care like the Mayo Clinic, but you know, we're getting, like, I even talked earlier about how you would actually get to Medicare for all if that was what you actually wanted and didn't want to just campaign on it like the Democrats were. I made you lose. Oh, I'm sure I've been inconsolable since. But welcome to the show, Crimson. Welcome. You don't debate. You're the debate bro persona on Twitch. All you do is hurl epithets at people and hope they tuck tail and run at Crimson. Whenever someone comes at you with facts, you deflect and redirect the conversation at Crimson. Call me crazy. I think there might be a bit of a pre-existing rivalry here.
You reached out to us through RevRest Pod, so guys, I guess we're all
Bring it
gonna
on.
go on to the Hunter Avalon show.
The fact that he did that shows me he's emotionally irrational and he's desperate to find Phil.
Well, I mean, ask and ye shall receive. I mean, Chicken, trust me, this is not the first person that has been desperate for Phil K.O.E. Like, I'm used to this, like, daily. Like, have you ever seen that Saturday Night Live sketch about mango? Like, no, you get the Pepsi mango. That's basically my daily life, is just everybody just overly attracted to me, just can't take it. They have to just flood in. So I'm used to it. Well, I was about to say, mine is a bit more X-rated because, you know, I don't turn everybody down like Mango does. So, you know,
yeah, that's it.
Chicken.
Love you, buddy.
There it is.
I was just starting to like you.
This is what you get for being late tonight.
This is what you get for directing the topic onto Hunter Avalon.
Yeah, because nobody here knows who that is or cares.
Very true. Very true. But I just thought that was funny that, like, I'm sitting here, like, I fire up my computer, like,
for those that
wow,
don't know,
this guy really needs to debate me.
For
apparently.
those that don't know, Hunter Avalon is who tomfoolery modeled himself after.
Ooh, that's
yes,
more
I said it.
true.
I fucking said it, bitches.
But unfortunately, that's kind of true because, like, Hunter Avalon puts up this "Why I Left the Right" video, and then a few months later, Tom's got a "Why I Left the Right" video, and Hunter used to have the Tom stash. Now Tom's got the. Now I don't know. Maybe Tom's been rocking that stash since he was like 16 or some shit. But like, it's just one of those like. There's a few.
It's another one of those coincidence
synchronicities.
things. Yeah, there's too many coincidences involved.
Now,
All right, Phil, take your shot.
To Chicken losing his RWP championship.
Here.
Good luck with that.
We don't need luck.
just need coincidences.
Yeah, you do. How was that, Phil?
Tastes like pain. Feel the burn. I hate gin.
All right, we got 12 minutes left before shots get reset. So we either
Yes, and I have got an absolute slew of would you rather
Yeah,
questions.
it's not good. Let's hit it. Oh God,
Let's
these
round
are
this-
pretty
let's round
bad.
this other thing out
These are
first.
pretty
Hang on,
bad.
hang on.
Like Tony's
Phil
got some pretty
kinda
gnarly ones.
Jumped the shark on us quick. So here's the thing. There are obviously a ton of fucking coincidences when it comes to this. And it would be absolutely foolish to ignore them. Like, ignore them at your own peril, like Phil would say. But the fact that these things were placed at the DNC and the RNC, neither went off, and nobody took the fall for them.
Perfect timing.
And we're talking about lost footage again. Yeah, come on. Sometimes things line up too perfectly. You can't ignore that. It's ridiculous.
Speaking
Yeah,
of
they're-
20 minutes, another coincidence.
Oh, and where'd Phil go?
He's like, I gotta run.
Do, do, do. Wah, wah, wah. There he is. All right. So yeah. Round your thoughts out. Give me your final thoughts on it.
Yeah, the FBI is totally behind a lot of this, as we all have suspected. Now we just get more and more
Allegedly.
evidence.
In a video game.
And my internet just all of a sudden goes to shit again.
Yeah.
Now
Your lights cut off.
I
And
think
it looks like
more-
chicken's like chicken, but it's like Men in Black,
Yeah.
the bug inside the person's suit. Yes, let me tell you why the FBI is sterling record. Oh, they got the chicken.
We talked about it post January 6th, a couple years ago. It like this is going to be another thing through, just like we did with COVID. During COVID, we're like, this seems like this. And then guess what? 6 months later, we're all proven right. And then January 6th happens. 6 months later, we're all proven right. And now we have the IRS shit about to happen. And guess what? 6 months from now, we're probably going to be like, fucking told you so. Like, it's not that hard to go through life and see shit for what it is and call it out.
Hallelujah.
But
Hallelujah.
you have the NPCs out there. You
Hallelujah.
have the people that refuse to see the inflation and call it fucking transitory.
The ATF shouldn't even be making law, and the FBI was founded as an emergency measure to face like prohibition and like Tommy gun era crime. So yeah, it's there could be some discussion to be had there. Come on. There we go.
You have people that refuse to see the pure horseshit that's right in front of your fucking face and want to ignore it because of
Loyalty. Loyalty.
I don't even think that it's
No, it is. It's loyalty to a cause that they don't even
it's not
understand why they
loyalty.
believe in.
It's not loyalty to anything. It's just ignorance. It's fucking it's just being stupid and not trusting
Whether you can
your gut
shoulder
and
your
instinct.
brace or not,
Folks,
and
trust
such
your gut-
things like that.
Guts and your instincts once in a while. They'll steer you in the right direction.
Yeah.
Human fucking evolution has taken us a goddamn long way. We've been on this planet for a long goddamn time because of our instincts. And you know what? If something fucking smells like shit, it looks like shit, and it tastes like shit, you probably shouldn't eat it. Just saying.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that the Biden supporters out there, he could shit in a bowl and they'd thank him for the ice cream. So there's some folks that will willfully
Cognitive
deceive themselves.
dissonance. They need to worry about that.
So, speaking of shitting into a bowl and thanking for the ice cream, Tony, you've got some would you rathers?
Yeah, this is fun. We haven't done this for a while. I reached out on my social media platforms. I finally got some responses. So some of these are going to be really thought-provoking. And the others are going to be
But by that means it probably not very thought-provoking.
No, there's a few that are thought-provoking, and then there's some that are just really fucking wrong in every aspect of the word. So let's I'm going to try to start. God damn it, like there's no good starting point
My
here.
internet's starting to go to shit. You better hurry this up.
All right, let's just start at the top. This one was sent in from Justin Chris, I believe. would you rather marry a sex doll or be gay with a dog that has monkeypox?
Sex doll.
Pretty easy.
I mean, one's not
didn't
going to give you
answer, though,
monkeypox.
Chicken.
I totally love dogs, but sex doll.
Right. Okay, you don't even have to ask me. You know I'm marrying that sex doll because one, yes, you're not going to get monkeypox, and two, she's not going to backtalk.
You get tax credits. Like there's so much that goes along with the
right,
sex
and you
doll.
get to play fucking Xbox
Wait, the
or
sex doll is a
PlayStation.
write-off?
Well, you're marrying it.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, and the dog, and guess what? If you get attached to that dog, it's probably going to keel over in 8 years.
Yeah.
So you got
And
that to
you're
look.
going to
The
be
doll
left with
doesn't die.
monkeypox scars for the rest of your life. So
Yeah, no, this is a no-brainer. This is an easy one. Starting out with an easy one. This is not so easy. Good luck. Would you rather fuck Hillary Clinton or Lori Lightfoot?
Ooh.
Oh, fuck. Really?
Call me racist. Oh God, no. God.
Like, okay, I'm gonna put it just in these terms. When you're in the old folks' home and you get to tell brag stories, more people are gonna know who Hillary Clinton was than
Yeah,
Lori
you're
Lightfoot.
right.
So I'm gonna have to go with Hillary on this one.
I'll go with Hillary too. I think you're right.
Just for the brag stories.
Rock
the old folks
solid
are revealing
logic.
yourself in the, hey, guess what I did? Oh, what? You fuck something? Did you fuck Hillary Clinton? I fucking did that, you son of a bitch.
Think about it this way: if Hillary really falls in love with you,
EOD, I choose celibacy. Nice.
you could potentially knock somebody off
Satan.
your. Well, you could potentially knock somebody off of your hit list.
Become Satan.
It's
like, yeah,
Allegedly,
I'm
potentially.
not
Right,
going public so long as so I'm not going public so long as I get one person on the Clinton body count. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm also going to pick Clinton because it makes better story. But I'll just leave you with this before we move on to the next. Imagine Lori Lightfoot
No.
going down on you, looking you in the eye.
Jesus fucking God.
Beetlejuice.
All right. Well, you guys have a good rest of the show for forever. I'll be back never. You have a good one. Like, yep, I just quit forever. Jesus Christ, Tony.
Sorry, I couldn't help
There's
myself.
a small taste of post-show discussions. Yes.
Yes. All right.
Yeah,
Here's a
these
great.
are
It's going to get better from here, I promise. Trapped between your mom and dad, or pushing into your mom, or backing into your dad.
What?
Actually, I think the crickets in Phil's background were appropriate for this one.
Yeah,
You're trapped
yeah.
between your
The
mom
middle.
and dad. Or to get out, are you going to push into your mom or back into your dad?
I hate you.
I think this was an Adam Myers suggestion, so hate him.
Like, just that makes this so. Like,
Yeah,
makes
that
this so
was
much
my
more
first thought, but I knew they wouldn't accept that.
There's no right answer.
So I had to find
Like,
a
this is
great.
just like,
I was about
no.
to say, like, are you doing like the Tom Dubois from Boondocks 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3? You cannot have my booty, and then you like use your butt and bounce whoever's behind you back so you can get out. Is that like?
I like
Because then.
that.
Because then, yeah, like I'll probably do that. It's like, sorry, Dad, get the fuck off me. But like that's
I'd probably just hopefully die.
I was gonna say, like, I would just try to asphyxiate myself to get out of the situation. That'd be my answer. Let's move on. Would you rather be forced to watch your parents in the bedroom this is a classic. Watch your parents.
Okay, Adam, we need to get like enough of these.
No, this was somebody else.
Yeah, these were
This is
bad.
a classic one. I've seen.
And this is
one
the
before.
last bad one, and I think we just move on.
Now, this one specifically. Would you rather be forced to watch your parents in the bedroom every night for the rest of your life, or join in once to make it stop? It does not say to what degree you have to join in. It doesn't say you have to be physical. If you just have to be the cameraman once, yeah, sign me up for that.
In a video game harakiri.
Exactly.
Sure.
Yeah, chicken's agreeing. We're going to move past that. Phil,
Yep.
you have an input?
No.
No, Phil just wants to move past that. Okay. Would you rather have the ability to see 10 minutes into the future or 150 years into the future? This is a toughie.
The rest of them are
Like I
actually
said,
pretty
some
good.
of these are actually good.
Ooh.
Yeah, the first few were dumb high
Now,
school
like-
shit, but the couple of these are pretty
I'd
good.
do
How
the
does
one-
this-
I'd do 150.
My gut wants to say 150, but at the same time, what do you do with that information? And how do you handle that information for the rest of your existence? Like you don't,
Guys,
you can't.
The
That's
aliens
what I
land
use-
in 70 years.
Well, that's what
That's
I
like-
use the next 10 minutes for, is to figure out what
But-
I'm
but
gonna
Well,
do.
that's
like
just
to
it,
me,
like,
I would use the
100
10-minute power the way that Rick uses like the
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
future sync
okay,
crystal.
hold on.
Like, okay,
I'm
well,
thinking
shit, I'm gonna
thing?
die in the next 10 minutes. Better change shit.
Is this a one-time thing? I get to see one time 10 minutes or one time 150?
I think both would apply.
I got a feeling you'd be able to pull that off.
If I
Take it how
can
you
only
want.
do it, if I can only do it one time, it's 150 for sure. But if it's something that I get for the rest of my life, 10 minutes, fuck yeah.
That's a good question, but I think for the sake of argument, let's say once.
One
well, then,
time,
yeah,
150.
Yep.
I think I would still pick 10 minutes because here's my reasoning. I would figure out a way to become filthy fucking rich with that
Tony's
10
gonna be
minutes
like,
of knowledge.
Am I gonna bang this broad?
No. Well, yes, a
That was
little
it.
bit, but a little bit, but
It's like,
no.
wait, I'm
No.
dead in 10 minutes. Wait, what am I supposed to change? Like shit. Like that's
No, I'm going to use it to become stinking, stupid, filthy, fucking rich in the next 10 minutes. Because with that, I would love to see 150 years in the future. I would love it. But then, you are burdened.
He
That
would
is
just do
that
a
is
roulette table,
No,
guess the
that is-
number perfectly.
that would be an unfathomable amount of information that you would now be burdened with, because now you wouldn't know how to comprehend, how to understand, or how to share it, or how to retain that information. It'd be incredible. It would be mind
No, I'm
bending.
looking at what
but
life
it
is
would ruin
150
the rest
years
of your
from
life.
now. I don't imagine seeing that as knowing the knowledge of 150 years. I would see that as
No.
skipping ahead 150 years
Sure.
and seeing what life is like then. And then I
Yes.
can base my decisions of
Which
like,
makes
hey,
it
this
even
is the
harder to
future.
comprehend.
Yeah, that's
That
easy.
wouldn't
like
even be
chicken
an
coming
in-
back from
You're
150
not going to be
years.
around in 100.
Hang on. Bandit goes, Tony would end up being that guy that marries Anna Nicole Smith. And he wouldn't even be insulted by that comment. And that's the funniest part about it. He would not even what's the problem with that?
50
Like
years.
no
I
one's
know
gonna
I'm happy,
fucking
but
understand
I can
you.
focus on what's going to matter the most in 150 years and set my,
Chicken's
my
like, guys,
future offspring into
the great Bitcoin wars. Oh
If
my
I can
god.
make myself
The
rich-
trillions that die in the great
If I can
Bitcoin
make
wars.
myself rich in 10 minutes, I'd rather just do that and set the rest
Imagine
of
in
my family up.
1890 or 1880.
I think you're
if
right.
you were
Was
given
your
that option?
Joe
and
Rogan
somebody
actually
told
had a
you,
great interview with Mike Judge. They
you
talked
could
about
see
idiocracy a
ahead
bit.
150 years, and then you would see Google is huge. So you just like
You wouldn't even
name-
know how to comprehend Google.
You just
Everybody
That's what I mean.
Google's gonna
It
be
would blow your fucking mind.
God
and
bless
you.
you.
Would be burdened with that information for
you
the
would
rest
know
of your
everybody
existence.
cared about Google. It wouldn't matter if it blew your mind or
And
not.
by the time, if you're in 1880, by the time Google's a thing, you're dead and gone.
Nah,
You
you're
are
making it more
burdened with that
complicated. We're
information.
smarter people than that.
You're burdened with that information. I think it's more of a burden than it is a revelation.
Well, you gotta understand. I don't know if you guys have ever got
Ursama
really
says 10
deep-
minutes ahead with a loan in the stock market even once can do pretty
I was
well.
about to
That's what
say,
I'm
if you
saying.
could tell
Yep,
me what
exactly.
Apple
Thanks for
stock
the
is
invite.
gonna
I'll
do
keep
10
that in
minutes
mind.
From now we
Yeah,
could all be millionaires,
exactly.
but
That's what I'm saying.
it's one thing to keep in mind in Greek tragedy, or in all Greek mythology and in their plays, every creature had a tragedy and a comedy. And the Minotaur, his comedy was that you could see, head of a bull, body of a man.
Yes.
His tragedy was that he knew the exact day, minute, and hour of his death.
Yep.
And I'm afraid if you look 150 years in the future, you will also unfortunately have the fate of the Minotaur, in which you
Yep.
will know the exact day, hour, and minute of your death. And the tragedy was he was no longer able to actually live his life. He was simply
Exactly.
doing a constant act of counting
Thank
down. And so
Burden.
that's
It's a burden.
Warning, gentlemen, we have crossed the Rubicon into hour 3.
God damn it.
Oh, that's perfect for the rest of these.
None of
questions.
you fucks have the balls to
God.
make me drink any more of this gin, so I'm fine.
All right,
No,
next one.
This is an interesting one. I would love to revisit this sometime. Moving on. Would you rather be an extra in an Oscar-winning movie or the lead in a box office bomb?
Oscar
Phil
win.
K.O.E. don't play second fiddle to nobody leading a box office bomb. But if it's a cult classic, then I'll fucking take it.
That's where I'm torn.
It's
That's where I'm torn.
It's like, what if
would
you
love to
find
have
out
that cult
you
following.
get to be Tim Curry in like the Rocky Horror Picture
That's-
Show? It's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
it's not gonna. It's gonna be not your best work, but you're gonna be part of a fucking like.
Tony's in a lead role in a bombing like woke movie.
Yeah.
He's in the Batwoman movie they were playing on.
Yeah,
Nathan.
Batwoman.
He's the
Oh
main
my
villain.
God.
I'll touch on that a little later.
No, I'm Batwoman. I'm Batgirl.
But yeah, my
Oh,
next time I go live,
woke
I'm either going to do a top 10 rated KOE Nation videos, or I'm going to do a Fusion Energy
because of the notoriety.
video.
I think I'd rather
You're gonna
have
have at least one poster on the wall.
Hold on,
of
how much
just,
does
hey,
it pay?
Like that Arthur Roberts guy who
I'll
they
take
wink the
I'll
face
take
recast as Biden.
I'll take the lead role in a bomb
In a
if
video
I
game, just a
still
little
get
joke.
Paid $30 million.
Yeah, look up the actor Arthur Roberts.
Yeah, exactly.
I was about to say an extra
Not a lot of
and an
makeup,
Oscar
and he'd
winner
look
gets
great.
paid like $400.
I'm going with the bomb. I think I'm going with the bomb. I gotta
mean,
agree.
John Leguizamo really likes starring in The Pest. Oh, because Pest will get the party started.
Shot. I don't have shot glasses.
Nobody
so I'm
goes in
guessing.
like John Leguizamo. He's got a
Dude, you
giant
went
poster
way
of the
a little
Pest on his
stout.
house. He says
Yeah.
nobody goes into a movie thinking, yeah,
you're
this is gonna suck.
alone in a hotel room wanting to get his drink on. What do you expect? Nice. At least he's shooting something good.
Yeah.
True.
Oh
You
yeah.
bastard.
That
we needed to send him a bottle of LTD to go with him.
True. And Urasama says, "What if the box office bomb was a porno?" Yeah, I'm in. I was already in. You don't have to convince me anymore.
Wait.
Like,
Straight or gay?
oh shit! No, notoriety's notoriety.
Okay, chicken. The gay one pays really well.
No.
Okay, all right. Just was wondering what the line was there for you.
We found out what
All right,
kind of
here's your-
orange.
This is an easy one for me. Would you rather eat 1,000 bees or stand in a beehive for 1 hour?
I
I'm
think
standing in the beehive for 1 hour because guess what? Bees are not going to attack you if you're not an asshole to bees.
Are the bees that you're going to eat dead, or are they alive?
I'm going to go with, let's say for the sake of argument, chocolate covered.
Okay.
So they're
But you're
dead.
still eating bugs.
Yeah, but
I'll
T, you
stand
got to
for an
realize
hour.
I love seafood, so this is just dry seafood. No, I'm kidding.
Look,
I
was
no,
up
Tony,
on top.
Tony. I think it's a meme you really need to make where it's like Zelensky's going, eat the bugs. And people are like, no way, I'll never do that. But then it shows like a big plate of like lobster and shrimp and all this shit. And we're like, whoa, it's sea bugs. So it's different.
Better.
I'm
I'm standing. No, I'm standing in that fucking thing for an hour. I'm not eating that shit. Fuck that. No, I'm not
what if
doing
we
that
find
shit.
out you're like Macaulay Culkin?
Yeah, Tony has a like he hates seafood. It's all just sea bugs to him. He won't eat them. Like Tony's been my best friend for decades now. It's one weird like food picadillo. He will not eat seafood at all. Like it's the strangest thing. I fucking love seafood, and yeah, he just won't.
Culkin allergic to bees or something, and then it's like he doesn't even have his sunglasses on. Like, yeah, I mean, you never know. T. I mean, like,
Hang on. I got to address
Thomas
this.
says, "Eat 1,000 bees, especially if I can cook them in various ways. I'm cool with eating bugs as long as the meat stays."
Now, put me in
I
that
was about to
fucking
say
honeycomb.
if we can like prepare them in certain ways, yeah, I'd go with eating.
Can I convince you to give me a beer chug instead of a shot, chicken?
Sure. I'll agree to a beer chug.
All right, let me
Okay.
get that ready as I pull up
It's the same
next
amount
one.
of alcohol, really, but
True. All right, here I'm going to pull up the next one. This is a totally fair question. Would you rather bang Nancy Pelosi or get banged by Michelle Obama?
I'll bang Nancy all day.
Yeah, like if those are my choices, gun to my head, yeah, Nancy. Jesus Christ.
Let's see.
Would you
you
take
wanna
it
get
from
banged?
Michael?
I mean, okay, here's the thing. Like, it's not my forte, but you got to assume. You've got to assume that. Okay, I'm in. Nancy Pelosi. You sold
Then
me.
she's got a couple of those bottles of like $60,000 scotch.
Tom do? That's what this is.
Tom would be all about that shit.
WWTD. What would Tom do? You know what Tom
We all
would do?
know.
That
right there.
That was perfect.
And
Thank you.
Urasama, unfortunately, he's correct. If you choose Michelle, you might get assassinated for knowing too much.
Yeah.
All right, he's right. I'll go with that. But I'm just saying, if you ever wanted to, sidestep and try something new, like who better than Michelle Obama? Look at these guys.
We were 16 in that picture.
We know what
partying
Phil
at
would
Tony's
do.
house.
Look how happy
Crazy,
Chicken
wacky,
looks.
smacky.
I know. I was
Like
having
he's
a-
so
I was
happy.
having a
He
good
finally
time.
got a twerk. He let his inner club girl
Who's
out.
this? Fucking Tony's such a pussy. Why? Why am I a pussy?
Ain't
'Cause he
taking
wouldn't
that.
take a shot. He wanted a beer
Man.
chugging.
Well, fine, I'll do both. Fuck you, Justin, you piece of shit.
Yes,
Hoo-ha!
EOD.
If you choose Michelle, yeah, okay. All right, fuck you, Justin. Here, you want to be?
Hey,
you want
do
to be
your beer chug. Don't be intimidated by.
I think that was actually a
Justin
Polaroid
doesn't even have
from
equipment.
the early 2000s.
Fuck him.
Ziggy Zog, Ziggy
Oh,
Zog.
surf and turf's one of my favorite meals.
I got to mark
Ziggy Zog.
it.
Oy, oy, oy.
208.40.
I just gotta say, personal opinion. Best fucking meal I ever had was at the Bellagio in Las Vegas. The room service surf and turf. It was a sirloin steak and a marvelous Australian blue lobster tail. It was basically the best meal I've ever had. So if you're a guy that really just wants to eat some really good shit, go to the Bellagio in Vegas, stay there. And their burger was the best burger I ever had. Their pizza was the best pizza I ever had. Their surf and turf was the best meal I ever had. Pretty much everything I ordered from there was the best fucking meal I'd ever had. And so I like fish and chips. If you ordered that there, it'd be the best version of it you've ever fucking had. Guaranteed. I don't know what now this was some years ago, but it's not going to radically change that much. Could he go all the way? Yes, folks. Well done, team. Go.
Nice.
208.54. Okay, got it. Let's move on to the next before I say something even more fucked up. Okay, this is a less controversial one. This is specifically for Chicken. Would you rather bang Tony G, or would you rather bang?
I mean, come on.
Can I have both?
No, you
Too
can't
greedy.
have both.
You're too greedy. Sorry, Chicken.
You only
I'm
pick
not a big
one.
fan of sushi either.
Personally, I'm going to pick Tony G because I think he's
No,
a more
this is
tender
a quick-
lover.
I did teach my daughter how to
Because
use
just how
chopsticks,
beautiful
though.
and like just teddy bear snuggleable he is. So
Okay, so Phil jumped took my idea there. Like, as much as it would be fun to cuddle with Phil, like I know afterwards I'd be warm, I'd be comfortable.
You'd feel safer than you've ever been.
I've slept at Tony's house before. I've slept at Phil's house before.
Chicken, I'm just telling you right now, all those promises of cuddles, no, he's going to pass out and he's going to fucking fart and he's going to take the blankets. I'm actually going to spoon with you. Here's my shot.
Wow.
I'm gonna stick with Phil because I know Tony's kids would come in several times throughout the night. His wife would make me get off of him several times throughout the night because she would be jealous. I think I would be more free with Phil, and Phil's got so many more guns, so much more liquor.
Wow.
Allegedly.
and he's warm and cuddly. So
we learned something about
EOD, I used to be, then I lived in, the Gulf Coast shrimp is amazing. I got turned on to it. You have to get it from a restaurant. Don't buy that shit in the grocery store that's been sitting on ice half a day or in the gas station for God knows how long. What's your EOD? Nope. It all deals with magnets. You can use them in space. Okay. I would really like to make it through life without a parasite, raw fish, Chicken. Yeah. Like it's just understandable.
But
Tony's house is gonna have better
hold
snacks.
Hold on. I'm gonna have more fun fixing things around Phil's house.
I'm just going to put it out there and say that we learned something about Chicken tonight. He would
So
rather
nice
take
to
than
have a
give.
man around the house. Like, God damn it.
Chicken would rather take than give because you know Phil's not taking it. So
Well,
I'm
no,
just saying.
like for all of Phil's faults around his house, like I could fix all that. We would live in
All my
harmony
faults.
pretty well.
Oh,
We're not
yes.
talking about being a handyman. We're talking about
Like I say, if you
Oh,
get
I would
sushi
be
from a
Phil's
restaurant, you're
handyman.
probably fine. It's freshly
I was about to
prepared
say,
and
it's like,
properly transported.
You're
Phil
talking
would be
about
my
the,
teddy
you're talking
bear.
about the intro to the porno. We're talking
Phil
about
would
like
be
the
my
other
teddy
40
bear,
minutes.
I'd be his handyman.
Yeah, Chicken's hung up on like the first 4 minutes of the porno, thinking about that. We're talking about the other 30 minutes here.
Oh, I'd let you come rape me once in a while. It's all
Like I,
Jesus.
it's like Chicken
In a
still
video game.
doing the trim in my living room. It's like, are we like?
Oh, your
I
garage
thought
really needs some work, Phil.
I thought we were.
You know, I might have fixed
No,
your
he's legitimately working on the
No,
trim.
Phil, I would have had your bathroom fixed within 2 weeks of you bringing that goddamn toilet home. Okay?
Yeah, I had a
All right,
previous.
all right.
I had a
So
previous
just a
toilet that
chicken
sang.
handyman.
Jesus, let's just move on.
Took me a couple months to get that fucker installed.
This didn't go
Put it
the
all
way-
of us.
Would you rather be first in a gangbang of a random hot girl or last in a gangbang with Sophie D?
Not that any of
I
us know who
don't
that is.
know that I know who Sophie D is.
You should do
Gonna
some
look.
research.
I'm gonna look. Oh, well, I can't share that.
Nobody
on the
here
screen.
knows who that is.
No, you can't.
Oh. That changes things.
I'd go
Doesn't
first
it,
with
though?
random.
I'm still
Chicken
I'm
still
gonna stick
got
with first with
chi-
the random.
Chickens. Tony still got.
Although
standards.
I don't know that I would hate
I think I went with the same
the
one.
other option. Wow. Huh.
Yeah, like if you can find a PG-13 picture of
I
her.
can't. Otherwise, I'd
Yeah.
share it. This was
Yeah.
closer than I'd like to
But yeah,
admit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this is difficult.
Yeah, actually, this is
Chicken looks up.
50-50.
Like it's
51,
almost to the point
49.
where you're having to ask, like, all right, so how many other dudes are in this gangbang? But
Yeah,
like,
okay,
for me,
that's true.
I would
How many
go
are we talking?
I would be
Are
with
there
random hot
rubbers?
girl first, usually. But
Are we
yeah.
raw dogging or are there rubbers?
Well,
'Cause if
God, I
there's
hope
rubbers-
you're wearing a rubber at a gangbang. What the fuck, man? Jesus.
I don't, this isn't my hypothetical.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with my original answer. I'll do first.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be first.
Well, yeah,
But yeah, it's
like,
a lot closer than I
that's-
want to admit.
That's always a race you want to finish first, folks.
Yeah, that
I can't
gangbang
begrudge your
race.
decision there, Bandit.
This chick, no matter how well they screen people, she's got something.
Oh, she's got a lot of tread on those tires.
Allegedly.
You're gonna feel like $1 million because you actually last for a while.
No, I won't.
Yeah, you will.
I was about to say,
It's not real.
like immediately afterwards, if you're
None of
doing the
that's
Sophie D
real.
option, you're going to be filled with so much shame. It's going to be like the Hulk coming
That's
back
true.
down to the regular
Oh, my
guy.
God.
Like, oh
Think
God,
about
what did I
that.
do? Like,
Think about all the shame you feel after masturbating, and then think about all the shame you
take
feel
that
after being
times-
guy number 301 in the gangbang with Sophie D. That's a shame that you can't imagine.
I was about to say, like, that's one of those. I'm going to have to go to the mountaintop and ask
All right,
questions of
Tony.
myself.
How many
let's
more
go to the
we
next.
got of these?
Just a few. Would you rather have the car of your dreams, can't drive it or sell it, or have unlimited free gas driving a Toyota?
Unlimited free gas. I don't care what the
Fuck
rest
yes.
of the sentence says.
Yep, give me that Toyota all day.
I didn't have to even
All
I was
hear
day.
about to say, it's like the car of your dreams. Like, so I get to do like the stupid bullshit Andrew Tate thing. I got a Bugatti. What
Yeah.
color is your Bugatti? But like,
Oh yeah, that's right. I call out Andrew Tate in this show too.
Actually, last weekend I had my
That
daughter
is
with
one
me, and
person
we
we have
both
not-
watched Andrew Tate videos for like an hour and just laughed at him for a solid hour. It was one of the funnest times we had.
Yeah, that's one thing on this
Yeah.
show we have not done is brought
We
up
need
Andrew
to.
Tate a
She
lot.
asked me,
We
"Who's
need-
this
we
Andrew
need to-
Tate
we
guy?"
need to
It's like,
fuck-
You got a Bugatti?
yeah.
How many Bugattis do you got? What color is your Bugatti?
Yeah.
I am a former
I would do the
kickboxing
car-
world champion. I've
I'd do
beaten
the-
so many cans.
I did the car of my dreams
Yeah.
because my job pays
They're
for my
cans.
gas. So
But you
y'all.
can't
But no, like-
drive it.
One last thing I'd like to say.
I don't care.
I've seen
What
about
good is it?
It's something free that I
How many
So what, you're
Bugattis
gonna
you
put
got?
it on display, and you're just gonna look at
I got a
it.
Bugatti.
It's something I don't have right now that I could have in the future.
The Andrew
Fuck
Tate
that. I'm
impression
taking a Toyota.
is a
Give me
strange
a
It's something
Toyota
I can
all
tour of the
doesn't
colonies.
mean I can't give it to my kid and he sells it.
I could give the fucking Toyota Tercel to my kid. I'd feel safe that my kid's driving a Toyota Tercel.
Now, guys, I just want to say this one thing since we touched on it a second ago. I've watched about 5-6 of Andrew Tate's fights, and I'm gonna say, Andrew, I would slap you around like you smack around your fucking bitches. Okay,
Challenge.
So yeah, like it wouldn't just meet me in an MMA cage. Yeah, it wouldn't be close.
All right.
But nice.
Would you rather be insanely rich your whole life and die a horrible, excruciating, drawn out death, or would you rather be living paycheck to paycheck your whole life and die quickly and painlessly?
Well, considering I'm already having a horrible, excruciating, drawn-out death called life, I'll take the being insanely rich to go along with it. Because, like, to me, I've often said, like, here's the thing, kids. I know you're not going to like this, but like, especially the folks who are really into getting into good shape, you are not going to be able to sit up and jog your way to immortality. So, I've always joked, my plan is, all right, I want to make a decent enough amount of money, get to a decent age, then do one of those where I'm dead before I hit the ground. So there's no fucking hospital bills and my kid can just inherit everything that I've built over the life rather than give it away to some hospital. So that's my I'll plan. go with being insanely rich, but if I had to die an excruciating, drawn-out death, but my hope is to have one of those I'm dead before I'm hit the ground moments, like when I'm like 72, 73. That's the hope.
Yeah, I don't want to slowly die. Yeah, I'm kind of with
We
you on
all
that,
are,
so.
though.
Yeah, I mean, we're already doing it.
Yeah.
The moment you're born, you're slowly
Every
dying.
breath. Every breath is just another reprieve towards the inevitable end, folks. It's unfortunate.
So yeah, I would ignore both of those realities and just say, have fun.
Yeah, I like that. No,
Just gonna
but
roll the dice.
That's kind of what I've been doing my whole life.
As long as the paychecks keep rolling in. Give me
Yeah,
that
as
one.
long as I can take care of my wife and kid.
Yeah.
My philosophy on life doesn't have to reflect theirs. I can do what I want.
There you go.
And I can take care of them if as long as I'm not too irresponsible and fuck things up.
Oh God, I forgot about this one. I'm sorry. You either lose 1 inch from your penis each time you have sex, or you have reverse boner syndrome, which is when you are always hard except when aroused, and then you go soft.
Tricks on you. I already have that shit. No, I'm kidding. All you
Phil
did
can
is
only-
get. My God. We got an interesting question here that I want to touch on here. Do you guys have any evidence that God exists? Raymond? It's why you have faith. If you can prove it, it's not faith anymore. So that is giving it yourself to the Lord with reckless abandon, just jumping into the Lord with full faith and reckless abandon. I mean, reverse. But
Phil could only
I win. Like
Phil could only have sex 3.5 more times.
Waka,
Yeah, what
waka.
do you do when like you hit negative?
Yeah, I don't know how the logistics of this are ridiculous.
You've seen what an any belly button looks like, chicken.
Well, I just reject this premise.
Chicken's like, whoa.
even-
You
okay,
mean
okay.
I can only
Let's-
have sex 2 more times? This is bullshit.
No. Let's
This
go
is
with the
easy.
premise that like there's Mandingo out there.
This is
right?
easy.
15 inches. So Mandingo can only have 15.
It's not how faith works.
interactions
Before
the
he
rest
has a
of his
vagina.
life
I like how
before he
we're
has
all
a vagina.
demonstrating some
Well, no,
product
to be
knowledge
fair,
here.
Mandingo could probably have like 19. Then he would officially have a vagina. You gotta have at least
either
3-4
way,
inches.
like the silliness
depth.
of that premise is just not gonna. Well, because then it's like I can still have sex. You just have to fuck me now.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't mean it's not pleasurable. It just means that I might have to accept.
Ooh,
a
but how
different
long
cul-
can you go before like that negative inches gets to like? Oh, I don't know.
How far do you go till those negative inches becomes gender reassignment affirming procedure?
Right.
Exactly.
And when is the Supreme Court going to step in and say that this is not right?
Look, I'm in my late 30s officially
Will
now.
Clarence
so
Thomas still be alive?
I'm 36, so I'm going to go with I'm always hard except when I'm aroused, and then I'll go soft because that's the harsh reality
That would-
anyway.
Oh, it's
Dude,
like
I
the
would,
Incredible
I would
Hulk.
rather have sex.
The trick
two-
is I'm always horny.
If I
Yeah.
only had a 2-inch dick, I would rather have great sex 2 times
If
than to never be able to have sex again.
Look,
So-
lot lizards exist. Like they're loose as shit.
Reverse
but they're
boner
still,
syndrome is the worst thing. That's saying you
Yeah.
can't ever have sex again.
Look, you can still have sex if you're soft.
you can.
Like,
You
that
just have to be
doesn't stop.
bored with
Yeah,
it.
it's not
That's
good.
all.
It's not.
You
good.
just have to be
Well,
bored
I mean,
with
it's
the sex.
good.
That's
It's
all.
still sex,
Soft?
which is better than no
Soft?
sex.
Like Descartes
I'm
says,
good.
whatever.
It ain't
But
gonna
no,
be
like
the
no, Urasama. That's just metaphorically. Eventually, your
No,
penis
this
will
is
end up
physically in
piercing
this
your own heart.
hypothetical.
Eventually, your penis. Yes, I love it.
All
All
right,
right.
let's move.
Descartes was a drunk old tart. I drink, therefore I am. Hey. Oh my, EOD! I can observe God too. Interesting.
On to the next.
Next.
Would you rather have All Star by Smash Mouth play every time you orgasm, or orgasm every time you hear All Star by Smash Mouth?
Can I have
Yes.
both?
Yes.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
Yes.
can I
Yes.
just have both? Because
I just want to come buckets all the time.
like now I
Hey,
like
Because
the
it's on
fact,
repeat.
I do think I do like the
Game
idea
on.
of my orgasm having its own entrance music. More than anything. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. And then I'm already
just-
off and passing
I'm
out by the time he
imagining-
goes, and all that glitter is gold.
I'm imagining Phil right now tensing up. And
I don't
then,
even remember that. I tense up. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll.
oh my god!
I forgot this bit.
sharpest
Tool in the
I'm gonna go with the first. I'm gonna go with the first because if I'm in Walmart and All Star just randomly plays like that might kind of
No, that's
done,
what
Yogi.
makes me
Well
indifferent
done.
about this one. I love.
I was
the
about to
idea.
say this. The second one sounds like you might end up on a registry at some point.
Exactly. I'm gonna go with the
No,
first.
Your Honor, you don't understand. They played Smash Mouth All Star. This person is insane. Get them out of my
And then
court.
all of a
Genie
sudden-
did not understand
No,
the
no, no.
instructions.
I could see Phil in court trying to explain. They were playing All Star in the store, like it just happened, and then all of a sudden Phil hits play, and the judge goes, "Ah!"
See, it's like a mind virus. It's spreading, Your Honor. So, like, yeah,
All right,
I'm gonna
next.
go with having entrance music to my orgasm.
Agreed, 100%, 100%.
We almost done with
Spoon,
these.
Jesus Christ, yeah, we're
Oh
almost done.
fuck!
Wow, spoon feed Joe Biden every meal for the rest of your life, or spoon feed Trump every meal for
Trump!
the rest of his life.
Trump.
They lit. Hang on, let me finish. Spoon feed Biden.
You don't have to. You
Let
quit
me
drilling. You hit oil.
because we will eventually put this on audio, Phil. Jesus. Spoon feed Biden every meal for the rest of your life, or spoon feed Trump every meal for the rest of his life. They live as long as you do, and then they starve because there's no one there to spoon feed.
Oh God, I was about to say, like, if I could add somebody to live as long as I do, can we add Clarence Thomas on that, just so like I can give that guy another 40, maybe 50 years of just yes,
Put
but
porn stars on that list.
but no, like, sorry, Trump, go to Trump.
I would. My initial reaction would be Trump, but goddamn, can you imagine the fever dream comments that you would get with Biden?
But listen here,
Trump
Jack,
would be more entertaining.
I like these Cheerios.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, that and he's going to be the
Cheerios ain't
45th
black
and
enough.
47th
If
president
you
of the
don't
United
eat
States. So it's
Cheerios,
gonna
you
be-
ain't black.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pick Biden just because it'd be funner.
All right, next.
Would you rather be sexually assaulted by Herbie Husker or be bitten in the nuts by a toilet? Give me Herbie all day.
I was about to say, I feel like I could fight Herbie off. A toilet snake is something
I
that
can
just
fight
kind of
Herbie
gets
up
you
with
out
a
of nowhere.
toothpick. A toilet snake? Fuck that.
I think I
Yeah.
could seduce Herbie Husker.
True. Little red.
Yeah, I'm
for
gonna
sure,
I'm
but
gonna I'm gonna
Herbie-
go with fighting off Herbie Husker. Because I mean he's got to get that suit off and everything. It's gonna be really difficult.
I got to
So,
agree.
I'm
All right.
going with the Herb.
Hang on. Before we get to the last one, let's see what Chicken's doing.
Yeah, just gonna with your Dickel.
All right.
He did have George Dickel there.
All right, last one. All right, here we go. Have a true flashback of the worst day of your life right after you wake up or right before you go to sleep.
Well, tricks on you. I already have that when I wake up and go to sleep every day. So, you mean I can cut that in half?
No. We're talking.
What kind of
vivid,
wizard are you? No, I'm
Lucid,
kidding.
fully awake flashback style dream. Like you're not asleep. You're not actually getting refreshed. You're getting that full frontal vivid dream while you're fully awake before you go to sleep or right after you wake up.
I'd rather have it after I wake up. Like and that's not something that's not irregular. Like there's I don't know, worst day of my life. There's I don't know, 2 or 3 days of my life that I like constantly think about of like I don't never want that to happen again. I kind of live my life by some of those principles of like how can I prevent that from ever happening. So if it happens and you have that flashback at the beginning of your day, it's gonna make you think about that the rest of your day and make sure it doesn't happen again. So
I'm trying to find it was a German philosopher. Here we go. Eric Maria Remarque. And one of the things that he said, and very poignant quote, was the person that you think of when you first wake up in the morning and right before you go to sleep is either the source of your greatest love or the source of your greatest pain. And that's and so to me it's one thing that's like kind of like a self-affirmation thing. Like if you try to like visualize the one person you love the most in this life before you go to sleep, you will actually have more pleasant dreams. You will actually wake up in a much more pleasant state of mind because it's just a self-affirmation thing. So it really is true. Like what you think about right before you go to sleep and what you think about first when you wake up in the morning is either the source of your greatest love or the source of your greatest pain. So to me, I would go with, if I had to, I would go with right before I go to sleep because I'm always kind of a insomniac anyways, and my thoughts always kind of tend to go darker right before I go to sleep anyway, so it wouldn't be wildly outside of my regular experience.
Fair. That's fair. I would agree mostly with that. And if anybody has a funny one to end with, because I didn't realize we were going to end with a dark one, but no, like I'm looking at this and I'm reading this a specific way. Have a true flashback of the worst day of your life right after you wake up or right before you go to sleep, because then I can imagine myself trying to sleep after that. And I can imagine myself waking up multiple times after that. And I do that anyway. I don't need help waking up throughout the night. So I think I'd rather have it like right after I wake up and get it the fuck over with and get on with my day.
I spend most of my mornings trying to find not looking for inspiration.
Right.
But I'm a very positive person, and you're gonna experience so much negativity throughout your whole day. I structure my mornings every morning with a lot of positivity. Like I watch positive podcasts, I watch inspirational things. I won't go on Facebook, I won't go on Instagram, I won't go on Twitter in the morning because it's all negative. So my mornings, I have like 3 podcasts I listen to before I look at anything else, just to give me a positive outlook on the day before I look at anything else. Because I think that it's super important to me, and it's made my life better. I started doing that about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's like if I could measure it. Like it was like a 300% fucking increase in my daily enjoyment of life. So
I like that.
I've noticed sometimes when you guys like, if I wake up like at 8:30 or something in the morning, and you guys have already started into your like morning like audio, like on the Facebook side chat, there are times I'm like, yeah, I'm afraid it's a little too early in my day to start my day with Lynn's voice. So I'm gonna hit up a couple podcasts.
I'm not going to
YouTube
start my
videos
day with
first.
Lynn trolling me.
Yeah, let me show you something, you motherfucker. So
Watch
there are
me
some
for
mornings
30
where it's like,
seconds, you son of a bitch, and then, hey, I just wanted you to watch my face at the last 2 seconds. Lynn, you
yeah,
fucker.
yeah. So there are times where it's like, yeah, I'm
That
gonna
was
watch
good,
something a
though.
little calming to start my morning. But yeah, other than that, I do totally understand what you like. The sleep cycle is one of the least understood things of the human mind and one of the most
Yes.
essential. Like people will actually physically die if you don't
Yes.
let them sleep after 5-6 days.
Yep.
It's a weird fucking thing about the
Before
human body.
bed. One thing that I've noticed, so this is, again, I have not like perfected this system at all in any way, but I found like if I don't listen to something thought provoking before sleep, my dreams suck, and they're random, they're weird, they're not good, they're just silly, stupid, weird shit. If I even remember them. But if I listen to like, say, like a Lex Friedman podcast or a crazy weird debate on something super important, like on abortion or like some of these weird topics, if you're interested in it, if you're not interested in it, it doesn't do anything. But if you're like listening to a debate or a high functioning discussion on certain things before you go to bed, and I only do it 2 times a week. If I don't have to wake up in the morning, that's the only time I do it. If I know I have no obligation to be up at like 4 in the morning, if I know I can just sleep in and wake up whenever I wake up, I will watch a high functioning conversation going to bed and listen to it as I'm sleeping. I get drawn back into that conversation. I understand it better the next day when I listen to it again. It was like, I don't know if it's a subconscious thing, but like then I get to listen to it again. I like sometimes when you watch those, listen to them, whoever it is, like it's really hard to follow if you don't understand what they're saying. But to me, that's helped me a lot when I'm like researching, thinking about, or trying to understand something better. That's how I like get into that topic and start like diving into it. It helps me a lot. And then when I watch that podcast during the day live or like during my normal functioning day while I'm mowing the yard, then I'm like, oh shit, yeah. And then I'm like fucking on point with it. Even if that conversation's way over my head, I seem to understand and relate to it a lot better if I do it that way.
Okay. I like that.
So, folks,
lucid thought.
self-affirmation help here from the Big Bucking Empire, folks.
I've got. Well, hang on. I got.
Oh God, I thought
kind
that
of
was
one from
one.
It is. I got a half-ass one from Justin Chris, and then I've got one on a happy note. Then we'll finish. Justin says, "Stall for 30 more minutes and another round of shots." No. Or get filled when his phone finally sends all his memes. Like that's daily.
Yeah,
we experience it. We don't get a choice about that one.
No,
but I'm gonna
Neither
finish
do
this
I.
off. I'm gonna finish this off with a happy one and not a dark one. This is an original right here, right now.
Oh boy.
Here you go. Give anal to Kim Kardashian to receive oral from Jenna Jameson.
Oh God, that's
Anal.
hard.
No, it's not anal.
I'm going oral all day. All day.
Can I do both?
Oh, you greedy fuck. Fuck you.
No,
you greedy
you
fuck.
can't do both. No. Here's the thing. And it's not even close. Oral, because guess what? Kim Kardashian, for whatever got, oh Jesus, she's not even fucking. She's not even a professional.
No. Stop.
She's
stop.
not
Kim
even a
Kardashian
professional.
all day. I'm there.
No. The best anal.
You're gonna have a better story. Sorry, Tony.
No, you're
between
not.
if you gotta bang Jenna or have Jenna suck you off or bang Kim Kardashian, you got a way better story in the old folks home.
If I do
Fuck
Jenna,
your story. Fuck your story.
No, fuck you. I get to talk about how I banged both Hillary Clinton and Kim Kardashian in the old folks' home. According to this,
That's pretty
that
good.
is, I win all the old man stories. No old man fucking tops me.
No, you're out of your fucking mind.
Hey,
Who gives a fuck about your story? The goddamn experience.
Even the nurses are going to want to hear my stories, okay?
You're out of your
The nurses
fucking mind.
changing my old man diapers are going to want to hear that story.
Get done yelling and I'll explain why you're wrong.
Hold on. If I got to tell somebody, even a peer of mine, 10 years from now, that Jenna Jameson gave me oral, they'd be like, dude, what kind of diseases are on your dick? But if I told them that I fucked Kim Kardashian in the ass, they'd be like, dude, what'd Kanye West think about that?
I
bet he was watching so
fix
hard.
that real quick.
Those would be the questions that would be asked at that moment.
No.
Kim
That
Kardashian
Pete
all the way.
Davidson guy is outside looking in the window crying.
Kids,
No.
what are they going to ask about Gemma Jameson? Did Tito Ortiz get mad? Who
You
cares?
guys are both. No,
Who
here's
cares?
the thing. Here's the thing. You guys are both going to think about this tonight when you go to lay down. You're going to be like, oh, shit, no, I picked wrong. Here's the thing. Kim Kardashian.
Hey, I'll give
I
you
don't
that.
care.
If I have a dream about either of these tonight, I'm cool.
You're welcome. Here's the thing. Let me finish. Here's the thing. Let me finish. Kim Kardashian is not, was
that
never,
what
and
Jenna
still to this day is not a porn star. And anal takes little to
Yeah,
no
what you
fucking
call
effort.
a bug, I
Bill,
call a
shut the fuck up. I'm talking. Kim Kardashian is not now, nor was she ever, nor is she now a porn star. And all she has to do is lay there and take it up the fat fucking ass. Good for her. Jenna Jameson perfected her fucking mouth
darn.
techniques over decades and decades and decades of service. You tell me an open, empty space of an asshole or the expertise mouth of the most coveted porn star in the world. This is a fucking no-brainer, and you will both regret answering Kim Kardashian. That's fine. You'll regret it later.
Stick with financial,
yes, you will.
Financial future. Makes
Well,
more sense.
it doesn't matter. If you don't want to admit it now, you don't want to admit it later.
Oh, no,
if
I
the
don't give a damn if it's one night stand
ever
with other.
fucking became you, we both know. We all know which one would actually feel better.
I don't actually.
That also, Tony,
I
actually,
have a
Kim
feeling that Jenna
Kardashian does
Jameson's
have
mouth
a
would
sex
actually
tape, so
feel
technically
tighter
she is a
than
porn
Kim
star.
Kardashian's ass.
You know what? I feel like that's something that I will fucking take the bullet on that one to figure that one out. Which one
Well,
actually
good luck
is.
with that.
Yeah, let's find this out.
I feel like I'd be vindicated.
Well, if I get the chance
glad we
to
ended the show
experience
that way.
both, then Tony, I'll be glad we had this argument. It's like, well, yes, Tony, you're totally vindicated. Yep, you're the winner here.
A Kim sex tape is not worth billions. She already did one that was lame as shit, just like a reality
And
show.
it made her billions
Guess
of
what
dollars.
wasn't lame? All of Jenna Jameson's pornos.
I was about to say, who made more money off of time filmed? I'd say Kim. I'd say Kim made
Which
a couple
does
$billion
not translate
off
into what
fucking a
feels better.
R&B singer one time.
No, that does not translate.
Phil, take it away.
Folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here this evening on the Big Buckin' Empire, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands. You can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, KOE Nation on Twitch, KOE Nation on TikTok, and be sure to subscribe because tomorrow at 2 o'clock Central Time, the next chapter of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, the Splendor Bracket. Elijah Craig 18 versus Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit versus Old Forester Statesman versus Four Roses Small Batch Select. That drops tomorrow, folks. Be ready for it and be there. It's going to be the place to be. But, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass of mug, a stein, a bottle, a flask, a canteen, a vessel of any kind. Raise it high, and I hope to find all of you back here happy,
healthy, much the wiser. God bless. Travel well. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Tony, I'll let you wrap it up. Your RWP champion, the people's champion, if you will, your big bucking emperor is saying goodnight to you all. Thank you, and appreciate you tuning in to the most independent, inclusive, iconic, impeccable, immaculate, illuminating, illustrious, intense podcast you've ever watched. We look forward to seeing you all next week. We look forward to you subscribing. And yeah, Tony, round out the night and let's say goodnight to these beautiful, beautiful people.
Look, there's no tongue inside of an asshole, so you're already putting yourself at a disadvantage. Like, I'm just saying, like, you're trading pleasure for notoriety, and that's just ridiculous. But whatever. Anyway, I'm the quadruple distilled, non-chill filtered, 13-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. I'm non-Kappa friendly, and you can find me on TikTok at Tone of the Rod 2.0, and it's really just as simple as that. Folks, like, share, and subscribe to Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube. Like, share, subscribe to the Dog and Chicken Show on YouTube. Like, share, subscribe to Big Buckin' Empire on Facebook. And the best thing you can do for yourself and everybody around, subscribe for the $5 monthly thing on Facebook for Big Buckin' Empire.
You're
You will
losing
get
money every day.
at
You don't do it.
least 4 shots or 4 beer chugs per month. You get 1 per show, 1 per hour. It's not that fucking hard. Math's not that hard, folks. Stop spending money you don't need to. Come join, have fun. Guess what? We will see you next week for episode 150 fucking 3 Landmark, and we're gonna get better and better as we always do. It's better every week, folks. Look at us. We're hot. We're sexy. We're in like Flit. It's never gonna get better. Except for next week and the week after and the week after. So don't miss it.
Each show progressively is the most amazing show you've ever
Exactly.
And it's really the most influential event in your life. Every week.
Yeah, and missing
the
it
most
is a
important
disservice
event.
to yourself.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
with that
folks.
said, folks, appreciate you as always. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Good night.
And see if it just smooths itself out.
Get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised, and now we're lost. Gotta take it down, let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Oh, God bless. God bless. So, folks, I tell you what. Nope, wrong one. There we go. That's what I'm after. That beauty. You know, folks, name one country that's more elite. All right, Utopia. Yes. So, folks, I'm gonna call it a night here. But I think tomorrow. Wished I had missed. Yeah, the theologian panel is pretty neat. But tomorrow, if not tomorrow, Monday, I'm going to go live and I'm going to go over Tiberius's energy video that he put out not too long ago. And I'm also going to cover fusion energy. And I want to get into that. And if any of y'all got any thoughts, Iko is definitely somebody I'm probably going to hit up to see what he has to say on this. But yeah, we're going to do a little shifting of gears. I want to talk about energy and get into fusion, because to me, I think we're kind of beyond the point of it being a science problem and we're down to an engineering issue now. So I think that is going to be a little preview for, yes, fusion's going to be awesome. Cheap energy and fast spaceships. And that's not just hyperbole. But, folks, that's something for you to think about. The next few hours without the King of Extreme are going to be tumult and chaos until I return to you. But just keep that thought in your mind. And folks, God bless every last one of you. Raise a glass to yourselves. Be safe. travel well, and I hope every last one of you makes it back here to the KOE Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. And we're going to end with this week's poem of the week, a listener written poem by Mr. Mario Vitale, The Chase. He's a guy that sends in quite a bit of poetry, and I do appreciate that. And any of you folks, let it be known in the comments of any video of mine. If there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, I'd love it. No problem. So, folks, without further ado, let's get to this poem of the week. Thank you all. God bless. Travel well. Catch you on the flip side, folks.
How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This one is by the great Mario Vitale, the one, the only, really. And this is called The Chase. Left me to burden, hence pure the extinction, built upon its achievements, the chase. A broad open door, safe thus far and moving on, pillars built upon the tundra, the broad and empty force. Chased onto new owners, learned to feel free, the pardoning of the trees, locked horns for each aroma. Embark at your venture in the woods, the lazy owl light the way on pillars of flasks. Shall we donate to science? A good cause to venture out through the trees. We each have been taught a good lesson. Empty yourself as you enter the vast domain. The woods will greet you again. Through dizzy periods in time, there in the distance, we work together and shine. Words cannot express how I feel. Tempers are heated through each step I take. One moment to make columns of desperate hue, kisses, laughter, and prayer as I dig deeper as ever before. Many years towards roaming the earth. That is by the great Mario William Vitale. One of the great unknowns, one of the unknown titans of poetry, in my personal opinion. You should definitely check this guy out. And just folks out there, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know, because I love the beautiful imagery of good poetry, and I love sharing that experience with you. And Mario, thank you very much, good sir. So, folks, that was this poem of the week. So, God bless. Travel well.